Prologue, A New Journey. As she held the reins in the driver's seat of the dragon, Carriage the girl looked directly ahead. The girl bore lovely facial features and gave off a cute impression. Until recently, she would have been described as childish without exception, but she had grown taller and matured, which made that description no longer applicable. The formerly childish young girl had blossomed into a graceful figure that went above and beyond all expectations. However, this was not something that was achieved by idly passing the time, but was a result of the girl's own tireless self-improvement. It was the manifestation of the results of her daily efforts to face the mirror and continue to challenge herself to become a better person for tomorrow. Petra Leti, that was the name of the cute girl whose pride was evident even on her face. Holding the reins of the dragon carriage as she firmly steered the jet black ground dragon, Petra was aware of the important role she carried on her slender shoulders, entrusted with the lives of the group. Then from beside the serious-looking Petra, a voice called out, "Hey, Petra-chan, you've changed your hairstyle a little. Is that a braid I see here?" As they said that, their fingers reached out to caress Petra's hair. Without permission, turning her head to avoid their touch, Petra looked back at her companion with a sidelong glance. They seemed unhappy that Petra had avoided their touch. "Petra, right now I'm the driver of this dragon carriage, you know. Isn't it dangerous if you disturb me?" Calling me a disturbance would be an exaggeration. Isn't it just a little bit of skinship? Besides, even if you look away for a moment, we can count on Patraskekin, right? Patrash Dodajayuan. Petra, I won't spoil you, either Patraskekin. Petra chided the ground dragon, who neighed in response to being called upon. Patrash, a gentle and proud creature, seemed to listen to Petra's words with elegance, wagging its tail in response. After she had witnessed this, Petra glared at the person who had tried to get the ground dragon to take their side. Petra Mailichan. Yeah, I understand, geez, don't make such a scary face. Petra, it's not scary, it's cute, right? I guess so. Waving and fluttering her hand, the young girl merely replied to Petra's question in a perfunctory manner. There was something she wanted to say about her attitude, but it could also be said to be proof that she had opened up to her. Initially, there had been no such impression, but Meili had become quite talkative. She was a very different person from the one she had met in the mansion's confinement room, or perhaps she had felt lonely while Petra and the others were away in the Empire. Petra, maybe it's just a cute way of sulking. Meili, I feel like you're saying something a bit cheeky. Petra placed a finger to her lips, and Meili, who was quick to notice her thoughts, glared at her with her piercing eyes. It was not just Meili, but a small scorpion crawled out from within her blue hair as it stirred. That scorpion, which they called the Little Crimson Scorpion, began to protest against Petra by snapping its pincers. Petra had no choice but to smile bitterly on the lively driver's bench, and then she realized the reason why Meili, the Little Crimson Scorpion, and even Patrash were making it so lively. Considering the purpose of this trip, the atmosphere would inevitably become serious. Petra, thank you, Milican. Meili, I don't know what that's about, but it doesn't feel so bad to be thanked. Petra, liar. Petra stuck out her small tongue at Meili's side profile, who was resting her chin in her hands with her elbows on her lap. The dragon carriage that was carrying the young girls along with their precious companions continued on its journey. That was a resolution sought by one who had found himself at a loss in facing something that had been lost in the Valachian Empire. After having concluded the battle against the great disaster, this was a path to reach the possibility of showing them how. Chapter 1. Oh, prayers be as clouds. 1. The final hours were calm and had passed surprisingly quietly. O star of mine. Indeed, the tone of that voice was flat, yet the degree of love contained within its call overflowed. So as Iris looked up at the man beside her, her long eyelashes trembled. Nothing about that voice was out of the ordinary. It was something that felt as though it called out to her hundreds, nay, thousands of times during this miraculous Tristan. Yet in this moment it felt special. No, to be precise, if just this moment were to be excluded, then any other of those calls would also be special. However, the specialness of this moment differed to that of all those that came before. After all, it was a call that signified the terminus of this miraculous period. Yorna, yes, your excellency. Gazing back into the eyes, looking into hers, she returned from her own lips a calling filled with love. Her voice trembled not, and she praised herself for not letting her feminine feelings make her collapse in the moment of their previous parting. Iris Yorna had been unable to leave him with any words, but whenever she reincarnated and looked back at that time, she had thought countless times about what she would do if given another chance. If given another chance, she would absolutely not leave behind the wailings of a weak woman. Yogurt, 'tis the inverse of that time mine self shall be passing on before thee. Yorna, that is so to call a revenge of sorts, will ensure your excellency has come to know of the malice present in this world of men. Yogurt verily much I have learned, nay, it was taught to me by the many, who walked alongside myself, of whom thou wert the first. Yorna, as those almond-shaped eyes narrowed, he Yogurt Wallachia reminisced on those olden days, on the people who were present therein, and the gentle wavering of his eyes' splendor caused Yorna to feel a piercing sensation through her chest. Always he had been the type of person to wear a stern expression, except for when he was in front of Iris. Because he was such a person, Iris had wondered if he had been able to even once relax his cheeks or eyebrows after she had passed away. And now, after he went towards that place between the skies and the lands, would he, Yogurt be not afraid, O star of mine life, have been an unexpectedly blessed one. Yona, Yogurt, I met thee and received life, I walked with thee and received blessings, I parted from thee, and in doing so committed a grave error, but now that fate hath brought us together, once more I receive the opportunity to rectify it. Yogurt's words, the lovely voice of a person counting their blessings. One by one gently dissolved the anxiety and fears within Iris Yorna's heart, lovingly unraveling them. Since antiquity, since he had lost his dearest Iris, Yogurt burned with rage, and in his hatred left behind a mistaken law that became the trigger for countless tragedies. Yogurt's descendant, the current Wallachian emperor, who was extolled as the wise emperor, had promised to abolish that law, to lift the curse which bound the wolf people and mole people. Such was the dearest wish of Iris Yorna, and Yogurt's final regret, when he had been alive finally, he would be able to return this world to those who had the right to live in this era. To that end, Yogurt, O star of mine, thou art included amongst those. Suddenly, as he took her into his arms, Yogurt's words caused Iris Yorna's breath to stop. It felt as if the emotions inside of her had been properly dissected more precisely than ever before. Yorna, your excellency, I, Yogurt, even were bestowed upon thee in a form undesired, I imagine that no matter the epoch thou hadst found thyself, and thou wouldst have spent thy days forming bonds in earnest of course, even in thy present form the same doth apply, that is something thou ought to fulfill to the utmost. Towards Iris Yorna, she who was lost as to what to do with the unnatural existence known as herself, those words gently addressed a choice to move towards a way of being that was easy to understand. No matter the time, Yogurt was always correct. That was neither because Yogurt was wise nor because he was strong. It was because he thought sincerely about those that he faced with reverence, because he was a compassionate emperor who wished for the happiness of others. Known as the King of Thorns, and feared more than any other Iris beloved emperor, earnestly thought about, honored, and wished for Yorna with unbearably deep love. And so as far as Iris and Yorna were concerned, Yogurt's words would always be correct. Thus the fact that the truth in his words would also hold true for people other than Iris Yorna meant that Yorna, I have no choice but to spend the remainder of my life proving that. Yogurt is a great service. Hearing Iris Yorna's determined answer, Yogurt responded with a smile. At Yogurt's taciturn way of being, Iris Yorna narrowed her eyes slightly and extended her arm so that she could touch his cheek as she brought her lips close to his. Yorna, lips met each other and overlapped as those who both died in that era, a man and a woman, who by all rights should never have been able to reunite, separated by entire worlds, were now the closest they had ever been. Yogurt, like that the closest contact that they had ever made in this world, persisted for a bit, and then a bit more, and a little while longer before the distance between them slowly grew. The eyes of Iris Yorna locked with Yogurt's. And then, Yogurt, O star of mine, I love thee so. Yorna, as do I, your excellency, evermore without fading for all perpetuity, my heart shall long for you. Having exchanged a kiss, having delivered each other words brimming with love, his final moments were of his lips curling into the shape of a smile. For the olden tale known as Iris and the King of Thorns, a story that began in the age of antiquity, a story that had kept postponing its own conclusion until the present day, this was the true curtain's close. 2. Dawn broke upon the first night, since the great disaster that had shaken the entity of the Wallachian Empire had come to a conclusion. The threat of undead wreaking havoc across the empire had been averted by means of the unity of imperial subjects devoting themselves to the law of iron and blood. At the forefront of those sword wolves of Wallachia was a majestic figure of their apex, Vincent Wallachia, who exchanged blows directly against the enemy ringleader with yang sword raised aloft. Centered around the imperial capital of Lupagana, the damages had reached every major city of Wallachia, such as the fortified city of Garkla, Glorage of the city of Iron and Blood, the demon city of Chaos Flame, and the Cloud Sea city of Mesoria, yet each and every city had been able to avoid falling into a catastrophic state. Therefore, whilst left with major scars, the triumphant momentum was what ultimately enveloped the Wallachian Empire. Of course, thinking in the long term, the top brass could not bask in the victory. Forever, those leading figures would have to deal with the damage reports flooding in from various locations, one after another, as well as the numerous circumstances of their subjects that they would need to sanction, and thus they would not have any time to sleep. Amidst those reports, there was a piece of information that had been silently snuck in the battle against the great disaster, having contributed greatly to the victory of the Wallachian Empire, the obituary of a lone woman who had lived like a flame and captivated many. Within a room of the fortified city of Garkla, which was serving as temporary headquarters in place of the ravaged imperial capital, Emperor Vincent Wallachia happened to catch wind of that obituary, creating a silence so very unlike himself, who would respond to all matters within an instant of deliberation. And after spending some time with his head down, "Vincent, I see." Those brief words were all that he spoke. 3. The fight against the great disaster had ended, and people began to move on to reclaim their lives. Wallachia suffered terrible devastation from the undead army during the unprecedented great disaster, but the inhabitants of the realm resolutely held their heads high, standing back up one by one as they set out to rebuild the land. The sight of the people of the empire simply overwhelmed Petra, Lady Petra. Although I don't really like the empire much. Having said that with mixed feelings, Petra stood in the streets of the fortified city. A significant part of Petra's reason for not liking the empire was anger that this was the place where her precious friend and Petra's love interest Natsuki Subaru was forcibly taken away to. But even disregarding those factors, Petra's feeling for Wallachia still leaned toward dislike. But regardless, they cooperated and made an immense effort to prevent the country's destruction. Petra was also relieved that the great disaster had been overcome and the empire was spared from destruction. However, even so, Petra, who in public addressed him with the honorific Sama, was concerned for a man who had doubtlessly done more for the empire than anyone else, even the emperor. Petra was extremely worried about how much it must have worn his heart down in an empire full of terrible things, because Subaru was such a kind and compassionate person. Even so, the final nail in the coffin was too much for Subaru, who had so many things to worry about. Petra Priscilla Barialessima. That was the name of the woman who had caused a tremendous, deep, and painful wound in Subaru's heart. Due to Petra's position, she never exchanged a single word with her. However, there were opportunities before the great disaster. She was on the same side of the battle for the imperial capital and had ample opportunity to talk with her. However, Petra did not dare to approach Priscilla. This was because she, like Emilia, was a candidate for the royal selection in the kingdom of Lagunica, and she felt that she should not get more comfortable than necessary with their opponents. And Petra regretted that. By not having interacted with Priscilla, Petra had no right to mourn her, Priscilla Bariel's death, and therefore found it difficult to sympathize with Subaru and Emilia. It would be hard to tell two very heartbroken people that she understood what they were going through. This was something tremendously frustrating for Petra right now. Hello, Miss Petra. Are you alone, Petra? Oh, Zickerson. Petra, who had been pursing her lips and tensing her cheeks, looked up at the call, and there was Zikr Osman with a round, voluptuous hairdo. As a general of the Empire, Zikr played an important role in the battle against the great disaster, and he was a very likable person who treated Petra as just another person, without being arrogant about his position. Because of his diligence, Zikr would likely be heavily relied upon after the war, but it was unusual for him to be alone in a place like this at this. As Petra's eyes widened, Zikr, I've finished reorganizing all the troops, so I have finally come down to check the damage myself. I had heard the reports, but I had to see it firsthand. Petra, I see, that was it. I do not know the details of the reorganization, but well done. Zikr, thank you for your thoughtfulness. However, the role I was able to play is insignificant compared to those who are working so energetically, such as General First Class Gaz and General First Class Kafma. Petra, I don't think that you can say that your hard work is not important, because one of you work harder than the other. Zikr, looking embarrassed, became even more so from Petra's statement. On the other hand, Petra reflected on her own remarks, remembering that when she had worried about Subaru earlier, she had compared his efforts to those of a Nothra Sternid emperor. She wanted to see things the same way as the people she liked, but she was frustrated with herself for not being able to. Petra, but it is difficult for those of the General First Class. Isn't it? Not even a few days have passed since then, and you have to fly around to other cities. Zikr, yes, the generals of the various regions are responding, but the influence of the General First Class directly in front of them cannot be ignored, both in terms of the morale of the troops and the control over them. Petra, I understand that the soldiers will be happy to see the people they admire, but control means. Zikr, sadly, even in these situations, know precisely because of this poor situation, many are willing to take advantage of it to achieve immediate gain or to fulfill their ambitions. Petra. Zikr lowered his eyebrows, and Petra's round eyes went downcast in response. Petra was actually convinced by Zikr's reply, thinking to herself, I knew as much. The Wallachian Empire chose to stand together against a great enemy. Still, once the great disaster had been eliminated, the problem reverted from perspective of a nation. to the perspective of the individual. They would take what they lacked, would steal it, and in some cases would try to force their way through it all. Those generals first class, whom Zikr mentioned, intended to serve as a deterrent to such problems. Zikr General First Class Gaz left as soon as his wife at the imperial capital was confirmed to be safe, and General First Class Kafma also left as soon as he received his promotion. Petra, that was great. Right, everyone was so surprised. Zikr, there are only 9 slots for General First Class in the Empire, and the recent war has left several of those slots vacant. The creation of a new General First Class is one of the few good things to come out of all this. Kafma understood that, and accepted the position of General First Class, even though had previously turned it down. Petra Zickerson, you've never had that sort of talk raised to you, right? Zikr to me. Petra tilted her head and asked Zikr, who praised the names of the generals first class and their way of doing things. Petra did not observe the battle up close, so she did not know how those of the general first class performed. However, Zikr's fighting spirit was also quite impressive in the sense that Petra was able to witness it up close and personal. During the battle for the fortified city, there were those who were in the command post observing the broad scope of the battle and directing it. And there were those who continued to clash with the undead with swords in their hands. Zikr's role was to bridge the gap between the two and two, ensure that they worked together seamlessly. Although unassuming, without his work, the cohesiveness would have frayed and possibly even crumbled. Petra, I think even more so since my Nisimas and I were behind the scenes as part of the group of healers. Zikr, that is much appreciated recognition. Miss Petra, just receiving those words from a woman, I, Zikr Osman, feel deeply rewarded. Petra, I am not saying that lightly. Zikr, of course, understood, but I do mean it too. Zikr nodded his head as Petra tried to push back, feeling that she had been ignored then. He turned his round eyes to the view of the city and relaxed his cheeks. Zikr, if there is any reward to be had this result is that His Excellency the Emperor fled to the east, and I happen to be in the fortress city on a mission. Thanks to this coincidence, I had the honor of accompanying His Excellency, and being present at this moment, I am undeniably blessed. Petra, I am not sure, Zickerson. Don't you deserve more praise? Zikr, don't you get it in that case? Miss Petra, can't you think of someone likable in that brilliant mind of yours? Petra gave a hug at the abrupt suggestion in her mind. All she could vaguely recall was not Suki Subru, who had occupied a large part of her mind until a few minutes ago. Zikr nodded deeply in response to Petra, who unintentionally did exactly as he said. Zikr, that likable someone will smile at you as a result of your deeds. Isn't that enough to make you feel rewarded? Petra, that is well, yes. Zikr, it's the same thing. I am a general of the Valachian Empire, but the person Miss Petra has in mind is probably far greater than I, at least in my opinion. So this is fine. So spoke Zikr with one eye closed and his hand clutched to his chest as he smiled at Petra. He was neither being unreasonable nor trying to deceive Petra when he said that. That was why Petra also quietly lowered her head and could not say anything. However, His Excellency Vincent is all for reward and punishment according to merit. I disapprove of a person who's done such meritorious service, saying such selfless things as it makes it difficult for soldiers to express their opinions. Then instead of Petra, who had closed her mouth, a voice interrupted from a different direction Petra, and Zikr turned their heads to see Serena walking slowly toward them. Serena Drakroy with a distinctive white scar on her cheek that, nevertheless, did not detract from her dignified beauty, was accompanied by her acquaintance Roswell beside her, who made Petra's lips curl. Serena and the others did not miss that flagrant response from Petra. Serena, as usual, how can you be so disliked by someone who seems old enough to be your daughter? You cannot complain about being stabbed in the back by someone who so openly shows rebellious intent. Roswell, I would never hire a child who can't think about the consequences of their actions, regardless of your perception of me. I only employ competent people like Petra Kanadakun and the like. Serena, that's a bad habit you have. Eventually, it's going to be the reason you get your feet swept out from under you. Serena shrugged her shoulders, having a casual exchange with Roswell, her caustic words mercilessly critical of him, which Petra found somewhat enjoyable to listen to. But the truth was that she did not really feel that small pleasantness at the moment. Zikr High Countess Drakroy, I thought you were busy. Serena, the same could be said of you, General. Don't worry, though it's true that I haven't slept for the past 3 days. My eyes are still clear. I can't sleep. Zikr, that does not sound very reassuring. Serena smiled fearlessly at Zikr, and Zikr's shoulders contracted like he was afraid of her. Roswell's gaze turned to Petra as those two exchanged a few words. Petra, who had consciously avoided contact with him, stiffened slightly at his gaze. Petra, well, what is it, Master? Roswell, don't be so wary. I'm simply concerned that you're alone, and that you're working too much, whereas Frederica. Petra Nizma has been keeping herself very busy for a long time, and is now taking a break. After many requests, she finally took a rest. It reminded her that Frederica was barely breathing and sleeping as if in a coma. Frederica, like Petra, worked as one of the healers, but also went around the fortress as a messenger, transforming herself into a beast when necessary. Her tireless work ethic was something to be respected, but as her protege, she could not help but feel worried. The fact that she was resting now was not because she had listened to Petra's appeal, but because Ram and Garfield had pushed her to do so. Petra, I couldn't even convince Frederica Nizama to rest. Roswell Frederica has a strong sense of responsibility. By no means did she mean any disrespect to you, Petra-kun. Petra HK, I know that already you don't have to tell me that. Roswell, I see you're right. I'm sorry. I said something I shouldn't have. Are you okay? Petra the Young magic is working properly. Petra furrowed her eyebrows and answered Roswell's subtly dodging response. Petra's magical techniques, which she had learned from Roswell and was now developing day by day, were suited to the Yang attribute, which had many effects that increased the power and vitality of the target. In Petra's case, she was still uneasy about using it on others, but she could use her Yang magic on herself and be adequate enough to compensate for her lack of strength or lack of sleep. Of course, stamina was not an endless source of energy, so eventually one's limits would emerge. Petra, right now I would like to work a little bit more. Do you wish to stop me? Roswell, no, I won't stop you. We all have opportunities in life when we have to overcome reason and common sense with passion and force. And if this is a time for you, Petra, I'm not going to take that away from you. Petra, I still don't like you, master. Petra turned her face away from Roswell, who closed one eye and looked at her with his blue one. Despite being such an unforgivable person, Roswell often affirmed Petra's ideas in this way. While he did not say these words to curry favor with Petra, it also did not help that these were his honest opinions. For that being, so it would be as if Petra could understand Roswell's true nature. Serena, what a troublesome master-servant relationship, the way such things of the Empire and the Kingdom aren't. So, different don't you think so, General Second-Class Zicker? Zicker, with Miss Petra being so intelligent at her age, it is not surprising that she is so enthusiastic about Margrave Mather's education. When sincerity meets sincerity, I think a clash is inevitable, of course. I think such a harsh way of life has also honed the beauty of High Countess Drakroy. Serena, good grief, you're an imperial general through and through. I thought you were a decent man, but instead you're like this. You are pleasing me by showing me a face to my liking. While Petra and Roswell talked, Zicker reverently bowed to Serenus. Comments. Petra sighed as she watched the conversation between two of the Empire's most unique temperaments. Roswell's nature, whatever it might have been, was unimportant now. That she was face to face with Roswell, whom she had been avoiding, there was no stopping now. To which Petra tightened her cheeks and looked up at Roswell. Petra, what are you planning to do with Subaru Master Roswell? Petra, please answer. Petra's question was straightforward, but lacking in specificity. Roswell let out a small sigh as it was directed at him. He closed one eye again, and this time looked at Petra with the yellow one, this time with an inhuman look that Petra disliked. The unnaturalness of Subaru and Roswell's relationship gave Petra a strong impression. Petra suspected that this was something different from the indiscretions of Roswell in Arlem Village, Petra's hometown, or the sanctuary where Frederica and Garfield were from, something that Subaru and the others had almost entirely tolerated. If one were to look at Roswell's misdeeds and who pardoned him, the conditions were the same for Subaru, Amelia, and Frederica, who were too forgiving. Then there was Beatrice and Garfield, who said they were angry, followed by Ram, who was in a unique position, and Petra and Otto, who clearly did not forgive Roswell. Naturally, Petra and Otto always felt tension. When dealing with Roswell, of course, they did not want to make waves. So the tension was like quietly roasting over a flame. What she disliked about Roswell was that he never changed his expression while being roasted in such a way. However, the blue flames that Petra and Otto directed toward Roswell and the heat in the air between Subaru and Roswell seemed fundamentally different. It was a terrible way of putting it. Petra did not want to admit it, but she was convinced. Between Subaru and Roswell, there was a secret that neither Petra nor anyone else was included in. That shared secret was the source that gave rise to a different kind of tension. Furthermore, the consequences of that secret would surely probably cause Subaru misfortune. Roswell, what in planning to do with Subaru, was eye it. At Petra's hostile look, Roswell muttered in a slightly gravelly voice. She felt that there was not the usual atmosphere of deception and mockery housed within that. However, even without such a clownish atmosphere, she could not heedlessly trust Roswell. As if to confirm Petra's sentiment, Roswell, with one eye still closed. Roswell, Petra-kun, what do you think would be the correct thing for me to do? Petra, are you making fun of me? Roswell, no, I didn't mean it that way. Genuinely am at a bit of a loss. What kind of stance should I take in regards to Subarukin? Petra, As he said this, Roswell lightly lifted both hands and lit his fingertips with lights of different color, floating red on his right hand and blue on his left. He was earnestly considering his next move. Red and blue, whichever direction each led Petra, was unsure which would be the better path for her, nay, for the people that were important to her. As much as she was unsure if there was anything Petra could do, it was just one thing. Petra, if you cause Subaru any further pain, if you cause him any further grief, I will never forgive you, Master. No, I will absolutely make you regret it. Not forgiving him would not hurt Roswell in any way after serving him for a year and a half already. She understood that. This was why thinking back to the past year and a half as hard as she could, Petra said the one thing that Roswell would hate the most. Yes, she would make him regret it, no matter what for that reason. Petra, whatever it is you are wanting to do, whatever it is you are planning to do, Master, I am going in the way of it by any means necessary. Roswell. For a moment a silence was born between Petra and Roswell. Petra focused all her strength into tensing her cheeks, intending to make the sternest face she had ever made in the history of her adorable self. In response to Petra's direct approach, Roswell fell silent. It was unclear to what extent Petra's stern face contributed to his contemplation in that moment of silence. Roswell, that would certainly be troubling. You seem to be much more loved than I am. Petra, when you say that I am loved by what exactly? Roswell, something that I've resolved myself to resist, yet have never been able to prevail against a peculiar power of that sort. Roswell shrugged his shoulders and once again said something that Petra did not understand, but what clouded his face as he muttered this made Petra think it was not mere nonsense. Indeed, Roswell was dealing with a sense of powerlessness, something that he was fully aware that he could not win against, even though she was being told that she was loved. As such, it did not make much sense to Petra. Petra merely wanted to be loved by the people she loved. In addition, she would like for her loved ones to be as happy as possible with smiles on their faces. That was why. Petra, I want Emilianisma and Subaru to smile. Petra firmly clapped her hand on her chest and muttered those words as if she was praying. She sincerely hoped that all of these prayers would hang like clouds over those whom she loved, protecting them from the hardships that would otherwise come down on them like the rays of the sun. Beside Petra's and Roswell's exchange, watching the master and servant swelling with a burning tension, Serena cast a smile at Zikr. Serena, what do you think even the people of the kingdom show? Quite a bit of promise. Now don't they quite complex and mysterious, just the way I like it? Zikr, it is beautiful when you smile like that high countess, but I cannot say it is in good taste. Will not play the villain. 1. Kaka, never would have thought that a fellow like Med died not on the battlefield, but in a safe zone. Never in all my life have I heard a shinobi dying like this, but ain't it just way too ironic? So spoke the monstrous old man, waving around both of his empty sleeves as he laughed uproariously. Hearing that hearty laughter, yet being powerless to help with his healing magic, Garfield was of mixed feelings. After the battle against the great disaster, Garfield joined the healers and was now treating the injured. Ever since coming to the Empire, Garfield had continued to stake his life on fierce battles without much rest. Of course, his allies all told him that resting was a high priority, but he had not been able to listen to them. Fortunately, Garfield's body was sturdy, and because of the divine protection of earth spirits, standing on the ground was the best form of relaxation for him. Of everyone within Amelia's camp, Garfield was the furthest from working himself to death, and although it went without saying, the one closest to working themselves to death was Otto. Anyway, once you're decided to do something, any attempt to talk you out would be pointless. In that case, then go create as much of a debt of gratitude from the Empire as you can. There is a strong market for gratitude right now. Indeed, amidst everyone who was against Garfield's ideas, he was glad for the presence of the person he had feelings for, who made it clear that she was on his side. The way that her phrasing pointed out his faults was so characteristic of her, something he liked about her. For that reason, while it was a shock to his comrades, Garfield had volunteered to take up this role. Ultimately, the reason no one had tried to stop him was because they all understood. Garfield, when captains having the toughest of us all, how can our amazing selves remain flustered? Grumbling that Garfield gnashed his sharp canines. They had lost a strong, truly strong woman. Although he could not say they had fought the same enemy side by side, the sight of many dazzling flames rising up within the imperial capital had been seared into Garfield's eyelids. That sense of loss could not simply be described as the loss of Emilia's rival. That was why Garfield was here. Even if just a single person greater, he would prevent them from being lost with these hands that had relentlessly smashed through the undead, that sometimes had no choice but to eliminate the enemy standing in his allies' way. Through brute force, he would save lives. It was contradicting, but contradicting was fine. He would not think about difficult things. He would follow his heart, and that was that. Following his heart, he would fail his enemies, heal his allies, and save them through his own power. If Garfield could save even just one more person by foregoing sleep, then he ought to continue doing that. Good grief, the nerve of young guns to immediately leave the elderly behind. Ain't no helping how revolting that aspect of him is. Garfield, huh, is that sarcasm, Gramps, just 'cause my amazing self can't heal your arms. Kaka, I wouldn't say it's sarcasm, let me tell you. The source of my strength over all these decades has been constantly going on and on about my envy and jealousy, and no saying that I'm envious ain't a lie, or anything like that. I'm filled with jealousy. Wagging his white eyebrows up and down, Albert skillfully used his foot to scratch his neck. He did not seem particularly inconvenienced by the loss of both arms, and nobody could tell whether that attitude was out of concern for Garfield, whose healing magic could not do anything about that, or if it was the reverse, and he was just teasing. At any rate, regardless of what had happened to his arms, the old man was also a monster, since he could still move so much despite being all but dead. But then again, when it came to the topic of surviving a near-death experience. Shut the fuck up, old-ass fuckhead. Stop fucking with a guy who's doing a fuck ton of work, even though he's fucking tired. Albert, oh scary. That ain't the vigor of someone who's half dead. A figure lying on a bed further back in the room shouted angrily, and Albert laughed at that in a low, throaty sound. To that fierce vigor, Garfield scratched and said, "Oi. Garfield, my amazing self's grateful for the backup, but worry about your own body. First, you're seriously just one step away from death. You're in a similar state to Vivarolo's offering. I am saying that it was thanks to you that I was fucking saved, bastard. Don't fucking say shit like you want to accept my gratitude, Gale." Garfield shut the hell up and sleep. He used his hand to push down the head of a short figure, whose entire body screamed. As he fell back down, such a thing was a matter of course. Due to the severity of his wounds, even if healing magic was continuously applied with full strength, it would not be able to keep up with the damage. In fact, even now, there was a perpetual intense pain that rippled through his body. Garfield, it ain't my amazing self's place to say this, but I'm surprised you're able to get up and speak. It fucking hurts like shit, and it's fucking tough, but that bullshit won't fucking stop the great groovy gumlet. That's just how it is, so use some poison or medicine or some shit to fucking quell Guho. Albert, give up now, give it up. This is a result of you ignoring all the signals in your body. I lost both of my hands. North, you're basically as close to death as me wide Don should just retire. Groovy like I did do that fucking Duumbas. In response to Albert's mockery, baring his fangs and shouting in anger, was Groovy Gumbletone of the 9 Divine Generals, and probably the one who had come the closest to death in the Empire while still surviving. In the life-or-death bout against the Great Disaster, he had performed an absurdly important role. After all, it was he who had crossed blades with the lead actor of Iris, and the King of Thorns, the Emperor of the Briar Yuga Wallachia, and had cooperated with Halibel to eliminate the curse. He had been a key figure in securing victory. Garfield heard that if he hadn't done, that everyone would have ended up getting immobilized by those thorns. Groovy, I just pulled out wherever the fuck I could after I saw off the Emperor of the Briar and the Admirer. I was just fucking lying down until I could give the fucking fiend sword to that fuckwad Cecilus. Groovy muttered, as if he were sulking, but before he had fallen. He had put in a great deal of work. He had taken Ugard's curse into his own body, and then had allowed the fiend's sword to cut away along with himself no matter how many. Times Garfield heard the story, he still could not understand it. However, according to Groovy and Albert, they could not understand Garfield when he explained his fight against the Cloud Dragon, so they were the same in that regard. The accumulation of miracles and individuals performing to the utmost, that was a reality of what had occurred back then in the Imperial capital, nay, across the entirety of the Empire, whether it was Garfield, who had fought against the Cloud Dragon Groovy, who had saved the Emperor of the Briar from his own thorns, or Albert, who had sacrificed. One in his arms to avert the witches' schemes, all of them had exerted their utmost. There was no need to exaggerate their achievements, and there was no need to go against the facts. Albert, well as a geezer who's got hardly any time left, is always hard to see young guns dying one after the other. So it's been a pleasure to see a fella survive. Groovy, though, aside from me, it's pretty fucking dubious to say that guy survived. Garfield, by that guy you mean. Thinking about the person that had mentioned, Garfield's gaze moved toward the end of the healing room, and sticking out in a strange and conspicuous way, he noticed a distinctive figure of something standing upright. Even now, the healing room was still frenetic, with people running back and forth to tend to the injured in a corner of the room, standing in such a way that it assimilated itself into the wall. To not be an obstacle was a being whose body was composed of steel. Upon noticing Garfield's gaze, a green jewel that was set into what appeared to be its head glowed. I detect line of sight task directive or instruction. It is predicted to be one of these. While speaking so, lumbering over towards Garfield, and the others was yet another one of the 9 Divine Generals, the one known as the Steelman Maguro Hagain. However, to be more precise, their race was distinct from the Steel Folk, and their true identity was that of the meteor that served as the core of the Crystal Palace, this title after the collapse of the crucial Crystal Palace and magic crystal cannon. No longer held any meaning, but... Garfield, I was sorry about that. My eyes just happened to wander there. I ain't got any tasks for you. Meguro acknowledged, and the other two. Groovy, nope. Nothing stay over there, so that you don't get in the fucking way, Meguro. Meguro, that is me acknowledge will await further instructions. While Garfield stood next to him with an awkward expression on his face, Groovy said this, while motioning with his chin, which Meguro obediently followed, sitting down, clinging to the side of the bed. In doing, so they appeared like a slightly oversized decoration. All but they're about as admirable as a properly trained ground dragon or thunderwolf. However, that's the thing, ain't it even the Crystal Palace can be forgetful. Groovy, the Crystal Palace, and Magic Crystal Cannon are fucking blown. Shit, it's a fucking miracle that there isn't fuck all left of Meguro's. Core, it was also too fucking good to be true that it happened to fall near, where I was lying down. Albert got along with them the best, so maybe they came Tom Meecha. Albert cackled with laughter as he cracked jokes, to which Groovy snorted his snout in discontent. As made apparent by their dialogue, Meguro again did not remember anything from before the Great Disaster. If Subaru were to be asked, he would say this seemed like a factory reset, as it seemed like everything that this meteor had acquired as Meguro again had been erased. An immense power capable of blowing away the entirety of the imperial capital was forcibly raised into the sky to prevent such an outcome, and had detonated without engulfing the area, so it could perhaps be said that this was a minor price to pay. Garfield, how could I ever say something like that after what happened to Rem? Just how much of a weight was carried in someone losing all of their memories up to that point was something that Garfield was keenly aware due to the circumstances of one of their own. It was not only a great turmoil to the actual person who had lost their memories, but also to the people around them whom they had forgotten. That was why he understood the feeling would not say such thoughtless things, though. Garfield, surprisingly, the things his geezers saying might actually be right. Groovy, how are you also fucking mocking me with that load of fucking horseshit? Garfield, that ain't it? I mean, it may be true that they don't remember anything, but ain't it also right that they're not doing anything like trying to flee from you? Saying that, Garfield narrowed his eyes at Meguro, who was sitting next to bed. To be honest, that large frame sitting in the healing room was an obstruction, but the fact that they were making themselves as compact as possible to avoid causing trouble to their surroundings left a sense of goodwill. To begin with, the fact that Meguro went to such lengths to remain here was likely because they did not want to part from Groovy's side. Having lost their memories, it might have just been something like imprinting onto the first person they encountered, but Rem said that when she and Ram finally reunited in this empire, she intuited that Ram was her older sister through a strange feeling. Garfield thought maybe that same something also remained within Meguro. Garfield, well, Captain also said something about Rem breaking his finger all of a sudden. There were also cases when that something did not remain, so it could not be said to be an absolute rule, but since this was a healing room where people were healed, Meguro had come here all on their own to heal their own heart, in a place nobody knew about, then Garfield had no reason to kick them out. Garfield, rather the old geezer who does nothing but talk, without even the hands to spare, is more of an obstruction. Albert Kakakaka really talking like that Tommy, this young gun? Well, I do get what you're saying. As Garfield shrugged his shoulders, Albert waved his two sleeves about while laughing outside. That exchange, Groovy rubbed his black snout and looked at Meguro. He looked at his former comrade in arms, who was simply nestling close to him, without even the slightest of movements. Groovy don't do such fucking sentimental things, fucking hell. Meguro, within statement sound of liquid detected in fear of unusual circumstances, requesting instructions. Groovy fucking shut the fuck up, Meguro understood. Hearing that fruitless exchange, Garfield gnashed his fangs and unconsciously smiled. Since he was smiling, he worried a little bit over if it was okay to smile, and then following his heart, he smiled. 2. Otto, so Anastasia-sama will return to Leginica via Kararaji. Anastasia, yes, that's the plan in the Empire as an envoy from Kararaji. And no, I know it's just a title, but I gotta do my duty. When Anastasia, smiling softly, openly revealed her inner thoughts to Otto, he accepted it with a quiet and casual icy on the surface. However, his inner thoughts were not as carefree as his expression. Whatever the case, Anastasia had fulfilled her promised role for the Kararaji city-states. This would boost her reputation with the Kararaji Council, which had sent her there, and Anastasia would receive another solid boost in her bid for crown. Of course, Amelia also contributed greatly to the fight against the Great Disaster when the Valachian Empire was on the verge of collapse, and His Excellency the Emperor Vincent directly requested her assistance. Although they were smuggled into the country when they entered the Empire, they would be able to return home triumphant and proud. Still, whether it was a battle against the witch cult in Priestella, the capture of the Pleiades watchtower, or even the rescue of the Valachian Empire, both the Amelia camp and Anastasia camp had been involved. It was not good that the prestige was not only Amelia's, but Anastasia's as. Well, Amelia needed to accomplish a feat. Without Anastasia, something of her own. Of course, had it not been for their part in the fight against the great disaster that struck the Empire this time, the camp would have been far behind, even more so than it was now. Anastasia, there's a mountain of things to think about. It must be tough for Otacon. That momentary silence was pierced by Anastasia's light blue eyes. Despite being an approximate guess, this question had a certainty to it thanks to Anastasia's seasoned experience. In response to her prodding, Otto smiled back and said no. Otto, it is true that it is a bit daunting, but if we were to talk in terms of having much to think about, there is no comparison to His Excellency the Emperor or to Prime Minister Brstets, who need to rebuild the Empire from this point forth. With that, Otto shifted the subject to someone else, President Brstets, the Imperial Prime Minister. In the conference room where Anastasia Brstets and Otto met after finishing the battle against the great disaster, they discussed the future. Plans of Wallachia, which was now putting together a project for recovery and revitalization, and of the people who had been cooperating with them. Amidst all this, Otto directed everyone's attention to Brstets, who concealed the color of his pupils deep within his threadbare eyes. Brstets, as you say, there are many challenges ahead, but the truth is I do not think of it as a burden. Anastasia, oh really, that's awfully encouraging. Brstets, in the beginning, I was a treacherous subject who colluded with the white spider Chisha Gold to jeopardize the position of His Excellency the Emperor. Because of the circumstances, I was not executed during the battle against the great disaster, but I was still to be executed after the war. Otto, but you are talking to us like this. There was no such action, correct? Brstets, yes, the Emperor has so decided. Of course, should any of them have thought that I could not be pardoned, I would have had no choice but to take that blade into my body. Otto could guess what Brstets was thinking when he broke off his speech. It was probably the biggest reason why Brstets' head was still connected to his neck, the declaration made after the war by the strongest man in the Empire of the Blue Lightning. Cecilus, before any minor roles get bloodthirsty, I would like to declare that it is His Excellency's decision not to kill Brstets, so you all should follow it. If you go against it, I will have to show my sword-like. Sighed for the first time in a while. Besides, I have a vague feeling that Chisha had planned to the extent that His Excellency would not kill Brstets. In fact, without Brstets, it will be hard to go on, won't it, since Chisha isn't here? It was too long and drawn-out a statement to be called a declaration, but it was a significant factor in dissuading those who knew of Brstets' deeds. Brstets, apparently thinking the same thing, made a slight smile as he said, Brstets, I never thought I would be protected by General First Class Cecilus Segmont. If not the Yong sword, I would have thought his blade to be the one to decapitate me. Otto, and yet it did not. It is an imperial situation, so an outsider cannot comment on it. However, I consider it to have been a wise decision. A military officer in an emergency and a civilian officer before and after an emergency, such a person is irreplaceable. Anastasia, I agree. If even Brstets was removed and the Emperor was the only one who could do the thinking, wouldn't he die, even with the support of his lovely wife, San? Brstets, indeed it is so. I for one am glad to see His Excellency receive a new Empress consort. If it were not for this celebration, His Excellency would be facing too many hardships. Otto, Anastasia. Brstets shook his head loosely, silence falling over the room as he spilled those words. In the midst of the silence, Otto turned his attention toward Anastasia. She too was feeling the weight of the same silence, though likely from a different perspective than Otto. The reason for this silence, needless to say, was the tragic events that had befallen Vince in the deaths of his trusted confidant and of his sister the princess with whom he shared the same blood. The impact of the latter was something neither Otto nor Anastasia could ignore. Anastasia, she really was a selfish princess. A quiet murmur escaped Anastasia's lips, causing Otto to close his eyes. The subtle sentiment was a rare crack in Anastasia, who usually had a bravery that remained unfazed in the face of any event. This vulnerability Otto had always wished to find it in Anastasia. In order to surpass her, yet he felt no urge to exploit that long-awaited vulnerability. Why, if one were to ask such a thing, Otto? Because it is not reproducible. The vulnerability revealed at this moment was not a convenient tool that could be used in the future. It would be difficult to create the same opportunity again. And even if it could be, it should not be. After all, a larger and deeper rift would open within his own circle than the one that had opened up within Anastasia. Frankly speaking, that was also undesirable from Otto's perspective. Over the past few months, the distance between the Amelia camp and Anastasia camp had narrowed too much. Maybe you do not need to consciously try to play the villain, Otto. Are you perhaps talking to me? Suddenly, Otto reacted to a third voice, one belonging to neither Anastasia nor Brstet's gaze was directed towards Anastasia's neck, where the voice came from the spirit in the guise of a fox scarf, Echidna looking back at him with her black eyes. In response to Otto's words, Echidna's eyes slightly narrowed. Echidna, the fact that you took it as a remark directed at yourself is a testament to what is in your heart, is it not? Otto, that argument is not very convincing, since you said it while looking at me. Echidna quite stubby you a good match with Anna. In that regard, Echidna, who replied with sulky tone, had her head curved by Anastasia's slender finger, as she said, hey, looking at her scarf, who was giving Otto a hard time. Anastasia, don't pester Otacon like that the moment you were allowed to talk to anyone you turned into a chatterbox. Echidna and Amicham, do not talk like I am just opening my mouth out of personal desire. Certainly from my current position, I have to acknowledge that my previous circumstances were restrictive. Anastasia, geez, I'm sorry, Otacon, for my child. Both there and Anastasia's apology was met with a no and a dismissive away from. Otto, Echidna's remark was meant to assert her own presence rather than to show genuine concern for Otto, of course. Echidna, being closest to Anastasia, was also aware of the rift in Anastasia that Otto had noticed, a deterrent to prevent him from attacking. It was necessary as long as she could not see Otto's inner thoughts, and that he did not intend to take advantage of that rift. Nonetheless, Otto, I do not consider myself a villain. If it is a role, then it would merely be acting after all. In that sense, Echidna's remark was completely off the mark. The news of Priscilla's death, which shook even Anastasia, and even more so the Camp Otto's heart, had remained unfazed, such he thought himself heartless because of it. He had a few chances to exchange words with Priscilla, and even recognized that she was certainly a remarkable figure as a royal candidate. With that in mind, he felt so. Otto, it was entirely possible for a candidate to drop out in the midst of the royal selection. Naturally, he had not expected that she would lose her life in a battle for survival of a neighboring country, but even when it came to the political strife involving one of the nation's most important affairs, there was more than enough possibility for an assassin to be sent to kill a royal candidate and for them to fall victim to that assassin's blade. In the case of the Amelia camp, there was a pattern where the person who sent the assassin was to much surprise one of their own, but even without such exceptions, this would hold true. He did not believe that the Council of Wise Men, the current governing body of the Kingdom of Legunica, would not have considered these circumstances in advance. If a royal candidate went absent, would someone else fill the seat anew, or would the royal selection proceed with one of the 5 seats remaining vacant? It was Otto's honest opinion that the latter was of higher likelihood, and the option he would personally prefer, given that such a situation would be of great importance to the kingdom. Otto, the plan is for us to return to the kingdom within the next few days. The Empire would not want people from other countries knowing any more about their internal condition following the great disaster, now would they? Anastasia, same goes for us, since it'd also be strange for us to have our steps in sync dependent on if we'd gotten all our preparations in order. We might be leaving for Kararaji as soon as tomorrow. Otacon asked for the report to the castle. Otto, please leave it to us. This is not a matter that can be communicated by letter after all. Anastasia nodded and entrusted the role of reporting to the royal castle to his side. Frankly, it was a daunting role, but also a critical duty at the same time. Of course, Otto would accompany Amelia in this, but it would likely be an exceedingly difficult role for her. In times like these, it was supposed to be the duty of Amelia's one and only knight to support her the most. Otto, with Natsukisan's current state, it would likely have the opposite effect on Emiliasima. Anastasia, from the sound of it, Natsukikin's situation hasn't changed then. Otto, indeed, Knight Julius, has also turned up a few times, but it has been difficult. I hate to say this, but there was the impression that Priscilla Sama only ever gave him a hard time. Anastasia, as far as Natsukikin was concerned, that was unimportant. How worrying. Anastasia's fingertips tickled Echidna's neck as she spoke in a quiet voice. Echidna's dark eyes also seemed to be worried about Subaru as she quivered at the touch. There was an unalloyed sense of mutual affection between Anastasia and Echidna. Brstet's, I understand the opinion of the envoys of both the kingdom and the city-states. His Excellency the Emperor has instructed that both nations be granted every courtesy, and has granted me permission to make decisions on the matter if there's anything I can do. Anastasia can't say that it'll be taking this lightly. There's nothing more tense than being presented with a blank promissory note. Anastasia gave a wry smile at Brstet's, who hid his emotions behind. His thread-like eyes, Otto, who shared the same frame of mind, was eager to make the most of the words that had been drawn out. This was his place in the Amelia camp, not as a villain, but rather as one who undertook the necessary evil. Because his nature was such, even if Priscilla had not died, he would have planned to use her origins in the imperial family as a basis to have her withdraw as an ineligible royal candidate and he would have chosen to enact it. Yes, he could have made that choice. That was why. Otto, even had you not died, you would not have become our enemy as much as Natsukasen and Emily Yasuma. Our hurt by your death has delivered me quite the hard blow. As someone from a different camp with no reason to mourn and grieve her death, that was the least bit of condolence Otto Suin could offer to the woman who had passed on. Chapter 3. To each their mourning of you. 1. And so my little sister will become His Excellency the Emperor Kun's wife. Certainly the goal that we siblings have been striving towards has drawn near. Goal that you mentioned it before. Revenge was it. That's right, revenge against the world. He clapped his hands together and towards a gentle man with blonde hair and glimmering eyes towards Flop O'Connell's answer, who stood opposite the Shadrakian woman. Torida's eyes open wide. Rather than the answer itself, she was seemingly surprised by the vigor of his response, but her lips soon curled into a smile. Revenge it was a dangerous thing to hear and to laugh about, as expected of the Valakian Empire's pride, a woman of the people of Shudrak, one could say. It was Flop who dyed the mood of this brave woman, which was quite the feat. Looking at the two people below and their exchange within the passageway of the fortress, Ram rested her chin on a banister as she appraised Flop and Torida. It was a scene that she had come across by happenstance, but it was an interesting twist of fate to witness. Since joining forces at the Battle of the Imperial Capital, Ram held a favorable impression of the Shudrak. In general, the only people in the Valakian Empire that Ram found it regrettable to part from were these women, and Serena, who was in a complicated position due to her relationship with Roswell. Later, she would also like to show her gratitude to Rem's friend Katia. Ram, what are you doing here? Ram era Mizelda. Simply watching your sister's love affairs from afar. Mizelda, ho, that's a nice hobby, let me see. With that, the strong-eyed Mizelda saddled up next to Ram and leaned on the railing. Being Torida's actual older sister, she watched below, squinting as she spoke, with Flop. A slight glint of anxiety could be seen in her profile, causing Ram's light crimson eyes to also narrow. Ram, this isn't like you. Are you worried about your sister? Mizelda, don't say that. It's not like me. Firstly, how long have you and I known each other? Only a few days. Ram time is needed for Ram, and you, Mizelda, haha, you're right. At Ram's question, the corners of Mizelda's mouth loosened, opening with laughter. Laughing, Mizelda slowly began to shake her head. Mizelda, the word worried feels weak, so let's say concerned. Ram, yes, but of course you are the elder sister of Torida. Ram, too, is always worried about Ram, if it had to be said. Like you would, there's always concern for Ram. Mizelda, but there is no question that Subaru is a good man, although his eyes are unfortunate. Ram, in regards to that, you and Ram will have to agree to disagree. Ram's voice dropped a little, and hearing this, Mizelda laughed. Looking sideways at this smile, Ram said, well then, as she once again lowered her gaze to the scene below. Ram, you doubt the humanity of that gentleman. Mizelda, no, Flop is also a good man. His looks are slightly too soft, but he is a sight for sore eyes. Surely Torida too knows this. Her answer was both about his nature as a person, and his looks, her phrasing, subtly losing sight of the matter. In any case, it seemed like Ram could understand Mizelda's troubles, and it was not something that Ram could talk on as an outsider. Even if she was a blood sister, she would not be able to dictate what to do to the others involved. It was quite a situation, as if the younger sister did not know her older sister's heart. Ram, more and more, there is much to like about you, Mizelda. Mizelda, is that so? If you were a man, I think I would have made you my husband. As older sisters, both of them had much to say about their younger sisters' love lives. And so they sat next to each other both physically and emotionally, Ram and Mizelda, looking down at the continued exchange between Flop and Torida. Flop, listen, Miss Torida, I may have said this before, but I'll dare to say it again. Flop held his hand out toward the sky, and as if to grasp those distant white clouds or even the incessant falling rays of the sun, he opened and closed his hand. Flop, if you have a goal, a dream, and you talk big about achieving it, you have to seize the opportunities that come your way without hesitation. This unexpected connection with His Excellency the Emperor was exactly the kind of chance worth risking one's life for. Torida, so regarding that marriage between His Excellency the Emperor and Medium, is Medium really okay with it? Flop, of course, is what I would like to say. However, as you can imagine, there was quite a heated argument when it came to the marriage. I would say it was the biggest argument my sister and I have ever had. But, Torida, Flop, if I prioritize revenge on the world over the happiness of my immediate family, I'd really have my priorities all wrong, which is why I didn't make a proposal that Medium would earnestly reject. Torida, as Flop's expression gently softened, Torida lowered her almond-shaped eyes. The muck talked about marriage between Vince of Valakia and Medium O'Connell, proposed by Flop and accepted by the Emperor, was a well-known fact among concerned parties. If anything, rumors had spread widely even among the common people. Spreading the news about Vincent taking an empress consort was most likely Bristet's or Serena's strategy, despite the lingering afterglow of victory over the great disaster reports of misfortunes continued to pour in from all over the empire. Now more than ever people needed hope. A celebratory event, one that concerned all the citizens of the empire, would be ideal for that. Ram, a shrewd man, in a shrewd country. Ram could not tell how much Flop had considered when he had proposed this. However, since he had made the decisive move at the right moment, he must have had some calculations, and this was true for Vincent, who had accepted, and for the senior officials who had agreed after the fact. The saving grace, as Flop said, was that Medium, who had been used as a political pawn, did not hate Vincent. Considering all that Flop's proposal was a cunning one, it would serve as a good example for a certain internal affairs officer who hid behind a facade of villainy, trying to fool himself as if applying a bitter medicine. As Ram watched the exchange, glancing at the profile, beside her, Ram, "Speaking of which, do you have any feelings for Emperor Vincent?" "Mizelda, that a foolish question, Ram." Abel's good looks go without saying, but as per the people of Shudrak's customs, it's our tradition to bring the groom back to the forest. Since I can't bring Abel back, he's nothing more than eye candy to me. Ram, I see. Mizelda, no, that's not right. Abel is both eye candy and a comrade in arms to me. Ram, I see. Ram nodded quietly to Mizelda, who crossed her arms and declared so. With all doubts cleared, the two spectators refocused on the conversation between the two below. Both were frustrated, and Flop assured Tarita that he was not forcing Medium. Do anything. Tarita kept her eyes downcast and remarked, "Flop, you're amazing. Tarita, you're able to consider both your goals and the people around you and take action accordingly when you need to make a decision. You don't hesitate. Truly, you're admirable." "Flop, that a very funny thing to say, Miss Tarita." "Tarita, how did I say something funny?" "Flop, yes, you did, because the reason I could muster up the courage to make such decisions was that I followed your example, Miss Tarita." Tarita was blindsided by Flop, who pointed a finger at her with a snap. She was so shocked that she stopped thinking. As proof of that, she reflexively twisted Flop's outstretched finger and pinned him against the wall. Flop, ouch, ouch, ouch. Tarita, I am sorry, I was so startled that I just reacted. Reflexively. Flop, no, it was my fault for being careless. As expected, a Shudrak chieftain has a different level of training. I need to learn more from you, not just your mindset. Tarita, mindset. Flop, yes, mindset. That's what I admire most about you. Waving his twisted arm, Flop smiled at Tarita. However, she looked bewildered, not understanding what he was smiling about. Flop, seeing her reaction, gave her a wry, endearing smile. Flop, when something bad happened to Miss Mazelda's leg, you unexpectedly had to take over. As chieftain, you must have been worried. I'm sure it was painful, but you made your decision and took on the challenge with determination. Seeing you like that taught me the importance of not shying away from important decisions. Tarita, Flop. Flop, so I wanted to give you my thanks. That's one of the two reasons I called you here. As for the second reason. Flop held up one finger on his left hand, then another on his right. Tarita's eyes widened at his words, and she haltingly muttered the second reason. At Tarita's murmur, Flop theatrically lowered both of his hands, which had their fingers raised. Flop, today will never come again. Tomorrow is not guaranteed. This war made me realize once again what I thought I already knew. I'm grateful to the kind person who brought that flame into these eyes, to the kind person who made this moment possible. And Tarita, Flop, Miss Tarita, I like your way of being and thinking very much. To put it more plainly, I would love to be with you, so how about becoming Tarita O'Connell? Tarita, Flop, never let a chance go by to get what you want to fully put into practice everything I've learned from you. Smiling and winking, Flop's words were unmistakably a marriage proposal. For Tarita, it must have been as shocking as the sky falling, yet at the same time, it was probably as joyful as flowers blooming on the ground. As a woman herself, Ram felt the need to applaud the blessing that had been bestowed upon her. However, Tarita, but I am. Ram's light crimson eyes narrowed at the sight of Tarita's anguished expression. The root of Tarita's reaction had oddly enough become clear during her earlier conversation with Medium. As per Shadrakian custom, the groom must be taken back to the forest village. However, as the brother of the future Empress consort, Medium Flop would likely have many more responsibilities and tasks to fulfill in the Imperial capital. To give them all up and leave Medium at the Imperial capital, that would be truly irresponsible. Tarita could see this too, so her hesitation crushed her joy. It was her succession to the position of Shadrakian chieftain that gave Flop the courage to propose. It was a spark that brought their hearts together, but it also became the obstacle that prevented them from being together. Tarita tried to confront this absurdity with a strong sense of responsibility, but then, Mizelda, don't hesitate, Tarita. Tarita, our sister. Frozen in shock, Tarida's eyes widened at the sudden voice that came like a surprise attack. Until then, she had not noticed that Ram and Mazelda were on the walkway above them. She exchanged glances with her sister, who was gripping the banister tightly. Seeing her sister's behavior, Mazelda let out a small sigh, then swung up her right leg, which from the knee down was a wooden prosthetic, and slammed it onto the banister. And then, Mazelda, a chieftain who has to choose between her duties, and a man isn't fit to be one in all the battles I've fought. I've learned how to fight on one leg. If you're in such a sorry state, you should give up the position of chieftain. Tarida, well, wait a second, sister, that's. Mazelda, no way. I won't wait. The Shudrak have no need for a pathetic-looking sister like you. Saying this firmly, Mazelda took her leg down from the banister and turned her back, walking heavily. The differing sounds between her left and right steps were heard as she departed along the walkway. Ram sighed as she watched Mazelda's back as she left. Ram, is that your way of encouraging her as her big sister? Mazelda, she's not the kind of woman who would understand unless I told her. Ram, soon you will find yourself in the same position. Ram, disgusting. Ram replied with a grimace to the statement she did not want to hear. And so, thinking it would be rude of her to stay behind, Ram was about to follow Mazelda when, Flop, Miss Mazelda, I am deeply grateful. Is there anything I could do to repay you? In place of the stunned Tarida, Flop called out to Mazelda, who had just made a big decision, without turning around or stopping. Mazelda waved her hand. Mazelda, it has been decided a strong, robust man with a handsome face will be sent as an envoy to the Shudrak village. This way the covenant between the imperial capital and our people will be maintained. Flop, haha, I understand, Miss Mazelda, no, sister-in-lawkin. A resolution was reached between Mazelda and Flop, without first consulting the parties involved. Ram also understood that the ignored party would make a decision soon. Tarida HK. That was because Ram, who was trailing behind Mazelda, could clearly hear Tarida's footsteps hit the ground as she ran towards Flop. Flop, are you sure that it's okay to on your own decide on returning to being the chieftain? Mazelda, ha, if there's something one disagrees with, all they have to do is take it away from me. But Mazelda cut off her words and turned her piercing gaze straight ahead. Following her gaze, Ram realized the reason why. At the end of the corridor, two women from the Shudrak tribe were waving their hands. Cuna and Holly, they greeted Mazelda, and then with a wave of their hands, pointing down the corridor with their chins. Cuna, how is it going? As Tarida finally started behaving. Mazelda, yes, my younger sister is a handful. Holly, but well, there's nothing to be done about it. After all, she's a chieftain's sister. Cuna, well, until we all talk about it, the chieftain is Tarida. Well, it doesn't really matter. I also have no objection to Mazelda returning as chieftain. I think the others would probably agree too. When Cuna and Holly each gave a knowing smile, Ram got a glimpse of the love between Tarida and her people. With that understanding, Ram clasped her arms around her elbows, and Ram, though unexpected, Ram's peeping efforts were well worth it. Holly, just hearing that makes it sound pretty bad. Cuna, without the chieftain here, it would have left a terrible impression, wouldn't it? What an absurd thing to say. Holly and Cuna launched a volley of criticism at Ram's words. Ram shrugged her shoulders as Mazelda, who was right by her side, softened her gaze slightly and looked up at the sky with gentle eyes, while gazing up at the clear blue sky. So clear, it was almost revolting. Mazelda, her soul sister ever since Marilai died, Tarida has been depressed. You guys probably understand how much that hurts, right, Holly? Yes. Kunai, guess. Mazelda, the time has come for that to change. I consider it a blessing that Tarida has earned this victory. Those were words that Ram did not understand, reserved for the three Shadrakians. It might have been a relationship unrelated by blood, but that Cuna and Hollis relationship also fell into that category, could be presumed given the strong bond between these two. It was not difficult to imagine how significant the bond that Tarida was said to have lost. Besides, Ram also knew very well that the things one lost could never be replaced. The Empire was victorious, but in exchange so much had been lost. Even close to Ram, the wounds suffered by Rem, Amelia, and Subaru were significant. However, simply staying by their side and continuing to talk to them was not a guaranteed cure. For such wounds, such an undeniable notion could only be cruel and unjust. Mazelda, to the vow of our forebearers and the pride of their ancestral spirits, gratitude. Cuna, Holly, gratitude. To Tarida, who had found the only method to overcome these circumstances, Mazelda, Cuna, and Holly give their blessings in the way of the Shadrakian people. Following the girl's example, Ram closed her eyes and joined in the prayer. And then she thought that there was no means of saving the hearts of all those who mourn the loss of such absurdity. Ram, gratitude. So she declared her own vow, and pride one different from that of the Shadrakians. 2. The wheels of the wheelchair turned with a rattling sound. It was a sound they had grown accustomed to, but there were occasional clunking noises mixed and caused by remnants of the mayhem, fragments of crumbled debris and cracks in the corridor that had yet to be fully repaired. Feeling uneasy about letting Katia go to such places alone, Rem had taken it upon herself to push her wheelchair. Katia, so it seems that his work protecting His Excellency the Emperor was highly appreciated. He said that as an independent general, he will be given the role of protecting the Emperor at his side. Rem is that, so that brother of yours. Katia, you look like you have something to say. No, never mind. You don't have to say what you're thinking. I'm probably thinking the same thing. Without turning around, Katia grasped her own pigtail, hanging over her shoulder, her voice trembling as she spoke. Rem had not said much, but Katia's guess was probably correct, thus she decided to keep her thoughts about Jamal to herself as requested. Whatever the case, Katia had sent off her blood brother. Despite her anxieties, his safe return must have been a great relief even to the stubborn Katia. Indeed, having him return safely was what mattered most. Rem Priscilla-san. Suddenly, as her mind was left wandering, Rem was struck by a wave of sentiment that tightened around her chest, causing her to utter those words. As Rem cast her pale blue eyes downward, her mind was filled with the image of a beautiful woman wrapped in vivid red flames, the sun princess, who had kept Rem by her side for only a brief period of time. Priscilla, with her unwavering presence, radiated the heat she wore, and incinerated everything, drawing the curtain on herself with a grace that was unmistakably her own while keeping others at bay. The words exchanged in what she did not expect to be their final conversation were ones she could never forget. However, Rem, you said I have a heart of diamond, but I don't understand. After seeing each other for first time in days, during what would also turn out to be their final conversation, Priscilla had praised Rem for who she was now. Rem, too, had been able to take it in stride at that time. But now she was no longer sure, because Priscilla was gone. Katia, hey, Rem, is it all right for you to stay with me, Rem? Suddenly, Rem was startled as the movement of the wheelchair she was pushing came to a halt. Looking down, she saw that Katia had grabbed the wheels, forcibly stopping its movement. Doing such a thing must have hurt Katia's slender hands. Rem, Katie. Katia, it's fine right now. My hands don't matter. Rather, what matters is you. Rem, me. Katia, even if you're not here with me, you would still have your sister people who know who you were before, and even that noisy guy. Rem, you mustn't. Staring at Rem, Katia's words grew gradually faster until she fell silent with an Rem interrupted her and shook her head, grateful for thoughtfulness. Certainly the presence of Rem, as well as Frederica and Petra, would be a source of support for Rem, but not even they could fill the void left by Priscilla's absence. The days and moments Rem had spent with Priscilla were never known to them. And as for the last person Katia mentioned, Super Rem, I don't want to rely on that person. Now, Katia, you mean he's unreliable? Rem, no, I don't want to rely on him. I don't like it to be just another one of his many goals. Katia. Rem's response surprised even herself as she spoke over Katia's question. Katia's eyes too widened at Rem's answer, which was understandable. Even Rem herself had not fully grasped her own feelings until she spoke them aloud. Once she voiced them, they became clear to her. Rem, it seems like you only see my shortcomings, Katiasan. Katia, I don't think that's the case, and if we're talking about shame, I have my fair share too. Actually, don't make me think about that. And don't remind me. Just thinking about the trouble I cause others by merely being alive makes me want to suffer. Considering Rem's feelings, she likely refrained from saying want to die. At Katia's imperfect yet considered compassion, Rem's lips curled slightly. She felt supported by Katia's mere presence, as Katia would say things like that without being overly concerned or excessively comforting. That was precisely why she had asked if Rem could stay with her. Rem being by your side is calming, Katiasan. You always screech loudly and catch my attention right away. Katia, is that a compliment? Are you trying to compliment me? If so, you have no talent for praising others you know. Rem, intending to express her sincere gratitude, was a bit taken aback by Katia's glare, and just like that, Rem and Katia found themselves walking through the fortress. Hearing someone say, "Oh," Rem looked up there. She saw a young man with gray hair, smiling broadly and waving at them. Rem was clueless as to who this person was, but Katia let out an ah of recognition. Rem, do you know him? Katia, I wouldn't say that, but I know he's a slacker, Rem, a slacker. Young man, why, wait, that's not a very nice way to remember me. Well, at that point in time, it wasn't entirely inaccurate, though, was it? The young man, not particularly hurried, leisurely corrected Katia's impression of him. As he approached Rem, tightened her grip on the handles of the wheelchair, wary of him. Upon seeing Rem's reaction, the young man raised his hands and stopped in his tracks. Young man, don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who would harm a nigh in him, just a pathetic man who's lost his only talent, and is now slinking away in loose spirits. Katia, slinking away in low spirits. Where are you going, slacking off again at a time when everyone is struggling and supporting each other in every way possible? Young man, I told you. That's not it, though I do agree with you about the current situation. With a wry smile, the young man looked behind him at the fortified city that was still in the early stages of reconstruction and spread his thin arms wide to either side. Young man, up until now, I've had my sights set too high. From now on, I plan to keep my feet firmly on the ground and live my life by focusing on what's right in front of me. Katia, I don't get it. What kind of declaration is that? Young man, it's me being respectful, miss. I wasn't suitor, if I did get the chance to meet with you, but perhaps at a final stylish gesture from the stars. Katia did not drop her puzzled expression at the young man's vague expressions. On the other hand, while Rem remained cautious, it was clear that this young man had no malice or hostility toward Katia. On the contrary, just as he had said, there seemed to be a genuine sense of respect toward Katia. It was unclear if this had anything to do with Katia calling him a slacker, though. Young man, miss, you have saved the Valachian Empire. The brightness of the rising sun and the activities of the people you see from here are all things you snatch from my commandment. Katia, are you making fun of me? Young man, no, it's really not that at all. I've been doing many things according to my commandment, but nothing His Excellency the Emperor or General First Class Chisha did ever surprise me. What I mean is that you are the only one who did. Katia, I really don't get what you mean. It just feels like you're holding a grudge because I called you out for slacking off, but... As the young man gave a wry smile in response to Katia's answer, she paused and she mumbled a bit, pointed at Rem behind her, and continued. Katia, the reason I was there was because I was dragged along by Rem. And besides, it was at the Prime Minister's mansion that I met this girl in the first place. And then Todd, anyway. Katia, who'd been pointing at Rem, now pointed sharply at the young man. Then, Katia, I don't get all big-head when I get compliments, regardless of whether or not I understand the logic or reason behind them. In the first place, it's suspicious to call a woman with bad legs amazing or special. I can't do anything on my own. Everything is all thanks to other people. Rem Kekatiason, isn't that a bit too much? Katia, I'm still having you push my wheelchair right now, aren't I? If the wheels get stuck in a hole in the floor, even once I'd end up a pile of bones right there and then. Rem was overwhelmed by Katia's loud and brazen declaration, as she recognized that this exquisite mix of self-deprecation and trust in others was what made Katia's way of thinking so appealing. Young man had ha. As Rem was in thought, the young man started to laugh, hysterically holding his stomach. Katia's shoulders jumped as she responded with a wah-wah in a fluster, but Rem somehow understood why the young man was laughing. Sandwiched between Rem's vague understanding and Katia's lack thereof, the young man used his finger to wipe away the tears that had welled up in his eyes. Young man, AJ, it's been so nice talking with you. If you had told me that something like that could have cast aside my commandment, I wouldn't know what to say. Katia, I don't understand why you're so satisfied on your own. Young man, I'm sorry, but you'll have to ask someone else to help you with that. This is goodbye. Rem, where will you be going? Rem could not help but ask the young man who had shouldered the small bundle at his feet. Even though she did not know his name, nor did she have any reason to stop him, she did not want the young man who had praised Katia to be unhappy. In response to Rem's question, the young man pointed towards Mount Gildray, where the fortress stood. Young man, for now I'm leaving the Empire, will then take care. Neither Rem nor Katia could find the words to stop the young man who had answered only that and turned his back to walk away. They could only wish him good fortune as he cheerfully began his journey. The reason he could walk so confidently with his back straight was thanks to Rem, Katia, and many other people, but most of all it was thanks to her for paving the way for the future with her dazzling way of life. Rem, it's all thanks to other people. Katia, well, what's the matter? Do you have a problem with something? I know I probably went a little over the top with what I said. Rem, no. I thought it was very good and very much like you, Katia's, and I don't want to make the mistake of thinking that I can stand all on my own either. In response to Katia's intermittent glances, Rem rubbed her legs as she watched this gesture. Katia with downcast eyes. Katia, at some point you started walking normally again. Rem, it seems to be because the mana that should have been flowing through my body wasn't flowing properly. It might also be effective on your legs, Katiason. Katia, it'll be fine, my brother, or someone else will push my wheelchair for me besides. Rem, besides. Katia, you'll still be the one pushing me for a little while longer, won't you? Rem's eyes widened slightly when Katia timidly said this, but then she softened her gaze and nodded with a gentle yes. Both Rem and Katia knew well that for a little while longer would not be very long at all, and their exchange was built upon that understanding. She was sure that her separation from Katia would come soon when Rem would have to return to the place she came from with Subaru Ram and the others who would come to retrieve her. It would be a painful experience. But parting ways with Katia and the people of this land was a parting that left hope for a reunion, teaching her the pain and bitterness of farewells that were not of that kind it was her last act of. Rem consideration, or was it maliciousness, Priscilla san? Priscilla Rem, follow thy own heart, for although your heart may ripple, those ripples shall never be unseemly. As Rem muttered to herself, the last words Priscilla had spoken to her flashed through her mind. The ripples of her heart likely referred to the weakness within Rem that would always and forever rise to the surface, like bubbles trying to disturb her peace. But still she did not want to be the kind of person who desperately wished to reject and distance herself from them. Because Priscilla, the woman who illuminated Rem's life like a flame for a short, while who never mistook the truth, had said that Rem's ripples were not unseemly. So please forgive this heart for rippling at the reality of your disappearance until the day those ripples subside and I can remember you without tears. Chapter 4. Dunderhead. Madeline. Upon finding Madeline Eschardt walking brazenly through the fortress, Emilia called out her name as her eyes widened in surprise. Then, halting her gait upon hearing that call, the young girl turned her head of black horns and contorted her lovely face as if she had eaten something bitter. At that reaction, as Emilia gestured with her hand to show that there was nobody else around them. Emilia, you don't need to make such a face. After all, I'm the only one here. Madeline, that isn't friggin' encouraging or anything. This dragon is making this friggin' face because it's you. Emilia, is that so? But why? Madeline, did you friggin' forget that you're the one who made it? Snow a ton and fought a bunch against this dragon and Messeria. How the frig could I be left with a good impression? As her golden irises sharpened, Madeline raised her voice as Madeline snapped at her like that. Emilia nodded with an I see as she reflected on their relationship. Indeed, across both the fortress city and the decisive battle for the imperial capital, Emilia had clashed against Madeline twice. They were both present in the imperial capital during the battle against the great disaster, but they did not meet again. There, come to think of it, this was the first time they were exchanging words in a calm manner like this. Emilia, then the last time I saw Madeline was when I froze her into a block of solid ice. Madeline, so it really was you after friggin'. I couldn't move my body in the slightest. It was so freezing cold and dangerous. You're friggin' outrageous. Emilia, I'm sorry I was going to unfreeze you properly afterwards, but Madeline escaped with Messeria, so. Madeline, don't friggin' blame it on this dragon human. Madeline bore her sharp fangs and had such vigor that it seemed like she might suddenly try to bite her. Emilia was a bit surprised at her liveliness, but at the same time she felt relief. After all, she had heard that Madeline and Messeria had become allies of the great disaster at one point. Emilia, but you properly supported our side. In the end, Garfield told me. Madeline, that friggin' tiger person, half-beast, huh? Emilia, yes, he's my reliable ally, and sort of like a little brother, he's really strong after all. Madeline. As Emilia puffed out her chest when the hem, Madeline fell silent with a complex expression. It was not as though she doubted Emilia's words, rather her silence held a different significance. For example, it gave off a sense of something close to frustration or embarrassment. Emilia, Madeline, you're going to continue on as a general of the Empire, right? Madeline, HK, you got a friggin' problem with that. Emilia, no, not at all. That's not what I mean. It's just I heard that Messeria had gone home, so I was thinking about how Madeline didn't do the same. Shifting her gaze away from Madeline as they spoke, Emilia looked at the sky outside the fortress. An exceedingly rare dragonkin, Madeline, and a cloud dragon. Messeria Emilia did not know the relationship between the two in detail, but if they loved each other dearly, then their relationship could be viewed as something close to that of the one between a spirit and a spiritual arch-user. If that was the case, Messeria was to Madeline as Puck was to Emilia. To make the decision to separate from such a companion could not have been an easy feat. Emilia, I've also experienced similar feelings for me. I wasn't given the choice to go together or not. That's why I think Madeline is really brave for making her own choice. Madeline of friggin' course, don't friggin' lump this dragon in with you, human. Emilia, you might be right, or maybe not you're a dragonkin, but does that make you strong enough to endure the painful feelings of parting with a precious companion? Is that how it is? Madeline, friggin' unpleasant woman. Being told so by a bitter face, Emilia clutched her chest with a soft grunt. An unpleasant woman. She had never been verbally abused with such words. So she had a fresh feeling of bitterness. Recently, she had not been referred to as a half-devil as frequently, and to begin with, it no longer hurt her feelings to be called so. Only the woman who would so boldly call Emilia a half-devil was no longer anywhere to be found. Emilia, Madeline, don't go friggin' silent all of a sudden. It's a friggin' disrespect before this dragon, you know. Emilia, MHM, yeah, I'm sorry for making you feel lonely, Madeline. With her indulgence and reveries being halted, Emilia apologized, at which Madeline's face went red. With her face reddened, she tried to say something for a moment, and after taking a deep breath, she stared straight at Emilia And then, Madeline, talking with humans is friggin' exhausting, but that's especially friggin' true for you. Amelia, well, I think that's definitely because you're nervous about talking to me, Subaru. Said that before. Though it was frustrating that there was nothing she could do about it from what Subaru had told her. It seemed that Amelia caused tension and the people she faced Subaru was always playing off as various reasons such as EMT, but it was probably because of the fact that she was a royal candidate or because she was a half-elf. Amelia, that's why I'm relaxing my cheeks as much as I can so that doesn't happen. Since she could not change her position as a royal candidate, her half-elf lineage, or her silver hair and amethyst eyes, which resembled the Witch of Envy, she wanted to at least keep a gentle facial expression. Trying her best with those thoughts, Amelia inquired of Madeline. With a well then, Madeline took yet another deep breath and... Madeline, when talking to you, this dragon gets the feeling that staying here might have been the wrong friggin' choice. Amelia, that's all right, we'll be leaving the Empire in a few days, so... Madeline, it doesn't friggin' have anything to do with whether you're here or not. Being yelled at in short bursts, Amelia's eyes widened before Madeline placed her hand on her hip and, as if in return for earlier, looked toward the outside of the fortress. Madeline, this country is the land for which this dragon's darling Balleroy staked his life to protect. Amelia, indeed. At Madeline's whispered words, Amelia briefly nodded. She had heard that the undead by the name of Balleroy had done a great job, that when the sky was enveloped in a tremendous light, he was amidst the clouds that blanketed the sky of the imperial capital. Amelia was fighting against Sphinx, who had turned into the spitting image of Echidna, so she had been unable to avert her attention there. Therefore, she had no clue whatsoever about what sort of person Balleroy was. Amelia, it's really unfortunate that I couldn't say thank you to him, Madeline. Don't friggin' make eyes at this dragon's darling. Amelia, make eyes. Madeline, even if he didn't receive any thanks for it, this dragon's darling friggin' accomplished his duties. Until the very end of the end, he didn't let this dragon tag along the things he wanted to do. Hearing Madeline's fragile, somewhat lonely tone of voice, Amelia narrowed her amethyst eyes. The feelings that Madeline kept bottled up in that tiny body of hers. Amelia felt like they were ones she was familiar with, or rather she was indeed familiar with them. After all, Subaru would also sometimes decide things all on his own, without consulting Amelia. Amelia, but that isn't because he doesn't think he can count on me, or because he doesn't like me, but because he treasures me so. It's a really bad quality to have. Madeline, you. Amelia, it's a matter of being valued dearly. That makes it hard to get mad, and it's a little unfair. If one was not valued, and was instead thought of as undependable and unpleasant, they would want to try their best to improve that impression. But since Amelia was already viewed in a good light, it was challenging to want to do anything more about it. Amelia, that's why it's unfair, really, just what are girls like us to do. Madeline, unfair. Receiving Amelia's words, Madeline cast her eyes down as if pondering something. Though she did not know Balleroy, well, Amelia more or less felt that the irritation that Madeline harbored towards him was close to what she herself felt towards Subaru. Alas, even if their troubles were similar, the answer that Madeline had arrived at was something distant to Amelia. After all, Amelia, I can't stay behind in this country, the land that Priscilla protected. Staking one's life, if it were to be put that way, then Priscilla was undoubtedly one of the people who had accomplished that. Amelia's friend, whose passing still did not feel real despite several days having elapsed. Madeline. It would have been nice if their relationship could have developed enough for them to call each other friend. Priscilla had passed away before such a thing could come to fruition. So right now, Amelia just one-sidedly want to call her as such. However, just before she faded away, she appeared before Amelia and Anastasia as they were conversing, and they all had a pleasant chat for short, while Amelia would look back on that with regret for a long, long time. That peaceful, gentle time they shared, they ought to have been able to continue on with it from here on out many more times, for much more time, in much more depth. Amelia would end up dreaming of such unattainable hopes. And then as Amelia pictured what lay beyond the faded dream, Suddenly, Amelia received a tug at her arm, and unable to hold her ground in the slightest, was pulled down as Amelia almost tumbled over her head, was gently caught by Madeline's shoulder. There was a noticeable height difference between the two, and yet Amelia's head was leaning upon Madeline's shoulder. If their positioning had been just slightly off, Amelia's head would have been pierced by one of Madeline's horns. Amelia, Madeline, people will get startled by these kinds of things. So you shouldn't do them all of a sudden. Amelia made such an attempt to scold Madeline. However, Madeleine don't friggin' cry, Amelia. At that comment, Amelia blinked, and then upon Madeline's shoulder where her head was leaned, she noticed that droplets of water were trickling down and staining it. For a moment, she did not realize what those were, but from Madeline's words, she came to an understanding they were tears. For what and for whom those tears flowed was abundantly clear. Amelia, I had thought we could become friends. Madeline. Emilia ended up getting along with Anastasius and could also make proper conversation with Felchon and Crushson. So I thought that Priscilla must be the most stubborn. I finally got to a point where I could chat with her with Priscilla. So I thought that from here on even more. Madeline. Emilia, I thought that I could come to like Priscilla. I wanted to like her. As if catching up to her falling tears, her words began to well up with emotion. While she had always been bold, sometimes quite mean, and for a reason Emilia did not understand, had wore an expression that seemed to know everything, she was the owner of a truly kind heart. Priscilla, who displayed many faces of such good and bad aspects, Emilia wanted to thought of her more dearly, spanning a long time. She had wanted to nurture such feelings. As such feelings of regret and lament spilled out of Emilia, Madeline, this dragon will. Emilia, Madeline, this dragon will friggin' protect it for you. Suddenly Madeline caressed the head of Emilia, who was shedding tears upon her shoulder, and spoke thus at those words. Emilia was taken aback, her eyes still moist. As the sides of their faces were touching, they could not see the others' faces. Emilia's face was a teary one, but what sort of expression was Madeline making? Without her expression being seen, Madeline continued. Madeline, the Empire is the friggin' country that Balroy protected. This dragon has a friggin' reason to protect this land, a reason for your tears. Also lived and died for the sake of this country then. Emilia then. Madeline, this dragon will friggin' protect it with them, unlike humans. There should be no friggin' challenge whatsoever for this dragon. Emilia had come to believe that it was always crucial to look each other in the eye when having important conversations. That was the absolutely fundamental rule when having an important conversation. However, at this time, Emilia thought that it was for the best that she, with her teary face, and Madeline, who was boldly declaring those words, were in a situation where they could not see the face of the other. There were definitely valuable, important words that could not be said if one was looking into another's face. There were definitely words that could only be conveyed because one was not looking into the recipient's face, and that seemed to be precisely why Madeline was able to say the words she had just said. Emilia, really, thank you. Madeline, things just happened to friggin' align. I didn't do it to friggin' be told thanks. Emilia, yes, but I still want to say it, thank you, Madeline. At Emilia's repeated declaration of gratitude, Madeline could be heard snorting her nose. Whether that was because she truly found irritating, or if it was to hide her abashment, was something Emilia could not tell due to not seeing her face. Such joy could also be found in conversations where the other party's face could not be seen. The opportunity to cherish such childish things resided with herself, and then, Emilia, oh look over there, Madeline, ugh. Then a deep and important emotion welled up in her heart. When Emilia saw a small figure walking along the path directly opposite the fortress, she was so surprised that she grabbed Madeline by the horns and turned her head in the same direction. Ignoring Madeline's cries, Emilia's consciousness was drawn toward the figure. It was a small boy with pink hair, Priscilla's servant Schult, Emilia Schultkon. When she caught sight of him, Emilia felt a tight, painful knot in her chest. Priscilla's death had devastated Emilia as she had been envisioning a future with her. However, the grief of those who had loved Priscilla dearly would be beyond compare. Even though she knew that comparing one's sorrows and misfortunes with those of another would only make her feel lonelier. Emilia HK Madeline, hey you. As soon as she realized this, Emilia kicked off the floor and started running towards a corridor, where she could see Schult. Madeline's panicked voice called out to her from behind, but Emilia did not stop. Without a moment's hesitation, Emilia ran through the fortress and turned down the opposite corridor. Emilia Schultkon. Schult Emilissima, is that you? Schult turned around, his small, thin shoulders trembling at Emilia's powerful voice. Emilia could not help but gasp as she faced the young boy directly. He had neat, clean-cut clothes, and his fluffy pink hair was well-groomed. However, even so, the redness of his eyes and the fatigue in his tired, pale expression could not be hidden. However, instead of crying in his room, he decided to go outside. Emilia, you came outside, that's really. Emilia wondered whether she should continue the sentence with the words amazing or great after that. She rushed over, unable to sit still, but struggled to choose the right words to say. What was it that Schult needed right now? Sympathy, encouragement, or Schult, there is no need for you to apologize to me, Emilissima. Emilia, Schult, Emilissima, you have fulfilled your promise. When Schult, having lowered the corners of his eyes, murmured as he hung his head, Emilia began regretting her attitude. Schult saw through Emilia's indecision and hesitation to apologize before the battle against a great disaster. Emilia promised Schult that she would definitely bring Priscilla back and let him be reunited with her. Emilia was not able to do that. It was Priscilla herself who had fulfilled that promise. But for that she must not apologize, as she did everything that Schult had worked hard for, and the words that Priscilla had said him would all be a lie. Don't be so down. Emilia, so Yudhakatikin was together with Shultkun. Suddenly, Emilia noticed the presence of a girl peering up from below. Yudhakata, who had appeared beside the two of them. She was the same age as Shult and a close friend, and it seemed that she did not stay with the other Shadrakians, but stayed with Shult. Yudhakata nodded slightly in response to Emilia's words. Yudhakata, me and Taa are busy, Sue, and I look like they're in trouble. The only one who can stay with Shu is you. Emilia, yes, I see. Thank you for not leaving Shultkun alone, Yudhakata. You're welcome, Em. When Yudhakata thrust her fist out at Emilia, she noticed that her gesture reminded her of one Subaru had made, so Emilia made sure to match her fist with the one that was being held out to her. Then Emilia turned to face Shult again and, Emilia, aren't you supposed to be resting in your room? Shult, I've already had enough rest by nature. I am small and weak, so I have hardly done any work at all. So now I want to do lots of things. Yudhakata, Shu, is working very hard. Pu'u's soul will surely be at peace. Shult, yes, Emilia. Emilia was surprised that Yudhakata had said that so naturally and that Shult had nodded in agreement. Yudhakata then tilted her head and asked what's wrong to the surprised Emilia. Yudhakata life goes in circles, whether it's prey, people, enemies, or allies. That's how Yu and the others think Yu's mother, and she's Pu'u too go in circles. I'm sure they do. Emilia, what happens after going around in circles like that? Yudhakata, they will be reborn in a different form as prey, as a person, as an enemy, as an ally, or as something else entirely, but that's how it is. The souls of the dead were said to cycle through the world and then return again. Emilia found this way of thinking hard to understand, however, felt better than the idea that once someone died, everything simply ended. When a person died, the OD that was in their body left it and dissolved into the man of the world, even if that was the case in reality, if there were to still be a form or a trace of that person left while the OD dissolved then. Emilia is at the books of the dead. As she thought back, Emilia remembered that she had experienced for herself the proof of what Yudhakata had told her. Inside the Pleiades watchtower in the library, housing the books of the dead, which recorded the memories of the dead, the traces of many people from this world, were firmly preserved. The fact that these could be preserved was proof that time was set aside by someone to transcribe them into books from the souls of those who had departed. Emilia. For the first time, Emilia felt a strong fixation toward the books of the dead. Unlike the time when Subaru's memories had disappeared inside that tower, this was a fixation towards the books of the dead themselves in the truest sense of the word. Emilia also had people who had parted ways with her, that she would never forget, people like Fortuna Juice and others she would never be able to see again, even if the ice melted in the great Elier forest. Although it was sad to say goodbye to Fortuna and the others, it was a definite ending. That was what made Emilia harbor such fixation, the sorrow of not being able to overcome that grief. If possible, she would like to know what she was thinking in her final moments, and whether she was hoping to see the same things as Emilia in the future beyond that light-hearted chat. If she had not spoken to Madeline, the parting with Priscilla, the proper way to deal with that hard to swallow reality, if they were not given time to worry over those things, she would have surely thought so. Shult, I was found by Priscillasima. Priscillasima chose me, Emilia Shultkun. As he faced the silent Emilia, Shult tensed his cheeks and slowly lifted his bowed face, while speaking haltingly, but with a certain passion. The boy continued, his round eyes welling up with tears. Shult, Priscillasima truly loved beautiful and marvelous things. That Priscillasima chose me. If I were to be worthless, I would disgrace Priscillassima's name. Emilia. Shult, I cannot allow that. Indeed, Emilia's eyes widened at how Shult answered with all the strength he could muster. Perhaps it was an illusion or a mistaken perception. For just a brief moment she felt as if a dazzling light had appeared in Shult's eyes. It was the same as what Priscilla, who lived like a flame, made her feel. That was the moment Emilia felt that Shult had defined his own life. From this point on, Shult would probably face many hardships in life. But Shult would not give up or be discouraged or intimidated. His reason for that not to happen, that flame, he kept close. He decided to nurture his heart and use it as fuel so that his energy might never wane. Emilia, there are still so many things I can't do by myself. And even though I'm studying as hard as I can, there are still so many things I don't know. Shult, Emilissima. Emilia, I know it's really selfish of me to say this, because even now and into the future, I'm the kind of person who will always rely on everyone around me to make up for my shortcomings, to support me, and to help me, but let me say it anyway. Shult, Emilia, I will continue to lend my support to you, Shultkun. I will definitely stand by you. Emilia placed her hand on her chest and told the little boy directly whether or not she kept her promise to bring Priscilla back, pitying him who lost someone so important. This was Emilia's resolution after discarding all such reasons. It was a sign that she wanted to support Shult's attitude and way of being. Schult, thank you, Emilissima. For a moment, Schult took some time to consider Emilia's words before slightly relaxing his lips and replying. Despite the fact that Emilia had made a self-serving promise, she was glad that she had said it, even if that response made her feel like she had to apologize to Roswell and Otto later. Emilia, thank goodness you said that I have to tell the others about this are Al and Reinhard's father around. In reality, now that Priscilla was gone, the immediate issue was what would happen to Barriel Domain in the kingdom of Lagunica. However, it would be difficult to fully discuss this while in the Valachian Empire, especially Al who, like Subaru, had been in a position to witness Priscilla disappear. Emilia Subaru, uttering Subaru's name Emilia, found it very frustrating that she had her hands full. Before Emilia and the others reunited in the Empire, Subaru and Rem had already made contact with Priscilla, and as they had spent time together, that Emilia and the others did not know about, they must have been hurt. More than Emilia, in truth, she wanted to stay by their side, even if it meant enduring her own pain and sadness. Emilia, but now that I'm finally ready after talking about this. Subaru and Rem, two people who had also suffered heartache. She could talk things over with them. As Emilia made up her mind, Schult continued well. Schult Alsima is still in his room. Heinkel Sama has just gone to get some water, saying that Schult looked over to Utakata, who stood by his side as she held an empty water jug. After filling it up, it seemed like they were planning to head straight to Heinkel. They had come to quite a long pause by having this conversation. So Emilia was about to go back to attending to her original plans, and just when she was about to open her mouth to declare so, suddenly hearing a low groan from within the passage, Emilia lifted her head, then meeting the eyes of an unthinkable person, she blinked in surprise. Present there was someone who had just come up as the topic of conversation a moment prior. Schult Heinkel Sama, have you decided to come outside? Schult called out in a loud voice, and the one to whom he called out was Heinkel, whose red hair was disheveled with an unkempt stubble on his face. In all likelihood, he had not been keeping himself well-groomed ever since that, and had been in a state of exhaustion since the battle against the great disaster had ended. He had horrible dark circles around his eyes, and it was apparent that he had not been sleeping. Only those sunken blue irises housed an odd glint as he looked towards them, nay, towards Emilia. Schult, I will bring you some water immediately, so Heinkel e Emiliasima. While he said that, Schult admirably attempted to support Heinkel's staggering body, but without even looking at Schult, Heinkel had called out Emilia's name. Frowning at his attitude, Emilia nodded with a yes. Emilia, hey, you look quite pale, as Schult said you should drink some water, and rest if you aren't eating either. I can go bring you some food. Heinkel, no, none of that stuff matters. No, it really doesn't matter. More importantly, Emiliasima, there's something I'd like to discuss. Emilia HK, in an attempt to have him calm down, Emilia tried to touch Heinkel's shoulder, but as she did so, Heinkel grabbed her hand. She was startled by the strength of his grip, and Heinkel brought his face close to Emilia as her throat clogged up. Then, as his eyes the same blue hue as Reinhard's greatly wavered. Heinkel, would you not allow me to humbly serve you, Emiliasima, no matter what, I will be of great use to you in the royal selection. Emilia, what are you saying that so suddenly? Aren't you a servant of Priscilla? Heinkel, I will be useful. I can become a force of deterrence. In order to win the royal selection, there's a competitor that you need to have. Withdraw no matter what now, isn't there? As long as they remain, nobody else has a winning chance. But if you have me, then Reinhard won't be a problem. Emilia HK. Seeing Heinkel's blood-curdling state, Emilia was at a loss for words. Emilia, who had recently begun to think that moving to solve problems before she could think about them was her strong suit, was silenced by Heinkel's attitude of deluded conviction. It was a terrible sales pitch for his own horribly inconsistent self, but if that was Heinkel's way of facing the fact that Priscilla had passed away. Emilia, I think it's really sad. Heinkel, I understand, but it's the truth. You can't win against Reinhard. If you don't have me, that's why Miss Priscilla welcomed me. Yes, indeed, the fact that Miss Priscilla did so is a guarantee. Emiliasima, let us work together to clear away Miss Priscilla's regrets. Emilia, if there was even a sliver of lamentation for Priscilla in those words, Emilia would have listened to him. But she felt no such feelings toward Priscilla within Heinkel's appeal. If they had been present, Schult would have been seen making a sad expression. Therefore, Emilia bit her lip before Heinkel, and Emilia, that's Eno. Madeline, shut the frig up. The very next moment, a powerful punch was thrown in front of Emilia, furiously striking the jaw of Heinkel from below, who had been just in front of her, crying out with momentary cold. Heinkel fainted and collapsed onto the floor spread-eagled. The force of that blow was enough to separate the head from the body of an average person. Emilia and Madeline. Madeline, it's just that there was a friggin' despicable guy here. You shouldn't friggin' sympathize with a guy like this. shaking out the hand that she had punched Heinkel with Madeline's spit, those words out with displeasure. After Amelia had hastened to Schultz's side, Madeline slowly followed, and had silently been watching the situation unfold, but it seemed that this was where she had run out of patience. "Show Heinkel-sama, are you all right?" "Madeline, don't friggin' wail like that. It's aggravating, but this is a friggin' human who won't die even if this dragon hits him at full strength. I just friggin' knocked him out." As Schultz leaped at the passed-out Heinkel and worried over him, Madeline spoke. But even if she said that it was natural to worry over that level of force. However, it was not as though Amelia did not understand why Madeline had done such a thing. "Emilia, Madeline, this dragon will friggin' protect the Empire. However, I don't intend to friggin' protect things outside of that. Hurry up and take that. Friggin' good for nothing human back home with you. There won't be a friggin' next time." Emilia got it. Amelia understood that Madeline's words, spoken with her anger stifled, were her way of coming to a compromise. Thus, Amelia crouched down beside Schultz and looked at the fallen Heinkel. His jaw had been struck with such vigor, and he had completely lost consciousness. So Amelia softly put her hand on his head. "Amelia, am not very skilled at this, but I'll provide a little treatment before you go to the healing room." Activating her healing magic, she took care to make sure that there would not be any aftereffects from Madeline's blow next to Amelia, as she did that as Schultz worried over Heinkel. "Schuldum Emilissima Heinkel-sama." He worked very hard indeed. "Amelia Schultz-kun. Schultz Heinkel-sama. He is also mourning what happened to Priscilla-sama. It seems he had some sort of agreement with Priscilla-sama, and well, he was always trying his absolute hardest. Amelia don't worry, it's all right, Schultz, and indeed." As Schultz bowed and cast his gaze downward, Amelia did her best to smile. Even if just a little bit, it would be good if that could serve as some consolation or encouragement for Schultz. Then as Yudhakata, carrying the water jug atop her head, looked with wide eyes at Amelia as she healed Heinkel. "Utaka also at me then." At the calm words uttered by Yudhakata, Amelia, slightly gasped they, were just the impressions spoken by a young girl without any conjecture, and they caused Amelia to realize. She was no longer just another person mourning Priscilla's death, but she had gained the qualifications to be there for others who were also mourning Priscilla's death. And even though that was something she had wanted so desperately when considering Subaru and Rem. Amelia Priscilla, you dunderhead. The time of Amelia merely looking back on her extremely mean-spirited friend had come to an end, and to the extent that it made her body tremble from the inside, was a lonely, fleeting moment. Chapter 5. 931 hits. 1. An unusual atmosphere enveloped the rooftop of the great fortress, which stood out with noticeably strong presence within the fortified city of Garkla, where the aftereffects of the fierce battle with the great disaster lingered. The rooftop was designed to accommodate a significant number of soldiers for archery in times of emergency, but having such a large number of people, having over 100 present at once, was beyond any initial expectations. The sight of these robust men huddling together suggested that they might be subject to some kind of punishment, potentially imposing a gloomy atmosphere both inside and out. However, there was no such sense of despair. In their actual expressions, their faces carried a serious and earnest light. And beyond the gazes of the men numbering over 100, there was a vast open space. And in that space, there was a black-haired boy who spat out the blood that had collected in his mouth onto the floor with a wet sound. His face was smeared with blood from his nose, his eyelids were swollen, his head was swaying unsteadily back and forth, and his body was in such a battered state that one could tell at a glance the severity of his injuries. It was a wonder that he could even stand, but the boy put his hands on his knees, stepped hard on the ground once more, and looked up. A blow smashed squarely into his face, right across the nose, sending the boy flying backward in the most spectacular manner yet. He flew, and he rolled, ending up sprawled out on the ground. Exhausted with his arms and legs flung out, it was clear that he could not stand up due to the accumulated damage. Boy, not yet. However, what overturned that perception was none other than the boy sprawled out on the floor. Slowly sitting up and further dirtying his mouth with the fresh nosebleed that flowed out, the boy still managed to rise to his feet and exhaled deeply. And then boy HK. The boy was once again violently struck by his opponent's raised fist. 2. Subaru, this is my way of making amends, so please don't interfere. If she hadn't been told that beforehand, she would have rushed out immediately. However, she suppressed that urge, bit her lip, and respected his feelings. That was what Beatrice could do for her partner, not Suki Subaru at this moment. Subaru HK. The sound of hard impact echoed, and Subaru's face was knocked to the side, causing him to groan. He steadied his swaying body, and gritting his teeth face forward. The next punch landed on his nose, making him arch backward. Though he reeled back, Subaru not yet. With blood dripping from his nose and his eyes bloodshot, Subaru forced these words out. Hearing this, the man with a skeleton tattoo who had been punching Subaru for more than 20 blows whites contorted his fierce face and raised his fist again. And again blood splattered from Subaru's nose as he was hit, staining the rooftop of the great fortress. This had happened multiple times over the past few days, and had been going on for over an hour just a day. Beatrice Subaru. At first glance, it seemed like a duel between Subaru and Whites, but such a one-sided beating could not be called a duel. Standing there, Subaru continued to take Whites' punches heeding. And Beatrice was not the only one watching. Over 100 people had gathered around the rooftop of the great fortress. They were all members of the Pleiades battalion that Natsuki Subaru had allied with in his empire, and they were also the witnesses of this duel. Yes, this ritual where Subaru was taking such a one-sided beating was. Tanza Sparka. The dear girl Tanza muttered beside Beatrice, who was gripping the hem of her skirt. As they watched the same scene, Beatrice felt a terrible sense of irritation, looking at Tanza's profile and her emotionless dark eyes, because it felt like she was being implicitly told that Tanza understood the feelings of Subaru, who had taken on the ritual called Sparka better than Beatrice did. Because after all, Beatrice Betty doesn't understand why Subaru has to do this in fact. Subaru had voluntarily imposed his ritual of one-sided beatings on himself. Being asked to witness it as his way of making amends, Beatrice could only stand there enduring the pain in her chest, wanting to at least fulfill his wish. The death of Priscilla Bariel had become a wound for many who knew her. Those for whom the wound turned out to be shallow suffered because of the very shallowness of their wound, while conversely, those who were deeply and painfully gouged were preoccupied with tending to their bleeding and painful wounds. And sadly, Beatrice was the former, while Subaru was undoubtedly the latter. Beatrice, when starting this Sparka, Subaru said that this was to make amends. Subaru, who met the gladiators with a shrunken body due to infantilization, had lied about his true identity and deceived them by hiding his true identity, using the course of events and the calculation of gathering allies as reasons, and had dragged them into the center of this conflict. Considering the fierceness of that battle and the significant role the battalion played, without it the damage might have been greater, or the fortified city might have fallen. So Subaru's judgment and choices were correct for saving the empire. It was just that Subaru himself could not forgive it and thus sought punishment for it. Spika yelled. A small hand was placed on Beatrice's, which was gripping her skirt. When Beatrice looked, she saw that the one reaching out her hand was Spika. Peering at her with concern, her large eyes filled with sadness, she anxiously looked at Beatrice, whose hands were painfully clenched. Beatrice felt pathetic for making even Spika worry about her. Beatrice and Spika were the only ones here unrelated to the Pleiades battalion. Beatrice earnestly wished that all of Spika's concern and worry could be directed towards Subaru instead. Beatrice, I'm sorry, I suppose, Spika. Cecilis Omai stopped by because I was wondering why there were so many figures on the rooftop. And it turns out it's Boss Sparka, despite appearances. He's quite diligent, isn't he, to get beaten up every single day? Beatrice. Just as Beatrice squeezed Spika's hand back, a person with a nonchalant voice and demeanor casually put foot on a rooftop fence, showing his face at the Sparka scene. He made it seem as if it were as easy as skipping most of the staircase with a jump, but hopping up the rooftop of a near 100-meter-tall fortress was no easy feat. But then again, for the kimono-clad swordsman, for the blue lightning Cecilis Segmont, such common sense did not seem to apply. Tanza, Cecilis Ama. Balancing himself on one leg atop the fence, Cecilis made a visor with his hand as he gazed over the Sparka, and hearing Tanza's call, he gave a gentle smile. Cecilis, hello, Tanzazin. It's a somewhat fresh and odd feeling for the line of my gaze to differ from Tanzazins, like this isn't this current form of mine, is the original standard, and the child form that ID had until now was just a temporary state. But since my acquaintance with Tanza, Sam was longer in that form. So it feels quite strange now, don't you think? Tanza, indeed, even if the height of your Bodis line of sight has changed, the height of your mind's gaze remains the same. So to be quite frank, my impression of you is quite unchanged. Cecilis, haha, nice joke. Clapping his hands and smiling at Tanza's blunt response, Cecilis proceeded to shift his gaze towards Beatrice. Receiving those blue eyes, Beatrice frowned, and then Cecilis' boss partner looks to be quite discontent. Beatrice, a matter of course. In fact, there is no need for Subaru to do the sort of thing, I suppose. Cecilis, let's stop talking about whether it's necessary or not. If we were to switch over to an extreme conversation regarding the value of life, or lack thereof, it's quite possible it could become a conversation that's not the slightest bit tasteful. Even if this may not be necessary, there's a reason behind it. Even if it can't be found within yourself, it is certainly within. Boss. Beatrice. Cecilus, well, in reality, I do think he's taking it far too seriously, all this to wholeheartedly apologize and gain the forgiveness of all the members of the battalion, who he continued to deceive all the way from the Gladiator Island, that said the members of the battalion are all hot-headed gladiators. So this ended up being a suitable method. Yapping away fluently at full speed, Cecilus ultimately pointed at the worn-out Subaru. It was odious, but there was nothing incorrect in what Cecilus had pointed out, as he said Subaru making amends by being punched repeatedly by whites was atonement towards the Pleiades Battalion. The members of the Pleiades Battalion 931 Peepline total a purification via 931 punches. By undertaking that from whites who was serving as a representative of the battalion, this was the right Subaru had levied upon himself to satisfy the members of the battalion. It was Sparka. Cecilus, regardless of being split over several days, it's still 900 hits, isn't it struck that many times even I would die, though, begin with I've never even considered a situation in which I would be punched in a defenseless state. So it feels a bit like the premise would never come to fruition. How far along is he now? Tans of the total over all the days so far is 256 hits. Cecilus, I see it so far that I might faint. Hearing the total count thus far from Tans of Cecilus declared so without malice. One might want to speak out against his flippance, but doing so would result in a meaningless competition, giving up on rebutting him. Beatrice gripped Spika's hand and focused her worry on Subaru. For the duration of this, Sparka Subaru had forbidden Beatrice from using healing magic on him. Therefore, she had been heightening her mana, so that as soon as today's Sparka was over, she could rush over to him as fast as possible and heal his wounds. Cecilus, in Beatrice's stead, as she thought, so a weighty, stern voice called Cecilus' name, folding his four burly arms as the large man who wore a frightening expression as Gustav looked toward Cecilus, who was standing atop the fence and the scenery behind him. Gustav, I do not know if I have the jurisdiction to ask about this in my capacity, but what of General First Class Arakia? Cecilus, it's not really something that I need to keep a secret from you, Gustav said. The seat of the governor of the Gladiator Island will soon be entrusted to somebody else while you'll be taking up an important post in the imperial capital. Isn't that so? So that should mean you'll have the chance to meet me every once in a while, since I also generally live in the imperial capital. Well, right now the imperial capital is in that condition, so it's a bit of a problem to say whether I live there or not. But Gustav, Cecilus, Oya, how rude of me. We were talking about Anya, right? As before, she's still having difficulty maintaining the balance between her mind and body. Even at the best of times, she's taken an enormous spirit that puts her slender body on the verge of bursting. A steady heart is absolutely essential in order to exorcise that. But since the princess sister who propped her up passed away, she's been quite unmanageable. Gustav, I can only imagine a heartache and pains. However, the duty, which only you are capable of fulfilling, is tied to the survival of the Empire. Not only the hopes of me and my capacity, but the hopes of all citizens of the Empire are being placed upon you. Cecilus, were you saying Gustavson is a tad unpleasant, Gustav M.H. Cecilus, am the leading actor of this world, and no, bearing the hopes of somebody, as well as of the entire Empire, is an everyday occurrence for me. It's a matter involving Anya. I'm not going to cut corners. Cecilus was composed as he responded, but the difficulty of what he just so casually described was exemplified in a visible format. Behind Cecilus, the vast wasteland beyond the western rampart visible from the roof of the fortress. Engraved, there were vestiges of a natural disaster that had just occurred. It was evidence of Cecilus, who had come here wearing a nonchalant expression, suppressing the emission of power from Arakia to prevent her from exploding, since she had taken an extraordinary power of a great spirit enlisted among the four greats. If left unattended, the swell of power was capable of becoming a second great disaster, having said that it was difficult for those shallow of heart to remain near Arakia in her current state. Therefore, even if the Empire would search far and wide for that great duty, none but Cecilus would be capable of performing it. Cecilus, regardless of whether it desired them or not, people won't stop in their tracks. The only people allowed to come to a stop are those who are dead, and the living have no choice but to keep moving forward at their roots. Anya's hardship and the struggle of boss. Purification are the same. They may be painful to witness, but they ought to be welcomed. Beatrice, you're speaking like it's somebody else's problem, in fact. Cecilus, somebody else's problem, is quite the boorish way of putting it. It's a matter of this being boss duty. And his climax, having said that, I guess this is as far as it goes for today. Closing one eye, Cecilus muttered in response to Beatrice. At his words, Beatrice gasped in air, and as she snapped back around White's fist, simultaneously knocked Subaru down to the ground. White's ha-ha's over HK. While breathing heavily, Whites lowered the blood-stained fist that had punched Subaru. To those words, the unconscious Subaru gave no response. Exclaiming, Subaru Beatrice rushed to Subaru's side and began to activate healing magic with great haste. Once Whites made sure that, he began to turn around, but Beatrice, wait, I suppose I will treat your hand. As well, in fact, Whites ain't no need prioritize Schwartz over me, Beatrice. I cannot do that, I suppose, Spica. Hearing the call, Spica cut around in front of Whites and spread her arms open with an UU. As Whites could not push Spica out of his way, Beatrice activated healing magic. Without a moment's delay at the sensation of his wounds gradually being healed, Whites turned around and glared at her. But even if he was a man whose skeleton tattoos gave off a fiendish impression, the pain contortions of his face were of no intimidation to the great spirit Beatrice. Ooh, Tanza, how many hits is he at now? Tanza, 258 hits, Hyansama. So 673, remaining still a long way to go, huh? Beside Beatrice and the others, a lizard man inquiring to Tanza with a quavering voice was Hyan at his question. Tanza informed him the count, and the bearded Idra shook his head in gloom. Then Hyan looked over surroundings with a hey. Hyan, I mean, ain't it enough already he's taken this damn much, and we've all fully understood his feelings. Whites go off and mumble that nonsense in your sleep, lizard bastard. If I was just gonna quit halfway, then why the fuck do you think I undertook this duty? Hyan, why do you mean why? Ain't you the one who's most worn out over all this? I haven't gone that far. Extending his long tongue, Hyan's voice quavered, and a vein began to bulge out on Whites' forehead. However, as he tried to press Hyan, Tanza stopped him, saying you are undergoing treatment. Instead, Idra took a deep breath and looked toward Hyan. Idra, to be frank, I agree with your point. Certainly I was shocked by the reveal of Schwartz's identity, and I did feel somewhat deceived, but White Schwartz rescued all of us from the island. What else do you fucking need? Hyan, then nobody wants to do it. So then why Gustav, that is, because it is something called for by Natsuki. Schwartz, nay, by Natsuki Subaru himself. So long as Tanza, or the contracted spirit, do not put a stop to it, I approve of his conduct as the official. As Gustav interjected into the conversation between Idra, Whites, and Hyan, his words weighty and stern, the gladiators and the surroundings each responded with gestures and words that were close in their sense of heat. Of course, among them were likely people who were enraged and unable to forgive Subaru's conduct, but Spica, crouched down opposite Beatrice, Spica was worriedly looking at Subaru with his swollen face and languid demeanor. If one could look at the state of those girls and at the figure of Subaru pitifully throwing himself into atonement without thinking anything of it, they would not have even been able to enlist in the Pleiades battalion to begin with. Tanza, right now it is necessary for Schwartzama. He needs to prove to himself that he has not come to a standstill, even if that happens to be through pain. At Tanza's comment, a conclusion was given to the problem initially raised by Hyan, receiving that Whites clenched a fist that had been healed by Beatrice, and Whites, I'm going to continue. Even if it breaks my fist, it'll follow him for the remaining 600 punches. Cecil is wonderful, how truly wonderful. That is precisely how you're supposed to use your time in the spotlight, Whitesan. Whites. Cecilus, what's with this odd atmosphere? For a moment, everybody present widened their eyes at Cecilus' interjection. Whites, who had been especially caught off guard, stared at Cecilus, and Whites, I never would have thought that y'ad remember my name. Cecilus, it certainly is true that I'm quite forgetful, but I do at least remember the names of actors who are worth remembering. White's humph. White snorted at Cecilus as the latter shrugged his shoulders and then once again looked down at the fallen Subaru. He looked at the face that, while likely overlapping with the impression of the young Subaru seared into his memories, would still take some time to clearly fully merge together. And then, Whites, I leave the rest of you. With those words, Whites departed from the rooftop with large strides. Following him, the other men, as well as Idra, who was dragging the reluctant Hyan along with him, also exited from the rooftop. Finally, Gustav nodded at Beatrice and the rest, who still remained there, and Gustav, in my capacity, I shall also be on my way, Natsuki Subaru. As expected, the name Schwartz feels more fitting. I entrust him to you. Beatrice, that goes without saying. In fact, only you ought to remember, I suppose. Gustav, and what might that be? Beatrice, if Subaru is Schwartz to you, then he won't be upset if you keep calling him that. In fact, there is no need for the special nickname between you all to be lost out of unnecessary concern, I suppose. Gustav, you have my thanks. Giving a deep nod, Gustav slowly departed. With that, the gladiators who had been ascertaining the Sparkas simultaneously took their leave, and Beatrice breathed a sigh upon the rooftop that had instantly become deserted, then glancing up at the kimono-clad girl to her side. Beatrice, it's fine for you to also go along with that bunch, in fact. Tanza, even without your concern, I am quite fine, as is unlike everybody else. It is no strange matter for me to remain here. Beatrice, you also have the worry regarding your master. I suppose she is also suffering, in fact. Tanza, that comment was not made in the vein of sarcasm or harassment, But for a moment, Beatrice regretted that it ultimately ended up coming across that way. The comment had caused Tanza's cheeks to slightly stiffen. Her master Yorna, Miss Higger, was one of the people who had sustained a grave wound at the death of Priscilla through an absurd binding on her soul. Among many reincarnations, a past version of herself had been the mother of the deceased Priscilla. In other words, a parent-child duo of Yorna and Priscilla had each experienced complex bereavement. Tanza, thank you for your concern, Beatriceisma. However, your Nasima is fine on her own, that is. Beatrice. Tanza, that is what she said so. As Tanza cast her eyes down, Beatrice realized that she had misjudged her. Tanza was not satisfied with Yorna's words. Even so, just like how Beatrice had decided to watch over Subaru's act of making amends, she had decided to respect Yorna's wishes. It would have been difficult for outsiders to surmise Yorna's emotions while insisting that she would be all right by herself. However, Beatrice felt like she understood at least a part of it. Though different from reincarnation, amidst a long time Beatrice had lived, she had seen many lives pass on before Subaru had taken her out of the forbidden library. It was something she had come to instinctively avoid. Because of that, Beatrice had responded with a very insincere attitude to those who had attempted to face her, something that she had now regretted, unlike Beatrice, who never learned from that Yorna might have come to know and learn that through her own experiences. Even so, Subaru ugh Spica UAU. Subaru SPICA Suddenly, Subaru's eyelids quivered and his black eyes slowly opened. Spica's eyes lit up when she saw this and pounced on him, causing Subaru to blink several times in response. Seeing this, Beatrice sighed, noting that his memories before he fainted seemed to be missing. Beatrice, those guys aren't here anymore. I suppose I'm in the middle of casting healing magic, in fact. Subaru, all right, I see ya. I'm so sorry, my bad, Biko. I always end up making you worry. I really am useless without you. Finally understanding Beatrice's explanation, Subaru slapped his face with both hands. As the sound echoed, Subaru sprang up to his feet. However, his momentum caused him to nearly stumble forward. Spica U. Subaru, sorry Spica, thanks for being a witness. You did a good job of not rushing in. I thought you would punch whites without thinking. Now that I think about it, it was quite a tightrope walk. Spica, Subaru, the real danger was Tanza. Now that you mention it, that's true. Tanza cares a lot about me. From that perspective, whites could have been in real trouble. As he spoke, Subaru took Spica's hand, who had supported him when he nearly fell, and began to dance with her on the spot. Although the swelling on his face had considerably reduced thanks to the healing magic, his lips were still cut, and his slightly swollen eyes were still a concern for Beatrice, who would have liked to continue treating him a little longer. Tanza, my honor is at stake, so please do not make such arbitrary comments, Natsuki Subaruzuma. With a sigh, Tanza prodded Subaru, who was dancing with Spica. Subaru made a sour face and replied, Subaru, having your words become thornier since I returned to my original size, and it actually stings quite a bit when you call me something other than Schwartzama, so please stop. Tanza, I apologize. Natsuki Subaruzuma. Natsuki Subaruzuma is a guest in the kingdom, so I cannot afford to be disrespectful. Natsuki Subaruzuma. Subaru Tanza. Subaru, holding Spica, looked saddened by Tanza's distant response. Beatrice found it hard to watch his overly cheerful demeanor, which was meant to hide his true feelings. Subaru sought to make amends to the Pleiades battalion and acted cheerfully in front of Beatrice and his close companions. It was likely all to avoid worrying those around him, but Beatrice, it might be counterproductive, I suppose. Trying to be cheerful when he wanted to cry and making everyone laugh when he was hurting. Beatrice loved that aspect of Subaru, but only when his sadness and pain didn't exceed his tolerance. No one should bottle up their need to cry, or their pain, like this Subaru Biko. Why the cute face? Beatrice Betty is always cute. In fact, more importantly, since the treatment is still ongoing, why don't you sit still, I suppose? Subaru, I do like to say, I don't want to trouble you, but I need to be in tip-top shape, and I haven't even climbed half the mountain yet. All right, bring it on. Nodding, Subaru sat down cross-legged with Spica on his lap, his face full of determination. Beatrice resumed her healing magic on Subaru, glancing at Tanza, who only shook her head silently. She, too, was unsure what to say to Subaru then. Cecilis, boss, can I have a moment? Cecilis, who had been watching the proceedings, called out to Subaru, without any regard for the tension among those concerned about him. Hearing him, Subaru looked up at Cecilis perched on the fence. Subaru, oh, if it isn't big, Cece, you've seriously just grown bigger, without looking awkward at all. Cecilis, I could say the same for you, boss, but your growth has only made your fierce eyes look more prominent. It was cute when you were looking young, but now it's simply a deadly weapon. Subaru, you say whatever you want, you're alone, she's not with you. Cecilis, if you mean Anya, she's lying in a crater. Thanks to the stone's power, she became incredibly tough. So I had to suppress her 100 times, or so. She won't be getting up anytime soon. But more importantly, As he spoke, Cecilus jumped off the fence and landed in front of Subaru, greeting him. Subaru and Spica tilted their heads at the same angle. Seeing their reactions, Cecilus grinned. Cecilus, you're heading back to the kingdom soon. Right before that, how about showing us a good punch to His Excellency's face? 3. So I took Boss to see His Excellency. Boss was so excited about wanting to beat up His Excellency all the way back at Gladiator Island, so I wanted to be present to witness it. Be gone at once. Cecilus raised his hand and smiled as he entered, but Vincent, busy with his affairs, dismissed him while looking down at his paperwork. It was a natural response to the busy emperor, but Cecilus, perhaps the most stubborn man in the empire, would not back down regardless. He pouted his lips in dissatisfaction, but proudly sitting behind on the emperor's desk while he was working. Cecilus, don't you think you're working too much? Of course, I understand that the work of military officers is to be done in emergencies, whereas the work of civilian officers is to be done in emergencies and non-emergencies alike with no breaks. Vincent, so you intend to persuade me if I were to take you up on your sweet talk? What would you expect me to do as I excuse myself from my work? Cecilus, please let Boss beat you up. Vincent, be gone at once. Cecilus, boo, His Excellency is a workaholic. Don't you think so, most honorable Empress Consort? Medium me. At Vincent's curt answer, Cecilus, leaning back on the desk, called for reinforcements. The one who responded to his call was Medium, who was playing with Spica on the office's couch. She brushed Spica's long blonde hair as she groaned, MMM. Medium, I also think that Abel Chin is working too much, but I know that the work he's doing is important, so I can't say much. Also, I don't want to see Abel Chin and Subaru Chin fighting. Cecilus, it wouldn't be a fight so much as a one-sided beating of His Excellency. Isn't that Sparka, in a sense? Vincent, remove your rear at once. Cecilus clenched his fist, his excitement brimming over. Vincent closed one eye, sighing, as he tried to pull out the papers that were lying under Cecilus' bottom, then turning his black eyes towards the entrance of the room. Vincent, you, how long do you intend to stand there? You are an eyesore. Gay, that's well. Medium, Subaru Chin, bring Beatrice John and come sit in front of me. Subaru, invited by Vincent's cold voice and Medium's contrasting warm voice, awkwardly sat down on a couch in front of Medium in the middle of the room. Beatrice, holding Subaru's hand, sat down with him, and Medium gently placed a cup of tea on the table. Medium, here you go, coarse tea. Vincent, while it is temporary, this still is my office. You serving coarse tea to the emperor. Medium, big bro taught me that it's all about courtesy. I don't know anything about etiquette myself, so I'm just trying my best to be polite. Saying this, Medium poured another cup of tea for Vincent, who had one on his desk. As well, Vincent did not particularly complain about the rising steam, and Beatrice was able to confirm by her own taste that there was nothing wrong with the tea she had brewed. Next to Beatrice, Subaru frowned as he began. Subaru, man, how should I put it? Abel and Medium Sen are really going to be a married couple. Medium, eek. Subaru, what was that squeal just now? Medium, among him, still a little embarrassed by how that sounds. Medium's face flushed, and she gave a small whine, but Beatrice could see that although she was confused about the situation she found herself in, she did not reject it wholeheartedly. In all honesty, Beatrice was not very familiar with Vincent's personality. However, since Subaru had been lambasting him so often, paradoxically, he was likely someone like Otto or Julius, both of whom had many commendable aspects. Beatrice, otherwise, I wouldn't feel comfortable leaving Medium in your care, in fact. Subaru, that's true. Flops and being tempted by money and status is so unlike him. Cecilus, oh dear, they're really dissing you, Your Excellency. Sounds like Boss is saying there's nothing good about you besides your position, honor, and wealth as the Emperor of Wallachia. Vincent, are you all trying to anger me and stop my work, thereby destroying the empire? If so, it must be said that their efforts were succeeding. With so many interruptions and physical hindrances to his paperwork, Vincent had no choice but to halt progress on his tasks. Then, giving up on retrieving the documents from under Cecil's rear, and Vincent instead fixed his dark eyes sharply on Subaru. Vincent, I have heard of your repeated eccentric behavior with the escaped prisoners from the Gladiator Island under the pretext of making amends. Subaru, I thought you'd say it was pointless, but calling them escaped prisoners doesn't sit right with me. All of them are. Vincent, they were sent to Jinhai for a reason. They are considered escaped prisoners, and rightfully, so they took advantage of the Empire's chaos breakout and wield their military power to wreak havoc. Subaru, so what do you plan to do with them? Subaru stiffened his cheeks at Vincent's threatening words and glared back at him for a moment. A sharp tension filled the space between them. However, Medium cut through their stares with a hand chop, telling them to stop. Medium, Abel Chin, if you say something mean like that, Subaru Chin will misunderstand. Vincent, the escaped prisoners from the island shall be granted amnesty for their hard work regarding this incident. This was also petitioned by Gustav Morello, governor of the Gladiator Island. prompted by medium Vincent, quietly announced the fate of the Pleiades battalion. The sudden crisis of the battalion, initially brought up by Vincent, was directly handled by the latter, leading to intense emotional fluctuations. Subaru, trembling with anger, glared at Vincent. "Subaru, you sure enjoy toying with people over already resolved issues." "Cecilus, I feel you deeply. His Excellency has that tendency now that I think about it. Chisha also used to do such mean things often. Is this just something that intelligent people commonly do?" Beatrice, speaking of resolved issues, you spoke of getting back at the Emperor Cecilus, but Subaru has already handled that on his own a while ago, I suppose. Cecilus, what? Cecilus' voice cracked and Beatrice stuck out her tongue in response. It felt refreshing to finally break his arrogant pace. However, Cecilus then pondered. Cecilus will have to hear the details later to soothe my shock at missing such an interesting event. But now I'm curious, if that's the case, why did you let me bring you to His Excellency, boss? You could have just brushed me off like Tanzan did, so why? Subaru, well. In response to Cecilus' question, Subaru hesitated to answer, glancing at Vincent. Even without seeing his reaction, Beatrice could tell what Subaru was thinking. Over the past few days, Subaru had been actively interacting with Beatrice and the Pleiades battalion, but there were a few people he could not bring himself to face. Vincent, Yorna, and the members of Priscilla's camp. Given Subaru's excessive sense of responsibility, it was only natural that he would feel this way about them. However, Subaru did not think it was acceptable to leave things as they were. Therefore, it was convenient for him to be brought here by Cecilus under the pretense of being forced to. Because this way, Vincent, you've finally shown yourself before me, Subaru Abel. Subaru's dilemma, his hesitation, and his various emotions. They were apparently all too clear to Vincent Valakia, known as the wise Emperor. Subaru was certainly overwhelmed by his sharp gaze. However, funneling strength into the hand he had linked with Beatrice's, Subaru resolved himself to clash directly against that pressure and open his mouth. Subahu Ablimzor. Vincent, a moment ago you had chastised me over bringing up a resolved issue. Subaru, Vincent, but if you would ask me, it is you who continues to touch upon resolved issues. After having the wind knocked out of his sails, Subaru blinked upon being told thus. For a moment he struggled to comprehend the meaning behind those words. However, the instant he understood them, Subaru's expression underwent a sudden upheaval. It became a jumble of anger and sorrow. To be precise, it was fury. Subaru, a resolved issue. What the hell do you think you're saying? Vincent, currently that is the bulk of the problem that weighs upon you, if such is the case for your atonement towards the gladiators, and the same applies to your attitude concerning myself, and Yorna, Miss Higger more than anything. Subaru, stop. As Vincent attempted to continue, Subaru stood up from the sofa and tried to fiercely approach him to make him cease his words. But in front of Subaru, as he tried to do so, a third party intervened. It was Cecilus. Having removed his buttocks from the desk, he stepped in front of Subaru as the latter tried to approach the Valakian emperor and hindered his advance. Subaru, don't get in my way, Cece. Didn't you want to see me punch Abel? Cecilus, indeed, yes, that's right. But that was a matter of wanting to see a spark between boss and His Excellency. Am not interested in seeing a dull, impulsive match. Subaru, HK. Both had returned to their original heights, and they confronted each other in positions that were no longer that of children. But in this standoff between Subaru and Cecilus, Beatrice did not experience her usual feeling of wanting to take Subaru's side. Rather, she supported Cecilusno. She supported Vincent, who met Subaru heating with words that he needed to hear. His phrasing was nothing but harsh, and even though there were plenty of other ways to put it deliberately, choosing words that went along with blood and pain was loathsome. But Vincent Priscilla's death is already a matter of the past. Subaru Abel. At that assertion, Subaru's voice became potent with rage, and he glared at Vincent, but receiving the gaze from beyond Cecilus, Vincent made not even the slightest of movements. The ones to stiffen their expressions at Subaru's pitifulness were those of the female faction, Beatrice, Spica, and Medium. Subaru, Priscilla she was your sister, wasn't she? And yet you're. Vincent, indeed, she was my sister, clever and impudent since our younger years. She ultimately lost her life without ever having remedied those aspects of her personality. Just like with Chisha, Priscilla's loss has certainly borne around within myself. I shan't hide it. Slowly shaking his head, Vincent placed his hand over his chest as he spilled those words. Thereupon, behind his pride as emperor, it was clear that Vincent had concealed his own worry towards his sister and anguish regarding her passing. Subaru lamented the fact that he had yielded such things within Vincent, and that was exactly why he had not shown his face until now, not knowing what he ought to say. However, Vincent, this is something that belongs to me. There is no room for your involvement. Subaru, Vincent, there are the things between me and Priscilla. Do you seek the right to place your fingers upon even that? Subaru, no, that's wrong, that isn't the case, it isn't the case, but... At Vincent's eloquence, Subaru's anger was doused as if with water, and unable to find the right words to say, his gaze began to wander. As Subaru did so, Vincent still did not halt his speech. Likely that was a questioning that could not have taken form without the time cultivated between Subaru and Vincent within the Empire, unbeknownst to Beatrice and the others. Vincent quietly continued with the following that was, Vincent Natsuki, Subaru, in the end, what words did Priscilla speak to you? Subaru, Vincent, if they were words of malediction, then I shall undertake that which was left within you, however, if that is not, so then they are the fruits of the relationship between you and Priscilla. Subaru, Vincent, take the parting gift bestowed onto you by my sister, and make it into your very flesh and blood. That is the resolution to the issue. What words ought he to say? What ought he do to atone? Such various questions and misgivings, the impatience of being unable to remain at a standstill, and the self-punishing thoughts of needing to suffer were the foundation of Subaru's actions over these past few days. And Vincent declared that the very genesis of that foundation was conflicting. Subaru, Priscilla, said Vincent, she said. Subaru, she said that I was a true knight. Vincent, in that case, that is the entirety of what Priscilla has bestowed upon you. It was a great service, not Suki. Subaru. Subaru. At that phrase, Subaru's expression crumbled. The expression, dominated by indignation and sorrow, was washed away, and sprouting out from behind were emotions of vigor akin to water ceaselessly overflowing from a boiling pot. Emotions that he had deliberately not been facing ever since the morning when he witnessed Priscilla's death. Beatrice, Subaru. Subau Beatrice Imim. Beatrice is all right, in fact, Betty fully Betty, and Amelia, and everybody else fully understand, I suppose. Nestling close to Subaru's side as he stood stock, still Beatrice grabbed him by the hand and nodded at Beatrice's words. Subaru could not bear the overflowing tears as his face contorted. And then at last, for the first time since that morning, Beatrice was confident that her voice had finally reached Subaru. Beatrice, I'm sorry, in fact. Suddenly, immediately after witnessing Subaru fall to his knees, the kneeling Subaru embraced Beatrice in the front. At the frail strength of that clinging embrace, Beatrice gently hugged Subaru in return. Cecilus, now it may be different than punching His Excellency, but with this I got to see a fine climax. Beatrice, some things are better left unsaid, I suppose. Cecilus, apologies. After speaking that unnecessary comment, Cecilus made a gesture of shutting his mouth with his finger and winked in the back. Medium, who was hugging Spica, was moved by Subaru's tears and also began to cry. Then as Subaru buried his face into Beatrice's chest as he sobbed, he was unable to see something that Beatrice witnessed. Vincent, the figure of the Valachian emperor, who had caused Subaru to collapse, wearing a slightly pleased look on his face. Beatrice, who had only been acquainted with him for a short, while also understood this was a face that Vincent Valachian, known as a wise emperor, seldom showed to anybody. Esteeming the person who shed tears in his stead during his dearest sister's final moments, such was the kind of expression it was. Chapter 6. Departure. 1. With those blue eyes they came to witness numerous choices. Born from an empty, barren space, that ego was drawn towards a splendid light, basking in that warmth that slowly began to outline the shape of its own form. Initially pushed aside, an innate tenderness prevented them from staying away, and gradually their presence came to be tolerated. Before long, rather than being merely tolerated, a hand was proactively extended to them, now recognized as a new being they were bestowed with new name. Rejection and compromise, conflict and acceptance, trust and reliance, and permission and forgiveness. He came to make numerous choices. Countless choices, innumerable choices, limitless choices. Each were a product of his own very will, and sometimes from up close, sometimes from far away, sometimes transcending all physical and spiritual distances, they bore witness to it all. Not all of those choices, however, led him to the place of his longing. Even then, he did everything in his power in order to continue choosing. With nothing and no one to rely on, they looked at that figure as their example. Even if the culmination of their strenuous efforts were to lead them to a sorrowful outcome, they would continue moving forward. What was so strange about admiring that likeness and way of being? They too must make their own choices. His rejection and compromise, his conflict and acceptance, his trust and reliance, as well as his permission and forgiveness. As someone fortunate enough to have experienced those things, they wanted to walk the same path. Be it errors or grave mistakes, his body had committed far too many of them. Not to mask, cover, forget, or overlook these everlasting scars, but to ensure that they would remember them, not for the purpose of being right, but trusting in that desire to be righteous the very same way he chose his path, in order to ensure that his Natsuki Subaru's decision to choose them might not become a mistake. Never did I expect you to be the one who had requested a conversation with me. Not a physical, but an emotional strain was required to push that door open. On the other side, a man with raven black hair sat at an imposing desk, sifting through a large stack of papers, and spoke those words. With those sharp black eyes, he too had made many choices, and it was by choosing the one path he could amongst many that he now held his current position. All of it was a result of the man's own choices, and thus, black-haired man, as you can see, I am busy. That medium O'Connell spoke on your behalf, which is why I have taken some time, but I cannot spare much more. If there is something you desire, I shall provide it, if it is commensurate with your efforts, however. Cutting off his words, there the man looked up from the stack of papers towards the many thoughts, and ideas ran through the pitch-black eyes of the wise monarch. And so, fixedly staring through the one who stood at the door, he opened his thin lips and, black-haired man, I have no words to offer regarding his current state. I cannot make any effort to visit him, nor should I, that is, unless it is what you wish for. Being asked that, they shook their head. There was something they wanted to ask of the man in front of them, but it did not concern the one he spoke of directly. There was most likely nothing they could do for him at that moment. The same one for the others around him. Therefore, their reason for having come here lay somewhere else. Certainly he would have chosen to stand up once again. That they came here was in preparation for when he would stand up again, so that when he chose to rise up, they too would be in a position to make a proper choice. Black-haired man, then what is it that you desire? Being stared at by the man's black eyes, they met that gaze with their own blue eyes and paused for a moment. Most likely within this vast empire, those who witnessed the most of his choices were their own blue eyes, that kind girl's pale blue eyes and the black eyes of the man before them. Hence they spoke to him who understood the way to choice and you. Thus that life born from an empty ego set forth to make a choice of her own. 2. On the day that Subaru and the rest of the Amelia camp were to depart from the Valachian Empire, it had been raining since the morning in Wallachia, which usually had endlessly long stretches of sunny days. Subaru, really I hate the Wallachian Empire. Seeing the climate of the empire, which could not even send them off in high spirits, Subaru's lips spilled that out, unable to grow accustomed to this country from start to end. But then again, though he hated the Wallachian Empire, the people he had encountered in this country had not been so bad. Rather, that could have been called the worst aspect of the time he had spent in this country. But, husbandkin, I truly am indebted to you. Please be well in the kingdom, too. Subaru, were you saying Flopson and the one who's indebted to you, and even now that debt continues to increase, I haven't even done a single thing to return the favor. Flop, ha, you mustn't say such foolish things. Just how much fortune do you think my sister and I shared thanks to things you did for us husbandkin both medium, and I have found spouses? It's a matter of great celebration. Saying that, Flop firmly struck his own slim chest. While Subaru was busy losing heart, Flop had displayed his manliness by magnificently succeeding in courting Tarita. So Subaru found himself feeling a mix of surprise and respect. Since Tarita, who originally was only attracted to good looks like her older sister Mazelda, seemed to have been charmed by Flop's humanity, Subaru was glad to hear that everything came together quite well. Towards both Flop and Tarita, Subaru was naught but thankful. Flop, husband, can you have my gratitude? Subaru. Even so, being embraced by Flop in the front, Subaru's breath was taken away as Subaru unconsciously tensed his body. Flop spoke in his usual tonino, in a voice filled with more emotion than usual. Flop, that day when you appeared before me in medium carrying wifes and as she was seated, I thought it was an unbelievably fateful encounter, and it appears I wasn't mistaken. Under a distant sky, they'll be wishing happiness upon you and the people who are precious to you. Subaru, Flop, if you ever come to the Empire again, I want you to contact me. Whenever, conversely, if I ever happen to go to the kingdom, it'll definitely be counting on you. I'd absolutely love to get your help. After letting go of Subaru's body, Flop, O'Connell smiled, as he always did, radiating as brightly as the rays of the midday sun. From their very first encounter to this farewell, his presence, which had not once lost its cheerfulness, caused Subaru's heart to tremble greatly. In the Wallachian Empire, the first person he had met was a veiled emperor, followed by the people of Shudrak, who continued to fight alongside them across the whole journey. However, the people that Natsuki Subaru had been most blessed to encounter within the Wallachian Empire were undoubtedly the O'Connell siblings, Flop and Medium. He now truly felt that once again very, very strongly. Subaru, I am thankful to you as well, Flops, and I love you. Including his highest tier of gratitude within the Wallachian Empire, Subaru responded with a smile. 3. I think you should stop saying I love you to everyone so lightly. It makes everything you say seem frivolous. Subaru, no, I don't say it to just anyone, only to those I truly love. Is that so? To Amelia, San, and Beatrice John, too. Subaru, I tell Biko morning, noon, and night, but it's a little harder to say to Amelia than, but I might have said it to Nisama. Ha! Subaru, sorry that was in the heat of the moment, but I meant it with her light blue eyes glaring sharply at him. Subaru shrank back, apologizing profusely. Despite having just shared a tearful farewell with Flop, the sudden shift was jarring nonetheless. Subaru managed to keep his eyes dry even after the emotional goodbye to his friend. Subaru, a man can't cry. That easily a man can only cry in front of others 3 times in his life. Is that so? Subaru, yeah, that's right. Shouldn't you be asking what those 3 times are? Your expression seemed like you were begging to be asked, which was unpleasant. Subaru, isn't that a bit too harsh? Subaru raised his voice in protest at the extreme statement, prompting Rem to sigh. Yet despite this casual banter with Rem, Subaru felt a sense of relief. For the past few days, the tension between Subaru, Rem, and their companions had been palpable, largely due to Subaru's issues he had. Probably most likely undoubtedly caused him considerable worry, so he was determined to change his attitude and make amends through his actions moving forward. Subaru, how about you, Rem? Did you have a proper conversation with Katayasan? Rem, I can't say it went perfectly, but yes, she said she'll send letters. I'd like to send one as well, but I'm not sure what to write. Subaru, it's a letter to a friend, right? I guess maybe something along the lines of updating each other on your current situations, asking how you're doing, and stuff like that, but I've never exchanged letters with friends myself, so am not sure. Rem, would something so trivial be okay? Subaru, I think so, yeah. Subaru answered Rem's uncertainty, brazenly imagining Katia's thoughts. She was Todd's fiancée, and as someone who had witnessed his final moments, Subaru had not had the chance to properly sit down and talk with Katia. Even so, Katia had stayed with Rem after her kidnapping and became her friend, and for that Subaru felt nothing but gratitude and goodwill toward her. Subaru believed that what Katia expected from her correspondence with Rem was not for some exciting dramatic stories to be shared. Subaru, what's important is the proof that you're connected, that you care about each other. I think what's crucial is conveying that even if you're not within arm's reach, you still have a place in the corner of each other's minds. Rem. Subaru, did that sound weird or creepy? Rem, no, for once I actually agree with you. Rem slowly shook her head in response to Subaru's hesitant question. Then with a soft smile, she continued. Rem, as you said, it's not something to be anxious about. If I were in Katayasan's position, I wouldn't expect anything special from her letters. Just knowing that her letter reached me would be enough. Subaru, exactly. Rem's reply and nod made Subaru smile back at her and give her a thumbs up. Although Rem ignored that gesture, she walked beside Subaru without any sign of discomfort. Considering how their new relationship in the Empire had started, this dramatic change was nothing short of miraculous. Subaru. And so, having said their respective goodbyes, Subaru and Rem walked side by side toward their destination. There, too, someone awaited with whom they had exchanged farewells. The one with whom Subaru and Rem both needed to talk was Subaru Spica. Spica? Ay. Spica turned around to call, her face lighting up as she saw them, her golden hair tied up behind her head to look like a tail swayed as she fiercely sprinted towards Subaru and Rem. Subaru spread his arms wide to catch her, ready to embrace her. Rem, whoa. Subaru, how you went to her? Next to Subaru, who had struck out, Rem caught Spica as she leapt into her arms. Spica cooed, rubbing her cheek against Rem. At first, Rem was surprised, but she then smiled warmly, stroking Spica's head in response to the affectionate gesture. Watching the two, Subaru sighed and clasped his hands behind his head. Subaru, you're still clinging to Rem, huh? If I did the same thing, I'm sure I'd get a really nasty look from Rem. Rem, why are you suddenly stating the obvious? Subaru, see, this is what I'm talking about. Spica, help me out here. Spica, you. Subaru, see, even Spica is giving me that look. Wait, is she angry at me? Spica, are you siding with Rem? I'm all alone here. Still clinging to Rem's waist, Spica glared sharply at Subaru. Seeing this, Subaru slumped his shoulders, and Rem was astonished, wondering what he was doing. Subaru could not help but scratch his head and feel oddly reassured by the interaction between Rem and Spica. Subaru, thinking back, the tumultuous days in the Valachian Empire had begun with Subaru, Rem, and Spica. Up to this point, they had walked alongside one another with a rock-paper-scissors-like power balance, where Subaru was weak to Rem was weak to Spica, and Spica was weak to Subaru. The relationship between the three of them had changed shape before they knew it, and today would mark yet another change. After all, Subaru, you don't want to be separated from Rem. Why don't you forget about staying in the Empire and come back to the kingdom with us? Spica, you. Subaru, oh, so you finally come around. Yeah, I agree, the Empire sucks. Rem, she's shaking her head. Please don't try to twist Spicacan's will. Rem glared at Subaru with narrowed eyes, making him stiffen his cheeks and go silent. Spica, resting her back against Rem, nodded vigorously with a serious look on her face. Her expression made it clear that she had no intention of changing her mind. It was a decision that Subaru found incredibly difficult to accept. Spica had decided to stay in the Valachian Empire. She would part ways with Subaru and the others returning to the kingdom, remaining in the Empire to fulfill a certain duty. This was a plan that Spica had discussed with those around her and ultimately chose as her path moving forward during the time when Subaru had been engrossed in the Pleiades Battalion Sparka. Subaru, you want to stay in Wallachia and send all the undead revived by the great disaster back to Odilagna to start eating. The idea itself is something I want to support, really. Countless undead had been resurrected by the witch Sphinx and utilized as the spearhead of the great disaster. Even after the great disaster had ended, those who had not been destroyed had fled and still remained within the Empire. Spica had decided that it was her duty to completely devour every last one of those undead. However, Subaru, unlike before, the undead can't revive infinitely anymore. Even without Star eating, defeating them should be enough to get rid of them. You don't have to do this, Spica. Speak out the Subaru, then the souls used to resurrect the dead won't return to where they belong. You say, well, I suppose you intuitively understand that better than I do, but are you sure about this? Spica, Subaru tried to persuade her, but Spica firmly nodded her face, showing her unshakable resolve. They had gone through this exchange nearly 10 times already with Subaru, trying every possible approach to change Spica's mind, but he had yet to achieve the result he desired. What frustrated Subaru was that Abel, who had been consulted about Spica's decision, took advantage of the fact that Subaru had his hands full with Sparka and had managed to completely convince her. Of course, even if Subaru had been consulted during his narrow-minded state, he doubted he could have engaged in a positive and constructive discussion for Spica's sake. But still, Subaru, I can't stand it. I can't stand how he always gets everything to go his way behind the scenes. Rem, I don't think it's fair to make it sound like everything is Abel Sand's fault. This is Spica-Can's decision, and she first consulted Medium San about it. Subaru, I know, but still it's hard not to feel frustrated. Rem slowly shook her head at Subaru, who could only speak from an emotional standpoint. However, Rem's expression also could not hide the loneliness she felt, as she too, just like Subaru, had been one of those deeply involved in discussing Spica's future with her. It might have sounded presumptuous to say this, but Spica had become a significant part of the current Rem, whose memories had not yet returned. In truth, separating from Spica was likely much harder for her than for him. And yet, Rem, why is it okay for you and me to act on our own thoughts and desires, but not for Spica-Can? She's been worrying about us all this time. Subaru, Rem, gently stroking Spica's head. Rem showed respect for the girl's significant decision. Unlike Subaru, who could not accept it, she had already made up her mind to see Spica off properly. He admired her resolve, and he understood Rem's point of view, of course. Subaru, but it's still painful. Even if he was told he was a poor sport, a sore loser, overprotective, meddlesome, or creepy, it would not change the fact that it hurt. Spica's decision was undeniably impressive, but if Subaru were to be honest, while he wanted the souls of the dead used in the great disaster to find peace, he was more concerned about not wanting Spica to do something dangerous. In his currently heartbroken state of mind, Subaru wished he could put all his loved ones in a box and carry them with him everywhere. Subaru, but neither Spica nor Rem would fit in my box, Rem. Why are you talking about boxes all of a sudden? Subaru, boxes don't matter. What's important right now is Spica, not some boxes, right? Rem, but you're the one who talked about boxes. Abel-san is taking this matter seriously too. That's why he's going to assign the 2 strongest people in this country to accompany Spica-Can. Subaru, but Cece is just strong and nothing else. Hell, have a bad influence on Spica's education. Subaru loudly insisted that Rem's rebuttal was not a valid one. When Spica had decided to embark on a journey to hunt down the undead, Abel had suggested that she be accompanied by Cecilis, Segmont, and Erikia. Certainly having such powerful companions would alleviate any concerns about Spica's safety in situations where combat power would be needed. Subaru, but that's all the demerits of their personalities outweigh their strengths, and feels like Abel just pawned off a problem onto Spica. Rem, you're overthinking it. Erikia's, the spirit she absorbed was the source of the power to resurrect the dead, according to Abelson, that gave her the ability to sense where the fleeing undead are hiding. Subaru, I have trauma from Erikia too. She got me so many times with her water Cece, who seems like he can communicate, but actually can't, and Erikia, who looks like she can communicate, and really can't now. I'm really starting to get anxious. Spica, I can't let you become a beast tamer. Subaru's words were abruptly cut off. It was because Spica, who had separated from Rem, suddenly jumped into Subaru's chest. Caught off guard, Subaru reflexively caught her light body, and as he looked down, he saw Spica gazing up at him. And then Spica, you. With that single word and Spica's smile, Subaru found himself unable to continue speaking. Subaru, Abel, that fucking bastard. He went and talked things over with Spica. While I was busy, he really is a sneaky, dirty scumbag. Rem, that's going too far. Let's just say he's underhanded, cunning, and has some flaws in his personality. Subaru, hey, isn't it pretty much what I just said? Rem, it's not like I want to be separated from Spicakin. Either Subaru complained in a weak, rasping voice filled with resentment, and Rem, hiding the tremble in her own voice, responded. Realizing that Rem's feelings of loneliness were being transmitted to him, Subaru swallowed his own weakness. Then he pulled Spica closer in his arms and hugging her tightly. Subaru, listen, don't rely on Abel or Cece. If you run into trouble, turn to Medium Sen and Flopson. Let them help you write letters too. Spica, you. Subaru, it's important to have a purpose and a goal, but don't push yourself too hard. Take it slow at your own pace. Rushing and doing something reckless is the most dangerous thing. That's my golden rule. Spica, you. Subaru, there's no strict deadline or fixed date for this, so neither you nor I can say exactly when, but even so, it'll be waiting. Spica, you. Subaru, you've decided how to use your power properly. I'm proud of you, Spica. I have to learn from you, too. He truly, sincerely thought so. Spica had chosen to use the terrifying authority of gluttony correctly according to her own. While using that power, she would help heal the deep wounds inflicted upon the Empire. This was Spica's way of breaking away from her abhorrent past from Louis Arneb. Spica, you. Subaru was not sure if his heartfelt admiration had reached her, but Spica quickly spun around, slipped out of Subaru's arms, and grabbing his hand, started pulling him along, dragged by her momentum. Subaru was forced to walk. As she pulled Subaru along, Spica extended her free hand to Rem. Spica, EU. Rem, yes, Spicakin. Called with a smile, Rem took Spica's outstretched hand. With Spica in the middle holding both Subaru and Rem's hands, the three of them started walking together. Despite all the time they had spent together, they had never walked like this before, side by side. Honestly, Subaru had not thought such a thing would ever be possible. But on this last day in the Empire, they were doing it. Spica, you. In high spirits, Spica swayed her body as she leaned on Subaru and Rem's hands. Over Spica's head, the gazes of Subaru and Rem met. And then out of nowhere, they both burst into laughter. Subaru pfft. Rem hee. Spica, the three of them, including Spica, laughed as they walked toward the meeting place. This was the end of their story in the Wallachia Empire, that the three of them had started together. For the girl in question shall part with the troublesome title of St. Archbishop. It ought to be an adequate weight off your shoulders, too. Subaru, you. As Subaru patted the neck of Patrash, who had been loading the dragon carriage with the luggage, of which there was far too little when considering the number of events that had happened since laboriously rushing all the way to the Empire, His Excellency, the Wallachian Emperor, declared so with a self-important expression. After taking the trouble to come out and bid him farewell, the undiminished snideness in his attitude was awe-inspiring. Subaru, I'm begging you now, don't immediately get decapitated by a rebellion, and let the government change. I'm tired of running about everywhere in order to save your ass. Vincent, fool, your efforts are no longer required. You had better return to the kingdom at once. Subaru, this bastard. Vincent, there ought to be a duty you ought to fulfill, and that you absolutely must not err. Subaru. It was a snide remark that Abel spoke as naturally as he breathed, but his words were also pregnant with nuance that was not so terribly meager. He was a bit worried about whether an emperor who required such difficult to understand subtleties to be picked up on would be able to manage the empire properly from here on out or not. But, Subaru, well, I guess you'll be fine if you have Medium Sand and the others. Having heard the prophecy of the forthcoming great disaster, and the would-be lost Emperor Abel had devoted his official and personal days to that purpose, without sparing time for personal affairs. That warning had come undone, and from here on Abel would spend his days as Vincent of Wallachia, who for the first time would be acting as an emperor who was not tied down by anything, no longer spending his time preparing for the great disaster. At the outset, he might have been at a bit of a loss, but surely he would grow to be able to take those in his surroundings into consideration. As proof of that, Vincent, regarding the peril on this occasion, that girl shouldered a great duty. In addition, she has promised to endeavor to clear away anguish in the empire. Hereafter, she shall be bestowed with prestige that rivals her ill repute. Subaru. Having backed Spica's decision to remain the Empire, those were Abel's true intentions. Their story in the Empire had begun with the trio of Subaru, Rem, and Spica as the first one to have intervened in that story. This was quite a characteristic way for Abel to pay Subaru back. No matter how many words he exhausted, the fact that Spica's past self was a St. Archbishop of Gluttony would not change, and for that fact, there were many people who would reproach and reject her. They could not deny people who harbored such negative emotions regarding the matter, nor was it something they should do. Even so, if the individual girl known as Spica wanted to affirm her existence to affirm that she lived, if she wanted that to take form, she had no choice but to build it up. No choice but to build up a great renown that exceeded her ill repute, such that Spica would be allowed to live as Spica. Vincent, remember, this Natsuki Subaru, the sword wolves of the sacred Valachian Empire. Never forget the wounds they bear, whether those are wounds of abhorrence or friendship, this remains true. Subaru Abel. Vincent, if you have anything to say, have at it, you, and those who share in your path, are equal to the pack of sword wolves. Through that comment, Subaru felt that Abel, that Vincent Valachia man, who would absolutely never bow to others nor permit the act of playing up to him, had revealed his heart of hearts. As Subaru experienced a quiver from the very foundation of his heart at that sensation, Abel nodded. Vincent, it was a great service along your journey, and then from tomorrow onward stride forth with firm steps upon the ground. Subaru, you two G's, am not going to lend you a hand, even if you fall over. Vincent, fool. Upon his mouth as he spoke ill of Subaru was present a smile that was certainly distinct from that of ridicule. Witnessing that Subaru, turning his back, Subaru faced the dragon carriage and began to tread forth. As Subaru walked with the gaze of the Emperor upon his back, Amelia and the others awaited him beside the dragon carriage, gazing at the faces who had shown up to see them off, standing upon the path towards at the figures of the Pleiades battalion, who were naturally among them. Subaru slightly gulped down his breath. Subaru, the spark that had begun with Subaru's entreaty, his act of making amends to 931 people, despite Subaru pleading that it had yet to be completed with the 673 hits that still remained. None of them had lent him an ear. All of them were now lined up here, meeting the gaze of Subaru, who was all bark and no bite. Subaru, the lined-up Pleiades battalion all raised up their arms in succession, and their brusque hands decorated Subaru's path like a hanamichi. Understanding the intention behind that, Subaru lifted his face, so as to not let the things welling up in his eyes start to spill out. He endured, and then, Subaru, I love you, all of you. That which had caused Rem to get mad at him before Subaru shouted out again, as he broke out into a sprint. With the many hands reaching out from left and right, Subaru moved to overlap his own hands with a clap. The sound of hand striking hand rang out and persisted ceaselessly in quick succession, like the sound of rainfall. It was not just hands clapping against hands. There were also some hands that struck Subaru's body, being pushed and jostled and knocked about by those who knew Natsuki Schwartz, while likely forgetting about the 673 hits that remained assisted in Subaru Sparka. In my capacity, I have enjoyed myself quite a bit. 4 large bulky hands clapped him on the back. Thanks to you, the mere son of a miller got to live the dream. With a man who was far more stout and supple than his appearance might suggest, he struck hands. God damn it, thank you, Schwartz. Against the tail of the lizard man, who cried out with trembling tongue and tears in his eyes, he bumped his fist. Never forget where were your comrades. While passing each other, receiving a powerful fist inside his face, he clutched his jaw and nodded with a got it. And then, Schwartz-sama, making it through after being jostled about by everybody, he proceeded to the kimono-clad girl who awaited him at the end of it all, together with Yorna, who was likewise clad in a kimono. They had been waiting for Subaru. Coming to a halt before those two, Subaru first locked eyes with Yorna. Subaru Yornason, thanks for everything also. Yorna, you do not need to give any sort of apology. The matter of that girl is a matter between her and myself. Subaru, Yorna, additionally, you may come visit us at any time. For you, we shall give a warm welcome. Seeing the mistress of the Demon City give a gentle smile, Subaru nodded deeply with a yeah. Then he once again turned to face the girl standing along with Yorna. Tanza. Subaru, you call me Schwartz-sama again, now didn't you? Tanza, for me, that is the name I am most accustomed to calling you by. Subaru, for me too, it just doesn't feel right unless you call me that. A smile emerging on his face, Subaru crouched down before her. Before, their gazes were at the same height, but now their heights would not align unless he bent his knees like this. Now that they had returned to this height difference, he had wanted to speak to her with the same line of sight. After all, in the Empire, Tanza was Subaru's unwavering, indispensable benefactor. Subaru, next time, without a doubt, we will not lose Tanza. What? Subaru, that's the magic spell you cast on me. Because I had that, I didn't give up. Blinking her large round eyes, Tanza searched her own memories for those same words. However, no matter how hard she searched, she would not be able to find them. After all, the humongous debt of gratitude that Subaru would never be able to repay no longer existed anywhere outside of Subaru. That was fine whether that had occurred in this reality or not. It was fine. That unfading gratitude and joy was certainly present within Subaru. Therefore, Subaru, I love you, Tanza. Tanza, if you keep going in such a manner, you will most certainly regret it. Schwartz-sama. Subaru Rem told me something similar. If there had been more time, you two probably would have gotten along. Well, in exchange for that would I die from your cold stares. Tanza, could you not get so fired up like that? And could you not die all on your own? Besides, I believe that your attitude of treating this like a lifetime farewell will end up strangling you later, Schwartzama. Subaru HM, what's that supposed to mean? Tanza, you will find out before long. As Subaru tilted his head, Tanza would not tell him the answer. Only she lightly clapped her hand against Subaru's proffered one, and after contributing to Sparka, like her other comrades in the battalion, tenderly clutching his hand with both of her own. Tanza, thank you for allowing me to stay in your care for a period longer than initially anticipated. Please be of good health. Subaru, that long valediction. There's a shorter way to phrase it, you know. Tanza, I will not say it, please return to your home. Parting hands with a cold Tanza, Subaru wryly smiled and used his hand to give her a pat on the head. Subaru took the fact that she did not shake him off and her attitude, which left a bit of a mystery, as parting gifts from her. And then, you, before him as he turned around, Spika was waiting for him alongside Rem in front of the dragon carriage. He had already spoken at length about being unable to let her go. Even so, once more he was about to try to convey his feelings of wanting to take her home with him, but at Spika's embrace all of that was obstructed. Tightly hugging Spika as she pounced on him, Subaru patted her on the head, and then looking up, Subaru, I'm really counting on you to take care of Spika Cece. Cecil is all right, boss. Hearing this response from the guarantor, who though reliable caused inexhaustible worry, Subaru ultimately performed a final high five with him. After doing so, he turned around. The faces lined up there looking over all of them. Subaru took in a large breath. And then, Subaru, may we someday meet again. Everyone, victory, Pleiades, victory. As Subaru thrust both of his arms to the sky and shouted that aloud, the voices of the Pleiades battalion resounded. At that vigor, those who did not know the battalion's customs were greatly perturbed, and conversely the members of the battalion laughed and cried very much. That ridiculously noisy scene unfolded. Vincent, at the very end, you remain an enormous fool whose irreverence knows no bounds. Indeed, to the extent that the Valachian emperor would make a comment, the scene of a ridiculously boisterous farewell unfolded. 5. Subaru, I wonder if Spika will be okay. Can she manage without us? You've been worrying nonstop. I suppose there's no need to be so concerned. In fact, that girl is thinking much more clearly than Subaru is right now, I suppose. In the dragon carriage on their way back, Subaru rested his chin on his hand and stared out the window, while Beatrice, sitting on his lap, tugged at his cheek and scolded him. Subaru pursed his lips at Beatrice's reprimand, but he could not argue back. In fact, she was right, as Beatrice said Spika had a more realistic outlook. Taking her past as a Sin Archbishop seriously, Spika had taken action to shake off that infamous title, even though it was a sin of another her. She did not remember. You treated Spikikin very coldly for a long time, so she had the chance to understand her position. Oh, I see, although the circumstances were what they were, Barus, who was still as narrow-minded as ever, even toward a girl who was so attached to him. Subaru ugh. Across from them, the Oni sisters were holding hands side by side and delivering scathing remarks with their sharp tongues. These remarks pointed out Subaru's past actions, leaving him with no room to argue, while it was heartwarming to see the sisters so in sync it was hard for him to smile. Personally, I am reassured by her decision. In the first place, if we were to bring her with us, she would need to be locked in a box for crisis. Management. Subaru, is it just me, or does your box seem to serve a different purpose and feel much less comfortable than mine? Who knows? Either way, the Empire and Anastasia's camp are in collusion on this matter. I think this was the best possible outcome. I don't really get the complicated stuff, but if she finishes dealing with all the zombies, she'll be able to come back from the Empire, right? If so, let's hope she gets it done quickly. Garfield's straightforward attitude about looking forward to Spika's return was something Subaru appreciated, especially compared to Otto's strict realism. Garfield probably had his own feelings of dislike toward the Sin Archbishops, but Garfield, my amazing self, also fought Captain and the rest of y'all and tried to kill you like double-dipping the Vignura. It can be a good thing to get a second chance, right? Subaru, you've got a big heart, unlike a certain someone. Otto, let me tell you, Natsukison and Garfield's so-called big hearts are more like irresponsibly wide open, if you ask me. Subaru and Garfield bumped fists as Otto yelled in a loud voice. It had been a while since Subaru had heard Otto's voice with such energy. Finally free from the heavy responsibility of saving the Empire, Subaru was starting to feel like his old self again. Of course, that did not mean his worries about his companions or about being separated from Spika had lessened in any way, but we're in this together after all. Emilia spoke softly to Subaru, who had narrowed his eyes in thought. When Subaru turned toward the gentle touch of her hand, he found her soft amethyst eyes looking at him with such tenderness that his chest tightened. No one had asked Subaru if he was all right now if the depression had passed or any of the usual questions. He was feeling down, he was hurt, and he did not know if he would ever be okay again. They understood Subaru's feelings without needing to ask. Subaru, thank you, Emilia, for coming to save me. Emilia, MHM. Subaru, thank you, everyone, for coming to save us. Subaru expressed his gratitude to Emilia and everyone else who had crossed the border and entered the land of carnage that was the Wallachia Empire to help him and the others. Everyone responded to Subaru's thanks in their own way. Subaru. There were some things he had lost, things that had slipped through his fingers, disappearing into a place beyond his reach. It was her way of life, true to herself. Never once did she or anything else go as Subaru or anyone else wished until the very end in every possible way. Maybe that was why, even though he had so many regrets. Subaru, right now I can't remember anything but your smiling face. He mourned her, she who had etched her fearless and prideful self into Subaru's memories. That was not Suki Subaru's way of mourning her, a mix of heartfelt gratitude and appreciation for the one who had spent her final moments in conversation with him. And Subaru, while blessed with companions who stood by his side, Subaru was concerned about the other dragon carriage heading towards the kingdom, the camp of the late Priscilla, and those who were left behind. While Roswell, who was riding in that carriage, was likely providing consultation regarding the future of Priscilla's burial domain, Subaru's mind was focused on another issue. That was Subaru Al. Al, who had been there during Priscilla's final moments, holding her until the very end. While Subaru was engaged in Sparka and Abel was throwing himself into his work to honor his sister's memory, many tried to fill the void left by Priscilla's absence, but Al had continuously secluded himself in his room. He had been so devastated by his loss that it seemed he might simply vanish. Now he was on his way back to the kingdom. The reason Al was returning to the kingdom was, Al, bro, I have a request. I heard a rumor about the Sage's Tower. Some say you can read the records of the dead inside the tower. There's a book I want to read. Subaru, Priscilla's Book of the Dead. Subaru felt conflicted with obtaining that book, trample upon the wishes of Priscilla, who had departed so nobly. Yet having witnessed Al and Priscilla's farewell, and knowing the despair that followed for Al, Subaru wanted to help him. And so, Subaru, is it okay if I ask for your help again, Shala? To once again make the pilgrimage to that tower at the edge of the Sea of Sand was the only way Subaru felt he could support Al without relying on return by death. Interlude. Kadia Orly. 1. The defeat of the Witch Sphinx at the imperial capital of Lipagana spelled the ultimate downfall of the Great Disaster. The large-scale implementation of forbidden arts devised by the witch was interrupted, and the dead, who had been brought back to life by that twisted magic, were all forced to remain in the land with limited lifespan. Those who had been resurrected against their will and forced to submit to the witch's plans took the opportunity to turn themselves to dust and return to the whereabouts of the soul, but naturally there were many who did not choose to do so. Even if they had lost their lives and had become undead, they were still people of the Empire who knew the law of iron and blood. Even if they had been revived through means beyond reason, so long as they could once again wield their swords, there would be many determined to uphold their regardless of whether they had life or not. Indeed, the same fighting spirit was present among the forces surrounding the fortified city. However, in reality, the battle surrounding the fortified city of Garkla was settled almost simultaneously with the conclusion of the Great Disaster, and the undead, who had narrowly escaped being destroyed, were forced to scatter and flee. Just why had the host of undead abandoned the fight and chosen to flee? It was due to the collapse of the front line caused by the absence of their commander, which led to the abandonment of the battle. The people of the Empire, who did not fear death, would not deem it acceptable to squander their lives in a battle that was sure to be lost even if they were members of an undead army. As for why such a situation as the absence of a commander occurred, how could such a ridiculous turn of events ever come to fruition? Palladio spat out as he pulled at his own green hair, turning his gaze away from the crumbling formation. This should have never happened. It should have never happened. But it did. It was all due to the absurdity that was at work in everything surrounding Palladio. Given the role of commander of the great army of undead that had been sent to the fortified city, Palladio sought to fulfill his duties as a respected member of the Wallachian imperial family. However, Palladio's strategies were constantly thwarted by the common people of the city, and the incompetence of the undead, who did not follow orders, properly compounded the difficulties, leading to a dire situation. Of course, he had no intention of giving up. However, the liabilities accumulated through absurdity began to distort, and eventually Palladio found himself in the unfortunate situation of having to flee. Nay, this was no matter of fleeing. This was an honorable withdrawal and a strategic preparation in order to achieve victory. Otherwise, it would not have made sense for someone of the Wallachian imperial family, who had borne the blood of the esteemed evil-eye tribe to have been subjected to such a fate. Palladio, what the hell is a witch of greed? Is this the ultimate result of all the grandiloquence meant to impress me? What flashed through Palladio's mind was a loathsome entity who had first collapsed amidst the accumulated liabilities. It was the anger toward the white-haired which, who having joined under Palladio's command and nearly turning the tide of battle, irresponsibly abandoned her role and then vanished. Everything up until her unleashing a decisive move to annihilate the fortified city by casting a spell to cause a star to fall from the sky had been fine. However, that was nullified by interference from the imperial capital, and to make matters worse, it was followed by a fierce counterattack from those harboring flames in their eyes. As far as Palladio's evil, I could see all the living who had been holed up in the fortified city, even the helpless refugees, were imbued with flames, carrying weapons, and pushing back the undead. It had occurred immediately after that the Witch of Greed vanished into dust without even attempting to resolve the situation. Yes, that is right, I am Sphinx. In the end, it was infuriating that the witch who disappeared without even glancing back left those words behind. Why did the witch leave with such a satisfied expression? He could not understand a single thing on top of that. Palladio was then left at a disadvantage. Palladio, damn it, dominated. While spewing out curses as if he were vomiting blood, Palladio fled the plain and took refuge in the forest. Around the time the Witch of Greed disappeared, Palladio understood that something unusual had happened to the undead, who ought to have been able to resurrect ad nauseum, had lost their ability to resurrect, rendering the immortal army non-functional. Battles had a certain flow to them. This was true of any battle, even more so for a major war that would determine the future of the empire. Therefore, Palladio, sensing the change in the flow of the battle, immediately abandoned his position, taking only a few attendants with him, in order to withdraw from the battlefield and make the best decision to prepare for a second attack. Therefore, this was not an escape. It was a strategic preparation in order to secure victory. Palladio, today you can go ahead and think you've won Vincent Prisca. However, that was not more than a temporary conceded victory. In this manner, Palladio would make his getaway, make his comeback. And if he achieved an undeniable victory with his next move one that could not be overturned by any means without the help of the witch, then this fleeting moment would be over. Next time for sure, he would place the Valachian Empire under the rule of a rightful emperor. For that purpose, Palladio had his evil eye. He, having been bestowed with this eye of the heavens, would definitely assume the seat of emperor. Palladio, with that conviction in his heart, Palladio attempted to use the power of his evil eye to ascertain the road he ought to take, and then he realized. Before he could notice, not even a single member of the entourage that ought to have been accompanying him could be found. Palladio, where did you all go, you bastards? Did you leave me behind? And disappear somewhere. That rage of Palladio's was immediately painted over by a sensation akin to being doused with cold water. For a moment, Palladio had suspected that his entourage might have irreverently abandoned him and ran away. But in that case, there was no explanation as to why Palladio's evil eye had not perceived their fleeing backs. In that case, the reason why they had disappeared was plain and simple. They had died. Palladio HK. Feeling the sensation of goosebumps on his bloodless undead body, Palladio promptly drew his yang sword, serving as proof of the Valachian imperial family. It was a destiny of those who possessed the qualifications to become emperor manifested in the form of a sword. Palladio, the arm that had grasped was chopped off at the elbow, and Palladio collapsed onto the ground. Palladio Wawa, unable to grasp just what had occurred, all three of his eyes widened. Immediately after, a shock ran through his remaining arm, causing him to lose both arms that were necessary for holding a sword in an instant. That this was a result of a surprise attack brought about by an axe, Palladio understood. But that was the extent of his comprehension, that alone and not more. Palladio, why? The evil eye that made Palladio special the eye of the heavens, why had it not perceived that surprise attack? He did not understand that moment of possibility suddenly flashed through his mind. In the past, Palladio had once heard a story about a foolish race, one that had committed an irredeemable sin, provoking the wrath of the most fearsome emperor of the Valachian Empire, causing them to be engraved as beings treated as abhorrent within a law of iron and blood, their existence no longer acknowledged. Within the empire, the mere act of living was regarded as a crime warranting death for these repulsive beast people. Palladio, why? That cold, ruthless impact removed Palladio Mani's cave from the stage for the rest of eternity. That was a decisive blow that caused a host of undead surrounding the fortified city to lose their commander, beckoning the collapse of the war front that resulted in the complete and utter defeat of the great disaster hidden on the underside of history. 2. Making the wheels of her wheelchair creak, Katia was overwhelmed by the vastness of the room she had been allotted. Katia Neeson did say that because he became a special general, even I as his relative would receive special treatment. But this is just too much. Looking around the spacious room, Katia's shoulders slumped at the thought of what was to come. She had heard that due to the effects of the Great Disaster and whatnot, it would take a long time for the imperial capital, where she had originally resided, to be restored. So, for the time being, the refugees from the imperial capital were required to disperse and reside within the fortified city and the surrounding towns and villages. Among them being treated much better than the others was Katia, her own brother being Jamal, who had through various coincidences gained a position at the side of the Emperor Vincent. However, Katia was not of a disposition that sought a luxurious lifestyle, and although all sorts of luxuries had been prepared for her, she was nothing more than a girl with weak legs and poor sociability, and thus did not possess the confidence to fully revel in them. That was why she altogether relinquished most of these privileges. Katia, that lot, who keep creeping close a bit by bit, are really annoying. To sum it up, the Orly family was more or less on the fringes of the imperial nobility, and Katia did hold a position of being the daughter of an aristocrat. Their household employed servants, and she was not reluctant towards being cared for by them. However, unlike before, when they were just a declining noble family, Jamal's current position was quite different. Perhaps because of this, many were trying to curry favor with Katia in order to get into Jamal's good graces. Because she did not care in the slightest about such trivial assumptions or external factors, the sense of distance between her and Rem was indeed quite comfortable for Katia. Katia, well, there's no point in talking about a girl who's no longer here. For Katia, who was aware of her own difficult and troublesome personality, Rem, who was surprisingly sharp-tongued and unhesitant to plainly state what people did not want spoken, was a good match. To put it bluntly, she was Katia's first friend. Even so, Rem, along with a man and elder sister who had come to retrieve her, had ended up having to return to the kingdom of Lugunica. As the day of their parting drew near, unable to bear the sight of her looking so lonely, she had ended up promising to exchange letters with her, but she had not the slightest inkling of what to write in a letter. Katia, but even so, my days don't have any prospect of changing for better. Only recently had there been turbulence, but otherwise Katia's day-to-day was fundamentally flat and monotonous, with nothing special taking place, just time that felt like a slow crawl towards death. Even if she were to write a letter to Rem in such a situation, she felt like she would not be able to write anything worthwhile. Then before she could pen down something appropriate, their affection would deplete, the frequency of the letters would diminish, and sooner or later they would completely stop. Such a pessimistic future, this picture was vividly emergent within Katia's mind. Katia, I can't take it anymore, really. I just want to die already. As soon as she was by herself, being tormented by an overwhelming feeling of loneliness, Katia's mood continued to sink. By nature, Katia was pessimistic about everything and had a strong tendency to blame herself. Only she had had someone by her side to hold her back from dwelling upon such things. Until yesterday, that was Rem. And before that, Katia, idiot, truly a stupid idiot. Gripping the wheels of her wheelchair firmly, Katia softly muttered in detest. He had rudely stepped into Katia's world against her wishes, and though she refused to draw near to him, he had overbearingly pulled her close, and after whispering all sorts of intimacies she had not wanted to hear, had selfishly disappeared. Being reminded of that complete and utter fool had become extremely painful. Katia, no, I don't want to cry. Feeling the sensation of something hot slowly welling up behind her eyelids, Katia groaned. Rather than having to experience such misery, she should have died protecting Rem in the midst of the turmoil of that great disaster. If that had happened, although Rem would surely have called her an idiot, she would have remained as a thorn deep within her heart, kept unforgotten. She would have also averted being disliked even more through clumsily written letters. Dead people were unfair, for after death there was nothing more that could be said against them. Therefore Katia refused to tolerate such unfairness, and spoke ill of the dead. Katia, idiot, stupid, idiot. Such attempt at seeking revenge or venting anger upon them would only backfire. To continue speaking ill of someone who had died, so long as one continued speaking ill of them, it would mean none other than the fact that they were continuing to think about that person. As a result, not only did those tears well up, but even her nose had begun to feel irritated and sting. Surely if she would look into the mirror, an unbelievably clumsy woman, with a bad attitude, sitting in a wheelchair, would be visible. Katia, no more, I don't want to see anyone. Blurting that out, Katia spun her wheelchair round and steered it toward the bed. Although it might have been bad manners, she wanted to collapse onto bed without undoing the braids in her hair or changing her clothes, and just lie there until she starved to death. Of course, she was not capable of starving to death. After all, once hungry, she would surely give up on starvation and eat something while sniffing her runny nose the same as ever. Even so, being in this kind of mood, the idea of wanting to sob while thinking about someone. Katia, who is it? Just as she was about to move her wheelchair towards a bed, there was a knock at the door from outside. Although she felt like it was bad timing, she was hesitant to ignore it and head for the bed. Presently, everyone was in a difficult situation with delays in communication and problems arising in various places. Katia, throwing a trivial tantrum here, might have prevented someone from getting something done on time. Manifesting the earnestness that was at her core, Katia headed toward the door. For a moment, she was unsure what ought to be done, knowing that she must have had a terrible look on her face. But it was truly, for just a moment, not caring about what anyone might think, Katia reached for the door. And then, Katia, yes, who is it? Having said this, Katia slowly opened the door, and Katia, from her slender throat, a weak, raspy breath escaped. 3. Thank you for your hard work, Escort General Jamal. Jamal, yeah, you too. The Imperial soldier gave way with a firm salute, and Jamal's mouth twisted into a smile as he returned the gesture. The title of Escort General that he had been addressed by referred to a special rank of general specifically created for Jamal, who had been recognized for his contributions fighting by the side of Emperor Vincent during the recent great battle. The role was a prestigious one, serving as Vincent's personal bodyguard to Jamal, who originally aspired to be a general in pursuit of the Orleans family's prosperity. This was a desired position. Now Jamal could prove himself superior to those who laughed at him for not knowing his place, and most importantly, he could provide a good life for Katia, who could not survive without the support of those around her. Katia, who was passive about everything and did not recognize her own worth, would dislike such arrangements by Jamal, but she was still precious family to him, them being a lone brother and sister. Despite what she might have said, he knew Katia would not be able to refuse. Jamal, damn it, even though she said this kind of meddling from her older brother really wasn't needed. Expressing his frustration, which he had no outlet for, Jamal's footsteps moved towards Katia. Ever since Jamal's promotion to Escort General, Katia, as his relative, had also received treatment that was different from that of ordinary Imperial citizens. For the time being, it was just a temporary residence until the reconstruction of the Imperial capital progressed, but given the hardships they had been through, he wanted to make sure that Katia lived comfortably without any inconveniences. The girl who was Katia's friend, who had been staying with her for a while, had ended up returning to the kingdom. Right about now would be a reasonable time for Katia to grieve. Jamal, and once she's done with that, he'll bring out the booze and meat I've been saving. With that said, Jamal shook the bottle of liquor and the bag of high-grade meat he had retrieved from the stockpile with his authority as a general and thought about how to comfort Katia, slurping down first-rate alcohol while sinking his teeth into a perfectly grilled thick cut of meat. That was Jamal's way of dealing with grief. Jamal, Katia, you there? It's me. Knocking on the door, Jamal called out to Katia, who should have been in her room. Katia had a hard time going out on her own, and thus spent most of her time holed up in her room, unless she had something going on. So she should have been doing the same at that moment. However, there was no response from inside the room, and Jamal furrowed his brows in suspicion. Jamal, you sleeping or something? I am coming in. Since it was not unusual for Katia to sulk and sleep like she was dead, Jamal opened the door without worrying and stepped into her room. In the bedroom, which was still bare without much of a lived-in impression since she had just moved in, Jamal looked around, suspicious of the fact that there was no sign of anyone around. Jamal, Katia. Sure enough, there were no figures present in the bedroom as he peeked in. As a matter of fact, Katia could not be found anywhere in the room, and the moment that Jamal wondered if he might have missed her going out, which was unusual. That was when he noticed a letter that had been placed on the desk in the bedroom. Jamal, the letter, which had initially been outside of his awareness, intensely captured Jamal's attention. There was nothing strange about the letter itself. What was peculiar was what had been placed next to it. Present or still vivid in Jamal's memories was a bandana worn by a certain man. Jamal HK. He eagerly reached for the letter, tore open the seal messily, and glanced over the contents. Written there was the fine handwriting of the weak Katia, accompanied by a strong contrasting handwriting. It was a marriage registration. Jamal, that fucking bastard. The moment Jamal realized the intent of the marriage registration, such a curse escaped from his mouth. Contrary to his harsh words, he could not hide the relief and joy he felt, as well as the complicated feelings of a brother who had his cherished younger sister taken away by an odious friend. Jamal, ha 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 ha. To top it all off, Jamal put his palm to his face and started laughing hysterically in front of the letter. He laughed and laughed and laughed so much that tears streamed from the eye covered by his eye patch. That it was one of the few times tears of blessing were shed in an empire that had seen so many tears of farewell would not be recorded anywhere in the imperial history books. However, it was a fact that here on this very day a marriage took place between a vanished noblewoman and the scoundrel who had taken her away, and to that alone general gave his blessing. After this, the whereabouts of Katia Orally became unknown. However, the fact that this was not something to be pessimistic about was evidenced by the unceasing arrival of letters to her only friend, and that there was not a single hint of sadness or unhappiness in the words that were written. Chapter 7. Reunion at Sandwind. 1. It had been nearly 3 months since Subaru had last stopped in Mirila, the nearest town to the Augria Sand Dunes. Originally, they were supposed to stop by on their way back from the Pleiades watchtower, but due to the incident at the tower, Subaru was transported all the way to Wallachia, and their itinerary was blown away with it. That said, this would have been the second time in 3 months that he had visited this dilapidated roadside town. Welcome to Sandwind. When Subaru and the others went through the entrance, they were greeted by the owner, who looked displeased as he polished glasses. As Subaru recalled being greeted the same way last time, he brushed off as much sand as he could at the entrance. Even so, he could not get it all off. So he decided to accept the shopkeeper's bad mood as unavoidable and sat down at the counter. "Shopkeeper, what would you like to order?" Subaru milk cold. "Milk warm, I suppose." "Milk? I would also like it warm." At the bar, the owner's face became increasingly grim as one customer, after another, ordered milk. Even so, he did not complain or swear, but simply started heating the milk, showing that he was a customer service professional no matter how much he hated it. While the shopkeeper worked, Subaru removed the cloth from around his mouth with a puff sound. Subaru, phew, even though we avoided the sand time, because of what happened last time the sand-laden wind is still blowing around, I underestimated a bit. While he said this, Subaru used his fingers to dislodge the sand from his mouth. Next to Subaru, the girl, who had also lowered her sandproof cloth, nodded and said, "That's right. Even though you told me in advance, Subaru, my hair is already completely caked in sand. I'll have to brush it properly later. It'll do your hair too, Beatrice John." "Beatrice, you've been told many times before. In fact, Betty's appearance can be reset with a snap. I suppose forget about Betty and concentrate on yourself, in fact." "Well, I know that, but you have such luxurious hair, Beatrice John, that it's worth taking care of. So I just wanted to do it." "Subaru, I totally get it. Playing with Biko's hair is a bit of an adventure." When it came to the topic of Beatrice's hair, Subaru was the one who maintained her signature drill twin tails by combing and tying them up every morning, and so he was quite opinionated on it, as Beatrice said it did not really need any maintenance, but it was more of a feel-good thing. In reality, Beatrice, with her hair being treated as an attraction, puffed out her cheeks. Beatrice, Betty's fashionable hair and adorable cheeks aren't playthings, I suppose. "Subaru, we didn't say anything about cheeks, but they are a land of squishiness too, Biko. They feel really good to touch, don't they?" Upon the appearance of an enthusiastic supporter, Subaru laughed heartily and said that's right before he casually lifted Beatrice, who was sitting next to him, and sat her on his lap. Beatrice stiffened in surprise with a mew, but it was too late. Being too slow to escape, Beatrice's cheeks were pinched by 2 different sets of fingers from both sides. "Beatrice, hey, come on, stop it. In fact, we are in public, I suppose. Show some self-control, in fact." "Subaru, oh, Biko used to be so shy in public, but now she's grown up. She used to be so shy, she even tried to follow me into the toilet." "Beatrice, that was at the very beginning of our contract. I suppose it was 1.5 years ago, in fact. The way you two are so close hasn't changed much since then, but I can understand why Beatrice John is so clingy with Subaru now." She put her head on Subaru's left shoulder. As she said this, Subaru was surprised by the light touch, and the girl who had met his eyes giggled with a he. She was a girl at the peak of her need for affection, yet always trying to act grown-up, making it difficult to spoil her. Subaru thought her unusual. Attitude was endearing, and while caressing Beatrice's cheek with one hand, he used his other hand to pat the girl's head. "Shopkeeper, hey, your milk is ready. What's with this scene, Subaru?" "Oh, it's here. All right, Biko, get back to your seat." Beatrice saying get back or whatever when Subaru was the one who dragged Betty in the first place. I suppose it's so maddening, in fact. With a cup of steaming milk in the shopkeeper's hand, Subaru smiled wryly at the man's dumbfounded expression and returned Beatrice to her seat as she accepted the cup of warm milk. And when Subaru was finally served a glass of cold milk, he had ordered, "Shopkeeper, oh, now, I remember you're that guy who went into the sand sea with that pretty girl before, right?" "Subaru, oh, you remember, that's right, I was the guy who got the milk that time." "Shopkeeper, I heard that someone reached the Sage's Tower. It seems that many people from the royal capital will soon be heading their Subaru." "Shopkeeper, did you manage to reach it?" The shopkeeper's quiet voice was tinged with a hint of expectation and excitement. Subaru, having just taken a sip from his glass of milk, glanced down at the shopkeeper's lega, had one prosthetic leg, and he was probably one of the people who had tried to conquer the sand sea in the past. At that time, the shopkeeper gave Subaru and the others who were heading for the tower some friendly advice in response to the experienced person's question. Subaru grinned and gave a thumbs up. And then Subaru, yep, I went to the tower and met the sage, the noisy, oldly familiar. And cute sage, I got a bit of personal business to take care of, so I'm going to make a second attack. And that was his reply. 2. A journey to the Augrias sand dunes, or rather a return to the Pleiades watchtower. It was a journey that began at the request of Al, who had lost his beloved master, Priscilla Bariel, in the Valachian Empire. AL's goal was to view a Book of the Dead at the Pleiades watchtower, to read the book of the deceased Priscilla and connect with her thoughts. Subaru could not bring himself to refuse AL's heartfelt plea. To do so, Subaru Priscilla would be totally pissed, though. When he closed his eyes, he could only remember Priscilla's smiling face and her prideful demeanor. Subaru understood that doing so was contrary to Priscilla's beliefs to the extent that her angry and contemptuous gaze naturally came to mind. However, he could not help but think about it from the opposite perspective. If Subaru did not have return by death, or if return by death was not even possible, and he found himself in the same situation of losing someone important, much like what had happened to Priscilla, in such a situation would Subaru be able to refrain from wanting to know the final thoughts of that someone in the face of that question? He felt that reason and idealism would be meaningless. Of course, Subaru had no intention of reading Priscilla's Book of the Dead. He did not feel that he was qualified to do so, nor did he think it was something he could bear to read. Therefore, he could not assert with certainty whether Al had it in him or not to read it. That said, if anyone were qualified to do so, it would have been either Abel Yorna or Al. That was why. Subaru, I want to respect AL's feelings and wanted to read the Book of the Dead and going to accompany him to the Pleiades watchtower. That's all I can do for Al and for Priscilla. It was easy to imagine that Priscilla would not want her Book of the Dead to be read. But at the same time, Priscilla knew how badly her death would have shattered AL's heart, leaving him in such despair that he could not stand up. She might not have objected to him reading her Book of the Dead if she understood that it would be the means to overcome it. Subaru, who had witnessed Priscilla's final moments and saw her vanish into the morning light, felt that there was significance in the exchange between Al and Priscilla. That being said, just so you know, Ram isn't coming along. Ram needs to rest properly after having finally returned. If you want to work yourself to death, do it alone. Apart from Ram, who immediately declared this upon hearing Subaru's opinion, there were naturally many who opposed Subaru going to the Pleiades watchtower with Al. Among those who objected particularly strongly were Otto and, surprisingly, Emilia. Otto, I agree with Ramsen's opinion. It is not just Ramsen. You must have also been drained by your time in the Empire Natsukasen. I can only imagine the physical strain and constant tension. Why not take it easy for a while? Emilia, you know, I really understand Subaru's concern for Al. I also know that Al is hurting, but even though the tower isn't to blame, Subaru was sent all the way to Wallachia last time. Right, if Subaru goes there again, I'm worried he might get sent to a place like Gustico or somewhere else next time. Otto's opinion was pragmatic, while Emilia's came from a place of anxiety. Both opinions were based on concern for Subaru, and it did not feel right to dismiss them. However, the fact that it was crucial to reach out to Al at this very moment was a decisive factor, and so Subaru resolved to head to the tower. In reality, all he could have done was bow his head in deep apology for that matter. Otto Garfield, could I ask you for a favor? Garfield, oh sure thing, Otto bro. Just like you said, it'll stick close and keep my eyes on the captain. Emilia Beatrice, hold Subaru's hand tight. Make sure you never let go. Beatrice, no need to be told. In fact, Betty also wants to avoid feeling regret like she did when Subaru and the others were sent to the Empire, I suppose. While Subaru struggled to find the words to persuade them, Otto and Emilia, who were supposed to be standing in his way, entrusted the matter to Garfield and Beatrice respectively. When Subaru looked at them in surprise, the two of them shrugged their shoulders and, Otto, after hearing about Alcin, I expected it would come to this. However, Emiliasima and I have to go to royal capital to report on Priscillazima's situation, so. Emilia, I was telling Beatrice and Garfield that I wanted to go too. I really want to go with you, but, weighing her position and emotions on the scale of her mind, Emilia firmly decided to play her role. As a candidate for the royal selection, she had to report her decision to accept Abel's request to intervene in the battle against the great disaster in the Valachian Empire, and that in that battle Priscilla had lost her life. The kingdom of Lagunica would surely be greatly stirred upon hearing that the royal selection might also experience significant developments due to the loss of a royal candidate. Nevertheless, Emilia, what I think you want to do for Al Subaru is something only you can do as the last person Priscilla talked to look after Al. Upon seeing Emilia's sincere amethyst, Subaru felt a dryness in his mouth. He was very, very sorry that the kind Amelia and Otto had taken up his burden in order for things to turn out how Subaru had wanted. Truly, Subaru should have gone to the royal capital with Amelia both as her knight, and as someone directly involved in the events of the Lakian Empire. And yet, he was spoiled by everyone's kindness. "Excuse me, I am coming with you this time." While Subaru, moved by the warmth of the situation, was on the verge of tears, Petra raised her hand and spoke up. Of course the journey to the Pleiades watchtower would be long. During the trip, and at the tower, someone would have to look over everyone. Volunteering for that role, Petra flushed red in her cheeks and spoke energetically. "Petra, this time I will be useful, Frederica Nizama, and Ram Nizama. Please take care of the mansion and Emilia Nizama." "Frederica, yes, you are really fired up." "Petra, yes, since I am always left behind, I decided this time I would go without any hesitation." Even though Frederica was surprised by Petra's brave and explosive display, she still accepted it. From Subaru's standpoint, as well if Petra was going with him, then he had no complaints with this. The members going to the watchtower were decided, and so Subaru turned to Rem for the last time. At last, having returned from Wallachia to Lagunica, he wanted to slowly attempt to regain the old memories of the past at Roswell Manor, though it was different from the previous manor filled with memories of Rem. "Subaru, again, the fact that you're going to make progress without me is crushing, but..." "Rem, that was the case when I reunited with Nisama as well, but please don't be disappointed over that. So are you really going?" "Subaru, yeah, I'm going. I can't leave Al alone, you understand, Rem. I understand that's why you're a coward." Subaru's eyes shot wide open upon hearing that. "I went too far," Rem said, as she bowed her head in response to Subaru's reaction. "Rem, please return safely. Until then, he'll try to remember as little as possible, so you won't be disappointed." "Subaru, no. I don't want to selfishly get in the way of what you want to do, Rem." "Rem, well then, that's impossible, because I'm sure there's nothing you do that doesn't affect me." She pressed on his chest while saying so, and Subaru was unable to say anything. Staring at the silent Subaru, Rem stuck out her tongue slightly with a mischievous expression, as if to say she had got him. Subaru was even more unable to say anything. This was Rem's and everyone else's encouragement to push Subaru forward, and no matter how much time passed, Subaru, still unable to grow up, understood that. 3. And thus on this day, they arrived once again at the town closest to the Augria sand dunes. Subaru's chest ached as if sobbing as he thought of everyone who had sent him off and of the tower's watchmen with whom he had parted ways after he first challenged the tower. In front of that Subaru, the shopkeeper cast his eyes downward upon hearing the report of their arrival at the tower. Subaru, UNC shopkeeper. Apprehensive about the shopkeeper's reaction, Subaru called out to him, but it was to no avail. Subaru then glanced at Beatrice, seeking to confirm whether he had made a careless remark. However, Beatrice shook her head sideways at Subaru. "Beatrice, it's nothing major. I suppose you've just got a milk mustache below your nose, in fact." "Subaru, you should have said that sooner. I was showing off over here, no." "Petra, it was very cool, also pretty cute as well." "Subaru, Amelia Dan is the only one I think fits that image." Cute and cool, that was a fitting description for Amelia. When she was in elegant spirits, ordinary people could only ever embody cuteness or coolness, but she was a beauty beyond miracle who combined both. Be that as it may. "Shopkeeper, is that so? Is that so?" Setting aside Subaru, who frantically wiped his upper lip, the shopkeeper, overcome by emotion, mumbled those words under his breath. Staying that way, he wiped the area around his eyes with his fingers, and then vigorously slammed his fist on the counter. "Shopkeeper, very well, you did great today is my treat." "Subaru, for real. Then I was looking to buy provisions for crossing the sand sea again anyway, so just give me all the food in the bar." "Shopkeeper, don't get carried away," Subaru thought so. Saying such, Subaru joyously laughed together with the shopkeeper, who got into a truly great mood. However, the smiling shopkeeper, upon examining the girls Subaru brought together with him, gave a puzzled look. Seeing that the one who must have left an even stronger impression than Subaru himself, Amelia, was not there, the shopkeeper must have had his doubts. That was understandable, but "Subaru, unfortunately, that girl isn't together with us today. She did return safely, though." "Shopkeeper, is that so? If she's safe, then all's fine, but this seems like an even more unreliable party than last time." "Beatrice, Betty will have you know that she was a party member last time, as well. I suppose due to being busy with caring for the ill, there was no way to show up in fact." "Petra, I am an actual first-timer, but am not going to fall behind Emilia Nizama." "Subaru, that's some self-confidence, how reliable." Subaru, who had not managed to pat her head earlier, reached his hand out to the girl, who proudly puffed out her chestonly for his outstretched hand to be suddenly caught by hers from below. Then the girl Petra looked straight into the eyes of a surprised Subaru. "Petra, Subaru, did you just try to pat me, I did, but did you not like that?" Petra, I don't mind, but can I ask you something, Subaru? Do you pat the heads of Emilianisma and Remnisma as well? Being asked such by her serious voice, Subaru repeatedly blinked his eyes, and he pondered on whether he patted Amelia, and Rem, come to think of it, there were occasions where he had patted Rem's head before, but if he were to try to do so with the current Rem, he risked having his arm twisted. Furthermore, even just thinking about patting Amelia's head was difficult. Subaru, no, for various reasons. I don't really pat the head of those two. Petra, then you can't pat mine either, Subaru. Is that so? Petra, that's right. His hand flung off her head abruptly, turn away, Subaru was left in shock to think that Petra, of all people, would go through such a rebellious phase, was to Subaru completely out of the blue. Then seeing Subaru in that disheartened state, Beatrice said, "Good grief, I suppose," and while shrugging her shoulders. Beatrice, in that case, you may pat Betty's head, in fact. Just for now, you may pat as much as you please, I suppose. Subaru, please let me pat Biko's head as much as I want forever. Beatrice, that would depend on Subaru's manners hereafter. In fact, make sure to pat more carefully from now on, so that Betty won't mind letting him, I suppose. Subaru, that's quite the high bar, but he'll overcome it. To Beatrice's grandstanding attitude, Subaru focuses attention on his fingertips, then move his hand towards her. At Subaru's soft touch, Beatrice let out a gasp with a whoa. Beatrice, no, this is quite, it's not bad. Rather, it's good, I suppose, to think you had so much potential, in fact. Subaru, how naive Biko time apart fosters love. And no, Petra, I truly feel the same way time apart really does that, doesn't it? Subaru, Petrus, and isn't there some pressure going on here? While Subaru patted Beatrice's head with his godlike touch, Petra's sharp gaze pierced through him as she moved her chair half a step closer. However, Petra feigned ignorance with his there towards Subaru's question. Seeing Petra's attitude, Subaru flinched nervously. Shopkeeper, well, I get that this is quite the pleasant group you've got there, but is this really fine? Just because you succeeded the first time doesn't mean you get to treat the second like it's a walk in the park. Subaru, yeah, I know the biggest threat, the scantily clad sniper, isn't there anymore, but even in the sand wind and witch beasts are still well, and strong, come to think of it, that advice that UNC gave us last time about the birds who fly toward the tower, it was really helpful. Shopkeeper, that's great, you understand the obstacles, then so what are you going to do? Subaru, you'll be meeting with the countermeasure. If a challenger were conquest the Augria sand dunes, 3 obstacles would stand in their way. One was the sand wind, which grew terrifically stronger during the sand time. Another was the sand sea, which was inhabited by ferocious witch beasts. And the last was Shala, though sadly that worry had ceased to be. Thus, as for the witch beasts, which were the most likely to become the main obstacle in the challenge against the sand time, that they had no choice but to take on. Geez, this place is jam-packed with sand as always. Hearing a dissatisfied voice accompanied by the sound of sand getting brushed off coming from the entrance, Subaru and the rest of the group turned towards the one they had been waiting for so as to have her in their field of view. The one standing, there was a young girl in a black dress with her hair braided into 3 strands. Upon noticing the gazes of Subaru and the others sitting together at the counter, she widened her eyes for a moment before giving a mischievous smile. "Hey, nice, and you managed to get here safely, Petra-chan, and Beatrice-chan, too nice to see the both of you well." Saying such, the girl Meili Portrout waved her hand as a small scorpion suddenly jumped out of her hair, wiggling its tail in sync with the movement of her hand. In that manner, Meili and the small crimson scorpion welcomed their long-awaited reunion with Subaru and the others, as well as their return to the kingdom of Lagunica. Seeing Meili's entrance, Subaru smiled to the shopkeeper on the other side of the counter behind him and said, "Subaru, that girl right there's our greatest ally in conquering the Augria sand dunes." Shopkeeper, a young man with a few screws loose, and 3 little girls, perhaps the sage's tower, wasn't as far away as I thought after all. Scratching his cheek with one hand and patting Beatrice's head with the other, Subaru pondered on the dumbfounded shopkeeper's remarks as being only natural towards a group like his. Chapter 8. How to Regret. 1. I heard that blue-haired Onizen woke up, didn't she, Onizen? You were really, really worried, so aren't you relieved now? Yeah, I can still remember the fresh feeling I had the moment Rem woke up. Even the part where I had my fingers broken afterwards is now a good memory. Hey, Petra-chan, has Onizen gotten a little weirder since he got sent flying off? Petra, well, a lot of things happen as a long story, but there was a time when he was cross-dressing, and even a time when he shrunk to about the same size as Beatrice-chan. Huh. Meili, who had just joined them, leaned on the counter with her chin in her hand, wearing a puzzled look. Subaru wanted to complain about being treated like a deviant, but given that Meili had only heard a brief summary of what had happened to him in the Empire, her reaction was perfectly understandable. The connection between the presented circumstances and the events that followed seemed a bit unclear, which made Subaru feel like scratching his head in confusion as well. Subaru, Well, if I explain from the beginning, I can tell a story that actually makes sense. Beatrice is that, so I suppose Betty heard the whole story from beginning too, but it started to become a bit difficult to follow when Subaru mentioned he had cross-dressed again in fact. Subaru why'd it though it was the most logical thing to do. For some reason the operation to capture the fortress city was not fully understood, even though the results clearly proved that having Subaru, Abel, and Flop dress up as women was the best strategy. However, Subaru's sincere appeal did not seem to resonate at all with Beatrice Petra, or Meili, who was drinking the cold milk she ordered. In any case, Meili, but still to go back to the tower right after returning Oni Eye, saying you're not going to get blasted off somewhere again and make Petra-chan lonely, are you? Subaru, we've had that scary discussion plenty of times. Already, well, not plenty, but we've talked about it. At least, I think the cause of the teleportation issue won't happen again. Petra's somehow that way of saying it makes me feel even more uneasy. Noticing Meili and Petra's worried look, Subaru adjusted his hold on Beatrice. Meili had taken the seat Beatrice was originally sitting in with Petra on one side, Meili on the other, and Beatrice on his lap. Subaru took a moment to consider his next move. In the first place, the event that caused Subaru to be transported to the Valachian Empire was a highly irregular incident that occurred at the Pleiades Watchtower. At that time, just before the incident occurred, there was an irregularity in the green room of the tower's Pakal. Was believed to be Lewis at the time, appeared amidst confusion of handling the situation. Things took a sudden turn. That was Subaru. The penalty for invoking return by death was applied incorrectly. That was what Subaru speculated. Previously, Subaru had attended Echidna's tea party in the sanctuary and confided in her about return by death. The outcome was disastrous, not only due to Echidna's unpleasant response, but also because of calamity in the real world upon returning from the tea party. At that time, he confessed the truth of return by death to Echidna, which triggered a penalty that covered the entire sanctuary in a black shadow, leading to a state of devastation. Subaru thought that the situations were similar. In summary, Louis Arneb, who had encountered Subaru in the Hall of Memories and learned about return by death, appeared in the green room for some reason. And that was what that black shadow, the Witch of Envy, mistakenly set out to eliminate. And as a result of the clash between the rampaging Witch of Envy and the divine dragon Volcanica, who was tasked with protecting the tower, Subaru was blasted away by the resulting force field. Subaru, that's what I'm thinking, but beyond that, it's just speculation. Ultimately, the reason why Subaru was transported to the forest of the people of Shudrak in the Empire remained unknown. It was unclear whether it was accidental or if it was an intentional result by either the Witch of Envy or the Divine Dragon. However, considering the events that followed, Subaru did not believe it was by the intention of the Witch of Envy. The Witch of Envy had lost sight of Subaru. That was until Subaru called out to her on the Gladiator Island. It was there for the first time that Subaru called out to the Witch of Envy, addressing her as Sathela. Since then, although the nature returned by death had not changed, Subaru's perception of the Witch of Envy, who likely brought upon him, had shifted slightly. That shift being, Beatrice, Subaru, you have a troublesome look in your eyes, I suppose. Beatrice, turning around in Subaru's arms, pressed her fingers against his forehead as he remained silent, and deep in thought, Subaru could not help but smile wryly at the sensation and her words. Subaru, it's a bit late to bring up the look in my eyes. Usually people talk about how scary my face is, or something like that. Beatrice, Subaru, your face is full of charm. Once you get used to it, in fact, the impression of you having scary eyes is probably just nonsense from people who don't know you, I suppose. Petra, yes, Beatrice, John, that's true, right, Milican. Meili, that's right, I guess you and the witch beastians are just as cute in your own ways, huh? Subaru, Biko, and Petra are too soft on me. So Meili's opinion is probably more in line with general sentiment. I've been dealing with these eyes for 18 years. I don't expect anything else of them. In fact, it had already been proven by over a year of experience that even the standard ice guy trope of the reversal of beauty and ugliness was not something to expect. According to Subaru's aesthetic sense, beautiful people were beautiful, and Subaru's eyes were the most terrifying. Subaru, enough about my eyes. Anyway, it seems like there's no need to worry about me getting teleported again. So, for now, there's no concern about me causing trouble for everyone by going to the tower. Meili, I see, well, I don't really mind. I've been fulfilling my duties properly while you were away after all. Petra, duties, wait, does that mean? Petra's eyes sparkled as she looked at Meili, who gave a somewhat proud, smug smile. Subaru had also heard about what Meili had been up to in the kingdom while he was returning from the Empire. She had been negotiating with the high-ranking officials of the kingdom, leveraging her ability to safely guide others through the Augrias sand dunes to the Pleiades Watchtower. In exchange, Meili had been seeking a pardon for the crime she had committed in the kingdom and securing her future livelihood. Subaru, so judging by your tone. Meili, yep, I did it. I made those important old men What were they called? The council wise men. I made them promise me my freedom. Petra, you did it. You did it, Mylikin Malikaya. With a triumphantly smug expression that could almost be used as a model, Meili proudly reported her success, prompting Subaru to widen his eyes. In surprise, Petra, even more excited than Subaru, reached across him to grab Meili's hand. As a result, the two girls ended up holding hands over Beatrice's stomach. Subaru, he'll take advantage of the moment, and gently put my hand in there too. Beatrice is a bit ticklish, but Betty will join in too. In fact, you did well, I suppose. Subaru and Beatrice added their hands to the mix, and the four of them ended up holding hands together in a show of camaraderie. The shopkeeper on the other side of the counter looked at Subaru and the others with a strange expression, but Subaru consciously ignored it, deciding not to worry too much about onlookers during this joyful moment. With their hands laid on top of each other, Meili said thank you in a small voice before continuing. Meili, anyways, my ability to control witch beastians is highly valued by the kingdom. I'm using it at your request, so make sure to show some gratitude. Subaru, wow, that's quite the bold attitude, but it's fine. I don't mind a big mouth. And of course, I won't forget to show my gratitude. You've really done a lot of reflecting, haven't you? Meili, what do you mean by that? Do you want me to push you down the stairs again? Though Subaru understood that Meili's words were just her way of hiding her embarrassment, the memory of his spectacular tumble down the stairs made every single one of his bones creak in recollection. However, what caught even more attention than Meili's slip of the tongue was, Petra Mylikin, what do you mean by that? What did you do, Meili? Petra, hey, I didn't get a chance to hear the full story, but what happened at the tower? You apologized for not being able to stop Subaru from being teleported, but is there anything else you need to apologize for? Meili, Petra-chan, your eyes are looking a little scary, Petra Mylikin. Meili, eek. Petra's hand still resting on Beatrice's stomach grip, Meili's hands firmly not allow her to escape. Realizing this, Meili turned to Subaru with pleading eyes. Meili, oh, nice and help. Subaru, sorry, Meili, the council wise men might overlook your mistakes because of your rare abilities, but your friends are here to properly scold you. Friends like that are precious. Beatrice, regrets don't come first. In fact, lessons should be learned from them, I suppose. Meili, come on. With those words, Subaru picked up Beatrice and slid his chair back, distancing himself from Petra, and Meili Petra immediately closed the gap with her chair, leaving Meili with no way to escape. Watching the two of them, Subaru and Beatrice drank their milk together. Beatrice, it was good that you were able to save Meili back then, in fact. Subaru, thanks. Beatrice expressed Subaru's feelings in a small voice. Subaru, filled with affection, gently stroked her head as he watched the endearing interactions between the two girls. Above the teary-eyed Meili's head, a small scorpion was clicking its pincers sharply. 2. The duty that had been entrusted to Garfield Tinsel was a heavy one. The faith of his comrades resting upon his shoulders was something that Garfield understood to a painful extent. They were putting their trust in him, that if Garfield was present, then the members traveling to the Pleiades watchtower, composed of Subaru, Beatrice, and Petra, would not end up facing any danger. Thus he wanted to respond to that faith. Garfield had resolved himself to respond to it. Garfield, yo, it'd be best for you to drink a little water. The atmosphere here is all dry 'cause of sand. Gus, you never know when your throat might get parched up. And with those words, Garfield called out to Al, who was seated within the dragon carriage. Inside the single-wagon dragon carriage pulled by Patrash, Al was hugging one of his knees, as he Sadhe was the individual who could be called the reason or origin of this journey towards the Pleiades watchtower. The man who was formerly the Knight of Royal candidate Priscilla Boreal. He had watched as his master disappeared before his very eyes. And in order to compensate for that sense of loss, he sought a book of the dead within the tower. Whether that was a good or a bad thing, Garfield did not know. Garfield. When Garfield had first heard about the books of the dead of the Pleiades watchtower, to be perfectly honest, he thought he wanted to see those books by all means necessary. Because of the situation, they were busy with the priority of going to save Subaru, since he had been sent to the Empire. So there had not been a place for him to discuss the topic in earnest, but he had certainly thought in such a manner. By nature, Garfield loved reading books about great figures from history. He had fond memories of reading books in the sanctuary until they were completely worn out, including The Legend of Rita Stria, a book describing the life of Rita Stria, whom Subaru and the others had met firsthand. To hear that the lifetime memories of not only Reed, but of many great figures whose names have been engraved in history, were all lined up in a library that stored the books of the dead was a matter that caused his chest to throb with excitement. The reason why Garfield was then slightly opposed to the thought of Al wanting to read Priscilla's Book of the Dead was a sensation stemming from some sort of logic. Did knowing the person make it all right to read it, or did knowing the person make it wrong to do so? It was not just Garfield who did not possess the correct answer to that, but also Subaru. Therefore, Garfield, until you do what you gotta do at the tower, you can't be collapsing on us, hey. Gnashing his canines, Garfield tossed the canteen over to Al. It slowly drew an arc as it spun through the air, making its way towards Al. Al, oh my bad, but my throat was just about feeling parched. Catching the canteen with a light sound, Al skillfully raised the jaw of his helmet with his single right arm and gently brought the mouth of it to his own lips. Then Al gulped down the water quite quickly and gave a refreshed exhale of awe. Al, eat, that really brings me back to life. Really, you guys are always taking such good care of me. I'm grateful, even though you should be frowning upon me for causing Bro's team to split up like this. Garfield, give me a break. Don't you have any self-awareness? Well, it's not like I'm not looking at my surroundings. I say that at least more than that old man who disappeared to walk no sheer. I'm calm, real calm. Garfield, Al gave his answer while waving around the canteen that had been mostly empty, to which Garfield flared his nostrils, feeling as if he'd eaten a bitter bug. The topic of the missing person whom Al had brought up was about Heinkel. As one of the members of Priscilla camp, after her passing, Heinkel's mind had been quite disturbed, and he had disappeared a few days before Garfield and the others departed from the Empire. Garfield had participated in the search, but tracing a scent through a town where thousands of people were entering and exiting on a daily basis was a difficult feat, and so ultimately they were unable to find him. Garfield Emiliasima also seemed to be super depressed. When Heinkel's whereabouts became unknown, Emilia had felt a terrible sense of responsibility. He heard that she had come into contact with Heinkel on an occasion Garfield and the others had been unaware of, and it seemed that he clung on to her quite intensely on that instance. After that, without getting a chance to talk with him again, Heinkel disappeared. To an extent similar to Emilia, Garfield was also disheartened. After all, he had inadvertently crossed paths with Heinkel many times, and they held out on the same battlefield together in a fight against a great disaster. Garfield, or you ain't you worried about Pops? Al, HM, yeah. I guess I say I'm worried about him, but that's because both me and the old man are at a fine age. Fellow middle-aged geezers ought to worry about each other, right? Garfield, the fuck's it got to do with age? It's only natural to worry about your comrades. When you start talking like that, then you got Beatrice, Emiliasima, and Nana who are all over 100 years old. Al HM, I guess things get pretty confusing at Bro's place if you rank seniority by age. I do think everything that you're saying is completely correct, but it's just... Garfield, what? Al, all things considered, my plate's also pretty damn full right now. Saying that, he raised a hand holding the canteen and lowered his head, leaving Garfield at a loss for words. Following that, he also began to get a bit embarrassed for pressing out so emotionally. Just now, Garfield had been one-sidedly venting his feelings of powerlessness. In addition, Garfield, though it's still different from captains, narrowing his emerald green eyes as Garfield checked the sharpness of his canines with the tip of his tongue, he discreetly examined ALS' state and recalled what Otto had told him. Having witnessed Priscilla's death, Subaru and Al had sustained great wounds to their hearts. Everybody had received a shock from Priscilla's death, but the wounds received by these two had undoubtedly been the greatest, and so the way they faced those wounds was distinct when compared to others. Trying to make amends under the guise of Sparkus, Subaru had himself beat down by the many comrades he had encountered in the Empire. That pitiful, reckless endeavor was repealed via the support and assistance of his surroundings, but whether it be equivalent or even greater, Al was currently in need of something. Garfield did not sense any issues within his responses during the time of this conversation, but before Subaru and the rest had proposed to accompany him, Al was initially going to force himself to head to the tower alone. That would have likely been an act tantamount to suicide. In fact, Garfield was sure of having heard about the severity of the Augria's sand dunes from his comrades. There was even the possibility that Al had fallen into such despair that he would not have minded losing his life en route to the tower. Subaru, I want to respect ALS' feelings of wanting to read the book of. The dead am going to accompany him to the Pleiades watchtower. That's all I can do for Al and for Priscilla. Having noticed those perilous signs within Al, nobody stopped Subaru as he spoke that out. To not accompany Al was equivalent to leaving him to die at the sand. See, it was a consensus of the camp that there had already been enough casualties. Al, but you know aren't, bro, and the rest out shopping would have been best for you to follow them since you're the strongest. But if it's just a dragon carriage, then I'd be able to watch over alone. Garfield, you really think we can just leave a guy from another camp here by himself? My amazing self's here to keep an eye on you. Al, it's lonely to be treated as an outsider, aren't we buddies who saved the Empire together? And that was also the reason why Al had lost everything precious to him. How to mourn, how to despair, how to regret. Such methods differ from person to person. Garfield, too, had an experience of being stuck completely helpless at a dead and only left to despair. In order to get back on his feet, Garfield had borrowed the strength of Subaru Ram, Otto, and everybody else. So now he wanted to be there for somebody else in that same position, Garfield. I had thought my amazing self could be there for Pops too. The missing Heinkel must also have his own despair that such a thing had cast a great shadow over his life was something Garfield more or less understood. Precisely because he understood, he felt sorry for Heinkel, who had no choice but to shoulder everything on his own. It appears that the atmosphere in the carriage is rather stagnant, depressing. And just as Garfield had been thinking that, the door to the dragon carriage opened and the person who appeared from outside spoke those words. When Garfield turned around in surprise and saw that it was someone he knew, he let out a sigh. Garfield, don't fucking freak me out like that. Got me thinking it was something like the sound of Woozle's wind. Excuse my rudeness in asking, but considering your duty, would it not be a problem in and of itself that you are unable to cope with sudden situations? Inquiry. Garfield, fat hat's a bit. Again, excuse my rudeness. I attempted to trip you up. Apology. Saying that, placing a finger on his lips as he winked, was a man with a slender face, meticulously trimmed navy blue hair, and a monocle over one eye inclined. This man, who cast an unfathomable atmosphere around him, worked as a servant for Roswell's relative in Rose Malode, and was on poor terms with Garfield's older sister Frederica. Moreover, this was a person with whom they had arranged to meet in Myrila, the nearest town to the Sand Sea. Garfield, amazed and 8-year Timon, just damn perfect. Where's that Maley girl? Klein, she has accompanied me certainly. As for my punctuality, it is not something that deserves praise. As a butler, I have simply fulfilled my duties. Garfield, you really think that any other butler is fucking able to do something like taking an entire dragon carriage from one end of the country to the other so easily? Garfield was fed up with Klein, who placed his hand on his chest with great humility. In bringing Subaru and Rem home from the Empire, Klein had fulfilled a very important role on a level that he might even be the MVP of the camp. It would seem that Klein could use magic similar to that of door crossing, which allowed one to cross through space, and through that he had been very useful and versatile in making preparations for their journey to the Empire. The reason they had met up here was to retrieve Maley, who was indispensable personnel for crossing the Augria sand dunes. Klein, regarding Milasama, I have sent her straight to Subaruzama, and the others I have come to the dragon carriage to report on her arrival praiseworthy. Garfield, thanks by the way, did he and not bring Emilyasama or Autobro with you? Klein, my apologies. A payment made by the master was limited to the act of bringing back Subaruzama and Remsama, who were sent to the Empire. Bringing Maley here was the least I could do as a favor. Sincerity. Garfield, gotcha. If there's a reason, I want to ask you to do the impossible. Klein bowed deeply, and although his tone remained flat, there was a sense of consistent apology in his demeanor, and it seemed that he had reasons that were beyond his control. In the past, Garfield had a bad habit of losing all reason when he underwent beastification, but the reason he was able to overcome this was because he'd been granted an opportunity to do so. He did not know if Klein's limitations were the same sort or not, so Garfield refrained from saying anything presumptuous despite having had a similar experience. Garfield, well, not like our amazing selves are the only ones who Alcin, let me introduce you. This is one of our amazing selves allies, Klein. He's real chummy with that Roswell bastard. Klein, while it is exquisitely chilly yet quite difficult to deny, I thank you for the introduction. Having received that introduction, my name is Klein. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Bow. Realizing that he had ignored Al while they had been speaking, Garfield introduced Klein, giving a slightly wry smile. Klein faced Al and greeted him. From Garfield's point of view, it seemed strange that Klein, who had been close with Roswell for a long time, would now deny getting along well with him, but Klein Alcima dubious. Aside from Garfield's thoughts, Klein frowned with skepticism. The reason was ALS' reaction to Klein's greeting, in which he gave no response. Al, maintaining his silence, Al stared intently at Klein's face. Of course, his expression was not visible with his helmet on, but the atmosphere he was exuding, something close to shock or bewilderment, could easily be felt. However, Garfield did not understand the meaning of that reaction in itself. Garfield, how Klein do you know Alcin? Klein, no, forgive me, but I have no recollection of him. Alcima, have we met somewhere before verification? Klein shook his head and denied Garfield's suspicion. If Klein could not recall any such thing, then he was likely not mistaken. As previously mentioned, Klein could use special magic, but he also had outstanding abilities. As a butler, he was the one who trained Frederica and Ram as servants, and he was also the one who had taught Subaru how to use a whip. He might not have been stronger than Garfield, but his mannerisms also gave the impression that he was no ordinary person and certainly possessed great power. If he had no memory of this, then it was probably true that at least on Klein's side they were not acquainted. And as for Al, Alnon never had any of that acquaintance. Without a doubt, this is the very first meeting between you and I. Garfield, so the hell was up with that profound silence just now? Oh, my bad, it's just kind of troublesome to memorize new things. You said you recall clients and the names I'm indebted to Bro and to your allies. Client, I am at your service. I look forward to working with you from now on perpetuity. Al perpetuity is a bit long, but you're looking forward to working with you. Waving his hand, Al readily responded to Klein's light-hearted words. While watching the two of them interact, Garfield felt that ALS behavior was somewhat unnatural, but he missed the opportunity to mention it. Garfield, whatever I guess. Now that Klein had brought Melee here, the real expedition into the Augrious sand dunes could begin. The witch beasts that swarmed the sand sea could be driven away thanks to Melee's power, but there were still many things to prepare for, such as the sand-time vortex of the sand wind that must be passed through in order to reach the tower. He heard that last time there was a scene where Amelia and Julius, who had accompanied them on their journey, had displayed their abilities. Garfield will give him hell my amazing self-protect captain, and everyone else no matter what. Garfield roared, bringing his fist together before his chest. The sense of purpose surging up within him was proof of the determination that was erupting from the unshakable awareness that now inspired Garfield. 3. Such was Garfield's determination, fervent with excited breaths, however. Melee, very good at safe arrival, and relieved that nothing happened this time. Saying those words, Melee hopped down from the driver's seat onto the sand, and with the gargantuan door that was the entrance to the tower behind her, she spread out both her arms. The eastern edge of the Augrious sand dunes a path to the Pleiades watchtower, which even the Sword Saint had given up on traversing due to his failure. To reach it was now easily surmounted by them. Garfield Gow, having firmly vowed to protect his comrades no matter the obstacle, Garfield ought to have been pleased with the anticlimactic result, and yet he could not help but mutter that with a somewhat unsatisfied look on his face. Chapter 9. High-Efficiency Sorceress Induction Door. 1. I am glad you have returned safely, Relief. With few words, Klein expressed that he was pleased to see Subaru return. Since being made Amelia's knight, Subaru had put in great efforts to live up to his title, and this man had taught him how to train his body and handle a whip, as well as many things that had led to his current confidence. He could be said to be Subaru's true teacher in this world. Despite his position, he had always maintained a certain distance with the people of the mansion. He served even with Subaru, but when he spoke of their reunion, he touched his shoulder and seemed to have a slight smile on his face, which was quite impactful. At the same time, Subaru was also worried about Klein, who seemed unfazed by anything. Subaru, of course, that's only natural, or I guess I should say, I'm really sorry, Kleinson. I heard you were a huge help to Amelia Dan and the others when they came to get me. Klein, no, I only did what was possible within my abilities. I have received a fair amount of compensation. So there were few issues. Acceptable. Subaru Kleinson. Klein, moreover, does an apology in such a situation not differ from the policy of the camp question. Subaru, huh? Klein, if it were Emily Yasama, who you look up to as your master, who is developing with purity and bravery, while still retaining her childlike nature, what would she say at a time like this contemplation? At Klein's words, Subaru took a small breath. His evaluation of Amelia was permeated with his partiality towards children, who overflowed with infinite potential, but Subaru understood what he was trying to say. In a situation like this, instead of apologizing for having something done for her, Amelia would say, Subaru, not sorry, but thank you, Klein, indeed, excellent answer. The fact that he answered with a straight face, without smiling, was very Klein-like. Subaru scratched his cheek with his finger and smiled wryly at his teacher's unreadable feelings. This elusive quality of his probably contributed to hardships of Enrose Klein's lady and the complicated feelings of Frederica, who he had known for many years. But then again, given that Frederica talked about Klein far too often for someone who supposedly disliked him, her complex inner feelings did not seem like something for an outsider to comment on. Klein, speaking of which it was said in the preceding bird mail that Frederica would also be accompanying you, but I have yet to locate her tall, conspicuous figure verification. Subaru HM, that's right, Frederica was supposed to come along at first, but she changed her plans at the last minute and went together with Roswell instead. Subaru answered Klein's question, keeping an eye on the distant sky. At present, the Amelia camp, including Subaru's current party, was divided into groups to carry out different tasks throughout the kingdom of Lagunica. Amelia and Otto headed to the royal capital to report on the events in the Empire. Ram was looking after Rem, who was resting at the mansion to recover her memories, and Roswell and Frederica had headed to the south of the Kingdomto, the Bariel domain. With the death of Priscilla and with her husband, late Bariel, having passed away a while ago, the Bariel domain was bereaved of its lore extolled as the Sun Princess, and great disorder was to be expected. With the aim of minimizing such tumult, Roswell accompanied Schultz, who had chosen to return straight to the Priscilla camp, and Frederica had also gone along with them. Frederica is good with children and is liked by Schultz, so she can be trusted to take care of things. I suppose just thinking about Roswell going there on his own is enough to make a person shudder in fact. Subaru, I get what you mean, but don't go around saying that too much. Roswell has mellowed a lot. Even this time, Amelia then asked for his help with Schultz, and he accepted in no time. As always, Beatrice's harsh words for Roswell were quite endearing, but Subaru was very grateful for how he had handled the situation this time. Amelia, who had apparently spoken with Schultz while Subaru engaged in Sparka, also seemed relieved that Roswell had taken care of the situation. To be perfectly honest, Subaru could not help but wonder if Roswell was only willing to help out with the situation of another camp without any hesitation because he wanted to have influence over the Bariel domain. Even if that were the case, he thought Roswell was more trustworthy than other people who harbored ambition. That was a conclusion Subaru came to for the time being. To begin with, if it was a matter of getting involved in the affairs of other camps, Subaru had already been sticking his nose in much more boldly than Amelia or Roswell. Subaru, while thinking this, Subaru expressed another complex feeling of gratitude to Roswell that, when Subaru failed to save Priscilla, Roswell had not followed through on his past declaration. Subaru's return by death, even though Roswell was unaware that death was the impetus, he recognized that Subaru had the authority to redo things, and after the battle in the sanctuary, he clearly declared that he would not allow Natsuki Subaru to take a path of compromise when it came to the loss of those around him. Roswell had said that if Subaru ever failed to save someone important to him, he would incinerate everything in an inferno of his flames, forcing Subaru to reset that world. That was no empty threat or joke, but a genuine declaration. However, Roswell did not attempt to make that terrifying scene of flames a reality on this occasion, as if to add insult to injury after Subaru's failure to save Priscilla. Whether this signified some kind of change in Roswell, or whether he did not count Priscilla among the people for whom Subaru would reset, he did not know, albeit he really hoped that it was the former. Subaru, well, that's why Frederica is with Roswell. If you want to see her Kleinson, you can just hop over there. Klein, unfortunately, my method of transportation is not all powerful conditional. In addition, concerning the matter of going out of my way just because I wanted to see Frederica, denial, however. Subaru, however. Klein, I was merely concerned about the fact that things are not going according to the original plan. Trivial. Klein added this after briefly shaking his head, making Subaru raise his eyebrows. Although Klein's point of view was understandable, things did not always go according to plan. Not to say that one should be overly flexible, but being too rigid could cause one to be unable to do anything. First of all, if it had not been Frederica, it would have been Petra, who accompanied Roswell internally within the camp. That would have been a much more concerning situation. That was why this combination of personnel came about naturally. Klein. Subaru Kleinson. Klein, apologies for always beating around the bush. Acknowledgement, considering my position. My remark was out of line concern. Klein bowed his head as he said this, and Subaru thought his attitude of drawing a line between himself and others like that was lonely. Originally, he was a person who knew how to distinguish between his own and other people's areas of responsibility, but Subaru am not Roswell or Anrose, so I don't think there's anything like being out of line with me. You should know, Kleinson, that you're one of us. There was a reason why he had thanked him earlier. If someone went to such lengths in order to help you out, then what were they if not a comrade? Subaru, Kleinson, you and I are both on the side of the brave, and cued Amelia Tanya. Klein, yes, indeed, affirmation. However, unlike you, Subaru-sama, who is expected to grow up quickly, I am in a position where I want to watch over the budding potential and growth cradle. Subaru, I feel the divide between incompatible factions who support the same idol. Beatrice, incidentally, Betty's position is that Amelia's growth would make Bubby proud, I suppose. Even within the camp, it was clear that there were big differences in the way that Amelia was being supported, but Beatrice's opinion was the most mature. Anyway, it was a great help that Klein could travel the long distance in one go with Melee, who was essential for surmounting the Augria sand dunes. Subaru, what will you do after this, Kleinson? Klein, although it concerns my latest life, I have been unable to concentrate on my duties as a butler for some time. Introspection. When the master and Emiyasama return, things will likely get busy again. Therefore, I intended to leave you all in Frederica's care and turn back. Contemplation. Narrowing his eyes, a look of worry was visible through Klein's monocle. It was clear that his contemplation was centered around his lady in Rose. Albeit young Enrose already possessed the spirit of a first-class noble, and while she was dependable, she was also somewhat at risk, as her closest retainer Klein must have felt uneasy about leaving her side for long periods of time. That was why, Subaru, it's all right, Kleins and Garfields here too, Petra's also becoming more and more reliable. Go back and grant some peace of mind to Anne-Rose. 2. After that scene, Subaru and his group set out to conquer the Augria sand dunes with Melee in tow, and although they had succeeded splendidly, seriously now my amazing self didn't get any damn opportunity to shine. Well, since we just parted from Kleinson telling him that everything would be okay if any problem arose, then it'd have been hard on him, I say it's good that nothing happened. I get I really do get but still, what about my amazing self's feelings after getting all fired up for this? Crestfallen Garfield stood with his head hung low before the main entrance to the Pleiades watchtower. Within the blowing sand wind, Garfield was hunched over looking dejected, and Melee, who was the greatest contributor to overcoming the sand sea, crossed her arms and puffed out her cheeks. Melee, what it's not as if it's my fault that the fanged Onizen wants to show off his strength so badly. How about making a round trip across the sandpit by himself? Petra Milican, don't provoke him like that. Sorry, Garfson. Melee-chan didn't speak out of malice. She just doesn't know when to keep her mouth shut. Melee Petra-chan is quite harsh. Melee, who had taken offense, reluctantly withdrew due to the mediation from Petra. The exchange at the bar in Mirila was not the only reason. Rather, in the power balance between these two, Petra was for some reason overwhelmingly superior, which made for an intriguing friendship. Subaru, as I thought, is this because of the power dynamic between the one who feeds and the one being fed. Beatrice, it is doubtful if that is the case. In fact, finding someone who can match Petra in the mansion is rare. I suppose only Amelia and Ram, in fact. Subaru Amelia Dan is naturally strong, and Ram is just strong, plain and simple. Subaru nodded at the interjection from Beatrice, agreeing with her point. Needless to say, neither Subaru nor Beatrice would ever be caught claiming that they could beat Petra. They knew exactly where they stood. How admirable. Subaru, then again, coming back here once again, something is slowly welling up within me. Within the heart of Subaru, who had spoken thus, a dull, throbbing ache began to form at the sight of the majestic tower before him. It was a place from which he had been sent away to the Valachian Empire, and although so much had happened since then, it was also the place that had fortuitously brought Spica to him. However, what made Subaru's heart ache the most at this moment was she whom he had lost. Subaru, Shala, the first person whom Natsuki Subaru, who possessed her turn by death, was unable to save. Priscilla had been added to that, and even though Subaru's mind ought to have been cognizant of the fact that return by death was not omnipotent, he was forced to realize the same with the very depths of his soul. That was why such thoughts, such wounds, he wished to never have to experience them again. Beatrice, however, it is truly a relief, I suppose, after all having to go through all that hassle just to get to the tower, is undesirable in fact. Perhaps understanding Subaru's innermost thoughts through their linked hands, Beatrice chose not to touch upon Subaru's sentiments, and Subaru also nodded back with a yes. The Pleiades watchtower itself was visible at a distance, even from Mirila, compared to before the density of the clouds and dust plumes that, enshrouded, it had diminished, putting the fear of losing sight of the tower at an almost non-existent level. Of course, this would no longer be the case during the sand time when the sand wind grew stronger, but now that he had conquered it once before and knew of the warping of space within the sand time that led to the tower, he had rather looked forward to its arrival. Beatrice, even within that sand wind, he contributed greatly by keeping vigilant watch over the surroundings of the dragon carriage and avoiding the rocks and valleys. And yet Garfield is still far too upset, I suppose. Subaru, that we could preemptively prevent a crisis that surely was thanks to his efforts. Well, perhaps what Garfield needs to work on in the future is him feeling like he hasn't gotten his job done unless he uses his muscles. If one were to simply rank the contributors to overcoming the Sand Sea, Garfield would surely be among the top three. Of course, one of them was Melee and the other. Subaru's sorry to make you keep taking these excursions with us, but trash time and time again, your stamina, your ability to break through, and your grace are what come to my aid. Patrash Dodajaywin. When Subaru called out to her Patrash Nade, as if to say that it was a matter of course in the Valachian Empire, and once again on the way to the Pleiades watchtower, she who pulled the dragon carriage was undoubtedly an indispensable member. The long journey was still ongoing, and there had been no time to unwind, so once they returned to the mansion, and time could be made for some relaxation, she needed to be shown appreciation by brushing her, or taking her for a picnic, or whatever. And so, while Subaru and the others congratulated each other for having made it to the tower safely, Aldissa's getting off the dragon carriage after Subaru and the others out calmly looked up at the tower and muttered thus in a hoarse voice. The fleeting emotions that were blended into ALS voice by their sheer sincerity made Subaru's cheeks nearly stiffen, so he hastily pinched them with his fingers to endure the urge. Throughout the journey, Subaru tried his best to avoid looking too serious or worried in front of Al. The purpose of the journey was it was impossible to forget about that and act as if it was nothing. Special, nevertheless, he still wanted to avoid treating Al too delicately and touching on that sore spot as much as possible. At least that was what Subaru would have thought had the situation been inverse. Subaru, our objective, the Pleiades Watchtower, the journey, might have been a bit cramped, but I'm glad we made it. Being conscious of that, Subaru nuzzled the cheeks he had been pinching and called out to Al. After Subaru called out to him, Al trained his gaze upon the tower. Al, the journey wasn't cramped at all. The kids took great care of me, so despite me being a burden, it was a pretty comfortable trip for me. Subaru, about you being a burden, you're not. Al, my bad, I'm not being sarcastic or ironic. It's no good. I ended up saying something unnecessary. How pathetic for a grown man to act this way. Slowly shaking his head, Al muttered as he placed his hand upon his helmeted forehead. Subaru, who could understand a portion of the difficult state of mind that Al was in, found it hard to say something appropriate. Just as Subaru was concerned about Al, I was also concerned about Subaru and everyone else. However, even if one were to try to pretend that they were not depressed, since the reality would be that they indeed were depressed, such a pretense would be unable to produce its intended effect. As a result, they would end up displaying a strange bravado and a mindset of saying things that need not be spoken would come into play. Beatrice, nobody thinks that you're a pathetic man all the time. In fact, everyone has moments when they cannot hold their head high. I suppose what is important while doing so is reflecting upon it in fact. Al, sheesh, that consolation really does touch me deeply. Thank you, Beakikin. Beatrice, that manner of address only Subaru is allowed to use it. I suppose be careful next time, in fact. Beatrice replied to Al with an irritated look on her face, and Subaru, feeling affectionate, gently stroked her head. Then, as he headed towards Garfield and the others who were attempting to open the main gate of the tower, Al, bro, thank you. AL's appreciative voice echoed from behind, making Subaru almost stop for a moment, but in the end, he just waved over his shoulder and proceeded toward the entrance of the tower with Beatrice. He held various hesitations about coming to the Pleiades Watchtower, such as if seeking Priscilla's Book of the Dead was truly the right thing to do or not. However, before considering whether or not they could actually find her Book of the Dead, he was certain of one thing, that his concerns about Al had not been meaningless. Subsequently, Petra, Subaru, this big door, how do we open it? Subaru, it's certainly huge, but it isn't as heavy as it looks. If I put all my weight into it and push with all my might, it should open up just a little. Petra, you used force. Melio, yes, because it had been opened previously by Naked Onizan and Emilio Nizan, and then by the sword saying I had forgotten. Beside Petra, whose eyes had widened in surprise, Melee blurted, so while hugging her elbows. It was slightly surprising to hear her mention the existence known as the Sword St. Reinhard, but apparently during Subaru's absence in order to gain the approval of the Council of Wise Men. Melee had visited the tower once with Felt and Reinhard. In other words, this was the third time that Melee had visited the tower in a short, while probably across the entire world. She was a woman foremost in the number of visits to the Pleiades Watchtower, and it was likely that her count would only continue to increase in the future. Melee, yep, when I came here the last time. Garfield, why, wait a minute. Well, talk about that, but let's get inside the tower. Already a force is watching me to open it, then this is where my amazing self comes in. Then interrupting Melee as she tried to talk about her previous journey, Garfield cracked his knuckles and stepped forward in response to the words. By force, it was quite adorable of him to become proactive and take this as his time to shine. But in truth, Garfield was indeed fully qualified. Thinking that Subaru also encouraged him with an I'm counting on you had happened at that moment. Garfield, his long-awaited opportunity, having finally come around Garfield, had been about to challenge the door. Then before his eyes, the sound of stone scraping against stone rang out as it slowly opened. Of course, Garfield had yet to even touch the door. Opposite to Garfield, as he was astonished by that fact out from the open gap in the door. How about that take you by surprise, considering that there will likely be more people coming to the tower from here on out, as well as the cleanup of the miasma drifting over the Augrius sand dunes. I have constructed a brand new mechanism. Audible was the voice of a man brimming with confidence and pride to figure the person to give the statement packed with a smiling. Boastful nuance was slowly but surely exposed to the eyes of Subaru's party. Waiting, there was a person with neatly trimmed green hair clad in a black robe. Robe figured as a mechanism that funnels a minuscule yet specific amount of mana through a magic circle in order to operate the door. Through such means, I have rectified the inefficient state of the tower, starting with its cumbersome gate. I have dubbed this construction the High-Efficiency Sorceress Induction Door. It's a door that opens automatically, so it's an automatic door robed figuring ga. As the voltage of his voice increased right before it was about to hit its apex, a cold voice interrupted, like a douse of cold water, leading his vigor to fall flat on its face. His voice choking up the robed man looked beside him in shock as short. As a child, the man pointed the person standing next to him while trembling all over. Robed figure Miss Flam, you should know this by now with how many times I've said it may be modest with its convenience difficult to understand, but it is a brand new technology that someday ought to be used in many facilities. For this reason, an appropriate name is indispensable. Flam, but it's hard to say and hard to remember. Automatic door works fine. Robe figure, such a cheap name. Next, a man frozen up with his eyes widened, a young peach-haired girl slowly shook her head. Greeted by two figures who were roughly the same height, the reception had seemed to leave the side a bit behind. But setting that aside, Subaru called out with a hey to the people who had arrived here before them. Subaru, sorry for interrupting while you're in the middle of something, but you two are. Meili their season and Flamchino Nizen. As Subaru tried to ask about their identity, Meili interjected like so. Judging the word she spoke to be sensei in the name of a girl, and based on Meili's attitude of seemingly knowing these people, he was able to guess who they were. Last time when Meili visited the Pleiades watchtower with Felt and the others they had left behind, people at the tower, to keep watch and serve as a means of communication, the Felt camps. Robe, figure, MH, might that be Garfield, don't know, over there long time no see, ever since Prestella. Have you been well, I wonder, is I Ezo Cadner. Flam at Sasama is as spirited and noisy as always today. Ezo calling me noisy is naught, but slander Miss Flam, saying that widening his eyes at the girl named Flam in anger was the one who had given his name as Ezo Cadner, rumored intellectual magician of the Felt camp. Being called by Ezo with familiarity, one might have thought that Garfield would be delighted at this reunion with an acquaintance, but Garfield again my amazing self-time to shine Gao, and helplessly lowering his extended arm, he was in a dejected state. 3. I know now the finer details, but Priscilla Barilasima has. Upon hearing the news of Priscilla's demise, Ezo offered a silent prayer. His prayer, mastered to grant rest to his soul, was permeated with a hue betraying definite intellect, which could also be found in the young childlike appearance stemming from his origin as a dwarf. As a member of the Felt camp, he was of course aware of Priscilla, a rival camp, not losing his composure at the news of her passing. However, he turned his gaze towards Al. Ezo Aldono, my condolences. I never had the opportunity to meet Priscilla, but I have heard from Miss Felt that she was a formidable opponent, one not to be looked down on her eye for character. Is certain your liege was undoubtedly an exceptional personage. Al, yes, I am grateful, Ezodono. Solemnly, Ezo displayed his condolences towards Priscilla, and Al responded in a humble manner. A stranger who hid his face behind a steel helmet, and a person who displayed maturity contrary to his young appearance, quite the unnatural exchange from the viewpoint of an outsider, but the exchange of feeling was a sincere one indeed. Ezo, well then, Natsuka Dono and Garfield Dono, have you come directly to the tower from the Empire? Subaru, yeah. That's right, the distance is shorter by going straight to the tower, compared to stopping at the mansion for a bit. Ezo, I see, be that as it may, it must have been a tough decision to part from your liege, Emiliasa Maria Hardono too, is always reluctant to part from Miss Felt to an exasperating extent. Subaru, that's because those two have their own way of getting along, I guess, though I do suspect that Reinhard might actually enjoy seeing those frowns on Felt's face. Felt was so apathetic to Reinhard that it was even refreshing. Those reactions of hers perhaps seemed fresh to Reinhard, who everybody would treat with politeness at all times. If that was indeed the reason why he stayed by Felt's side, then Reinhard also had a pretty good personality. Subaru, of course, the reason's probably because she's his precious master, but as you said, Ezison, it does bother me that I had to part with Emilia Dan. It's just that. Nearly 2 months had passed since the time of Emilia and everyone else's departure from the kingdom for the Empire. During that period of time, nothing had progressed in regards to various issues concerned with the royal selection, and the changes in their relationship with the Empire had to be reported to the royal capital with haste, and that included the information of Priscilla's passing, which would cause a veritable earthquake as far as the royal selection was concerned. Therefore, they could not afford to delay the report to the royal capital. At the same time, they could not neglect Al Depressed, as he was for long constraining him despite his desire to head to the tower, as Ezo had stated it had been a tough decision. Regardless, Subaru, we didn't get into any major arguments over this, to be honest. I'm aware I was asking for too much, but they knew I was going to propose such a thing. So I feel kind of sorry. Since Emilia and the others had already known what Subaru was going to say, it felt like they had prepared the safest means to grant Subaru's request to the utmost extent. It was the utmost extent amidst aforementioned undelayable circumstances such as the report to the royal capital and the handling of the the Barriel domain, but currently they had allowed Subaru and this group to head to the Pleiades watchtower. Ezo no argument over it. HMHM is at how it went Subaru. Ezo, on nothing, just talking to myself. It is very much like how you appraise the master-servant relationship between Miss Felt and Rian Hardono. To each their own. After all, I can only imagine the things that happened in the Empire. Tracing his slim jaw with his finger, Ezo nodded in a magnanimous fashion. There was something relaxing about Ezo's manner of speech and attitude while talking to him, so it was no wonder that Melia called him Sensei. Either way, Subaru, time for a break now that we've reached the tower is what I'd like to do right about now. But there's probably some people who want to be able to settle down with the objective so close at hand, so without any further delay. Ezo onwards to the library on Teijida. HM, of course. I have no reason to stop. You only allow me to verify one thing, Aldono. Rushing through their introductions and circumstances, Subaru looked towards the towers, entranced at the spiral staircase, going up 5 floors, attempting to move the conversation forward on toward the topic of the 3rd floor of their destination. However, he was interrupted by Ezo calling ALS name. As Al turned around in response to that call, Ezo raised a single finger. And Ezo, earlier I stated that I have never been acquainted with Priscilla Sama, but allow me to say this from what I have heard of her personality. Is it not unthinkable that Priscilla Sama would wish for you to read her Book of the Dead even, so do you still desire the book of your late liege Al? Subaru Ezison, that's Ezo silence, Natsuki Dono. I am asking Aldono. It is an important matter. Right after Ezo told him to be silent, the tip of his raised finger began to glow faintly, and Subaru felt his own throat become unable to emit sound instantly. He guessed that it was some magic of Ezo's and was made aware that he was a user of magic proficient beyond his expectations. And thus, with Subaru having been forbidden from speaking by force to their side, Ezo exchanged gazes with Al. Ezo, it is painful to lose somebody close to you. I and many others share in this experience. However, it is unthinkable that all those who experience it would then visit this tower seeking a Book of the Dead, much less, if the person inscribed within the book, would not desire that either. That which Ezo spoke was a sensible opinion, so sharp that it could even draw blood. As Al maintained silence, his expression was hidden by his steel helmet, making it impossible to examine it. However, it was factual that he had sustained a deep, monumental wound, that he was drowning in the blood, and pain wrought by that wound. It was also a fact that Subaru and everybody else wanted to do something about that, for that the Amelia camp had unanimously. Alex, as you say, as a dono, as you said, there are people who, even if somebody close to them dies, will get back up on their feet by themselves, even without borrowing the power of the books. Ezo, your agreement is above all else. However, it seems you have more to say. Al, yeah, I've got more. There's another thing that's just as you said. Princess Priscilla, she wouldn't want anybody to read her Book of the Dead. Ezo, Al, but she died. With a hum, Subaru's muted throat rang faintly. Hearing Al speak of Priscilla's passing for the first time, Subaru felt a sensation akin to being cut by a sharp blade. It was beyond pain. It was a sensation more so akin to blood shedding causing his body temperature to fall vigorously. Then, with Subaru and Ezo having heard those words, Al still continued further. Al, Priscilla is dead. No longer can she tell me anything, Ezo, I see. At that low tone hailing from Al, sounding as if his heart had frozen over, Ezo cast his eyes down. Listening to the very same reply Ezo did, Subaru's heart was pierced by the everlasting glaciation that had befallen Ellis here at the pitiful, desolate frame of mind upon being bereaved of the flame of the sun known as Priscilla. His expression indicating he was experiencing a sensation self-same with that of Subaru's. Ezo gave a brief sigh and, Ezo, by saying things to test you, I have made you say something you wish not to. I apologize. Al, not, it was necessary for me to put it into words. Indeed, as I responded in a hoarse voice, Ezo deeply nodded. Then Ezo snapped his fingers and, Ezo, excuse me, Natsuki Dono, I wish to hear him out between just the two of us without any interruptions. Subaru, my voice is back. Just now that was Ezoine magic is what it may seem, but it is an application of young magic. It is not that you had lost your voice, but rather that it was boosted to a pitch so high that nobody would be able to hear it normally. It is in the register emitted by the likes of bats. Subaru, is that even possible? I really underestimated you that, and while placing his hand upon his throat, Subaru turned his attention towards, I'll guessing the intention of Subaru's gaze, Ezo prefaced with, I understand. Ezo, ultimately, it is a matter between the parties involved. It is no place for outsiders to interject, but then again, were doubt or hesitation present, it was within my intentions to stop him indirectly. But presuming this is the only way to move forward, then those who bear the resolve have no choice but to do so. Subaru, is that fine? Ezo, do not say such ridiculous things. all of you have come to terms with it in your own ways. No, besides, if I myself died, I would like for people to read my Book of the Dead. If they so desired, I would want them to learn everything about my life and use it as a foundation for the future. Subaru, Ezo, or rather, while it may not have been in the form of earnest desire, I have already diligently read quite a few books of the dead. They would have undoubtedly questioned how I could stoop so low. The orderly, mature expression Ezo had worn until then disappeared as he raised his voice's expression, having returned to the one he had initially displayed when exhibiting the automatic door technology that opened the door of the tower, bearing great confidence. While astonished by the sudden change in demeanor, Subaru understood that this was a bit of ingenuity designed to distract from the tense atmosphere Ezo had created, and thus harbored a favorable impression of Ezo's humanity. In all honesty, having just returned from the Empire, where everyone he met had the potential to become an enemy, Subaru was highly favorable to those he could face with peace of mind. In any case, Ezo, sorry for keeping you. I feel bad for taking stocks away from Natsukidono and the rest who are already familiar with the tower, but likely at the current moment, I am the one who has visited the library the most, and so I shall be guiding you myself towards the main attraction of the great library, Pleiades Teegida, where the books of the dead are stored. Without the time to fulfill their objective in visiting the Pleiades watchtower had finally come around. Chapter 10. Limit of 3 days. 1. The Great Library Pleiades. That was the official name of the tower that Shala had spoken when first inviting Subaru and the others here. Since she did not seem capable of coming up with such clever words on her own, it was probably something told to her by the master who had ordered Shala to manage the tower, and thus Shala had remembered those words and necessary explanations that had been taught to her with tactless honesty over 400 years, and at that moment she was finally able to present them. And now, Ezo, the Great Library Pleiades, and its archive of the books of the dead Teegida. Behind Ezo, as he spread his arms out and declared, so rows of bookshelves were lined up. These bookshelves were arranged in a circular formation around the staircase, leading to the lower 4th floor with many rows, many tens of rows, extending outward from there. Even when considering the rather large circumference of the Pleiades watchtower, there was no way the space could have fit within, so there was likely some expansion of space taking place there. Beatrice, it is not something that cannot be achieved through Ean magic. In fact, however, construct a technique that maintains its form over multiple centuries without an active caster is a skillful feat beyond the limits of human understanding, I suppose. And to Subaru's misgivings, Beatrice responded with an expression of wonder. Beatrice was a great spirit of the Ean attribute. Perceiving the sophisticated magic cast upon the tower, it might have been natural for her to become excited. Anyway, visiting the archive for first time, Garfield and Petra speechlessly widened their eyes, astonished by the overwhelming amount of bookshelves. Nay, by the sheer quantity of the books contained within, that was to say, the books of the dead. That was only natural when Subaru first became aware of the true nature of the books here on Teegida, even while understanding the logic behind it. He too was left speechless by perceiving the vast number of dead individuals. Petra, all of these are the books of people who died. Right, with a few words, Petra muttered in an astonished voice. As she slightly averted her eyes in dumbfoundment, Subaru thought it was only natural in this aspect. Petra had a considerable amount of guts. There were many instances where she faced situations with a level of tolerance that put grown-ups to shame. It was to the extent that when she encountered sand time, which tormented many of the people who challenged the Augria sand dunes, she had coped with the sand winds very energetically. And even though Petra could put up with so much, there was a level of eeriness on Teegida for which she could not maintain her calmness. Garfield HK. The same applied to Garfield as he looked all around the archive, making a slight noise with his throat. Rather, for someone like him, one of the two in the camp alongside Amelia, who excelled at taking things in stride, perhaps it was not the eerie austerity of the books of the dead that might have overwhelmed him, but rather the sheer number of them. Having just previously seen the hosts of undead in the Valachian Empire, the act of witnessing the resurrection and re-death of so many dead individuals might have spurred on that sensation. Subaru did have concerns about those reactions from Petra and Garfield. However, the one he was most concerned about also visiting this place for the first time was a person whose objective lay here. Al, heaving a small sigh, Al looked all around the library. His state of astonishment was more quiet than Petra's, and his head looking around the archive was more loose than Garfield's. However, that was precisely why there was an air of tension about him. It was to the extent that Subaru's throat dried up when trying to call out to him, creating a sense of hesitation in him. But while he was hesitating, Al, I can't read it. And having calmly approached the bookshelf, Al had removed a single volume in a natural movement, and while skillfully holding his elbow, he had flipped its pages wide open. There had not been even the slightest hesitation in that gesture, and Since it had all been so natural, Subaru's reaction of Ba had ended up being delayed. Subaru, wait, don't do that. So, suddenly you really startle me. Al, HM, my bad, it's just what I saw right in front of me. So I did it subconsciously. Subaru, don't you find it scary to suddenly go for things you have no knowledge of? While saying that, Subaru scrambled to take the book from AL's hand. Being greatly shocked by that quick action, Subaru was simultaneously reminded of the danger Al was on the journey. Thus far, he had not made a very strong display of his attitude, but it was likely a result of the strength of his desire for the book. Subaru wanted to show that he understood that, but on the other hand, that did not mean he would not reproach AL's rash behavior. Subaru, I told you this already, the books here are no way more powerful than you could ever imagine. At one point, I was right on the verge of becoming Meili. Meili, what kind of joke is that? Don't say such scary things, her name listed. As an example, Meili raised her voice in opposition. But this was no joke or anything of the sort from Subaru, but a dreadfully true sense of harm possessed by the books of the dead. On the previous journey in a loop where Meili had lost her life back, then Subaru had read Meili's Book of the Dead, putting a huge burden on his mind and immersing him so much in her life that a non-existent Meili began to dwell within him. To be honest, the affection and familiarity Subaru now felt towards Meili to a point that she was bewildered by it was in no small part due to the effects of her Book of the Dead of affection was something achieved by means of empathy and understanding. Then books of the dead were the ultimate matchmaker. But then again, by nature, books of the dead would absolutely not grant an opportunity for reunion with a deceased person in a living state. So such a development was only possible for Subaru. Subaru, that's why you have to handle them cautiously. It's quite possible that you could stop being yourself. Al, to stop being yourself, in a way, that might be the most desirable outcome. Subaru, Al. Al's a joke, just an unfunny, worthless joke. As Al pitifully spilled out words of self-abandonment, Subaru's cheeks stiffened. Hoping that it might serve as the impetus for him to get back on his feet, Subaru had listened to AL's request and had brought him to the tower. However, his doubts regarding whether this was a drastic method that would help or if it would actually end up deepening his wounds grew stronger. Ezo Natsuka Dono's admonishment a moment ago was precisely correct with the rebuking of all Dono's careless action already completed. I would very much like for Garfield Dono and Miss Petra to be sufficiently careful, as well should you heedlessly undertake the effects of a book. It is quite possible that your mind might sustain an everlasting wound. And behind Subaru and AL's exchange, Ezo cautioned the first-time visitors. Like Subaru, Ezo's words were filled with a nuance only possible from someone who had experienced the feedback from a Book of the Dead. Without a doubt, just like Subaru and Julius, he was one of the people who had connected with a Book of the Dead. Ezo, while typically regarded without much importance wounds upon the mind, are quite the troublesome affair. There is no prospect to recover from them via healing magic, and there are many instances in which they are made light of due to the fact that they are not outwardly visible, even aside from that the influence of miasma upon these lands is potent. So you may be prone to feeling low in spirits as one of the senior folk. Here, if you feel anything wrong at all, please inform me immediately. Subaru, thank you very much, Ezo-san. Flam, a splendid attitude to have, as the eldest one here, Etsusama. As expected, there is the implication that you fainted with wide eyes frothing at the mouth and experiencing incontinence when you first read a Book of the Dead. Ezo, Miss Flam, you promised not to say anything about that, did you not? Flam, seeing you convulse like that in the library made my eyes widen quite a bit as well. Ezo firmly struck his chest in a reliable manner, but when Flam, his supposed ally, exposed his disgrace, he widened his eyes hearing that recount of Ezo's experience. The expression of Petra, who had once looked at him with a gaze of respect, began to cloud over as she said, Ezo. San. At the gaze from the young girl, Ezo hurriedly gestured. Ezo, no, that is incorrect. Well, it may not be incorrect, but Miss Flam's descriptions were too effective as a cautionary tale. Certainly at first I was unable to bear it, and fainted in quite a predicament, but ever since I have learnt the trick behind reading the books, and have thus not failed in such a manner again. Garfield, a trick behind reading the book, something like that really exists. Ezo, it does, to put it plainly, it is to clear your mind, to close off your heart, if you enter such a frame of mind, and put yourself to the side, then you can treat the incoming information as nothing more than information. Flam, you make it sound so easy, but no matter how many times I hear it, I still do not understand. As Flam slowly shook her head, Ezo looked around at the others in search of agreement. However, neither Petra, nor Garfield, nor Subaru, nor Bearice, and most definitely not Meili understood. At the lack of a favorable response, Ezo cried out impossible in shock. Regardless of Ezo's shock, if it was truly possible to protect one's mind to the method he had spoken of to successfully read the books of the dead, then this was indeed a marvelous thing. As someone who had actually read Books of the Dead, Subaru understood just how absurd that was. To be honest, even after hearing about the trick just now, Subaru did not think he was capable of doing the same thing. Subaru, you've got it right. It's possible to go into an unrecoverable state by doing something careless. So for touching any books outside of the one you're looking for, I'd better stop. I got it. It'll heed your warning. Even without that, it was thanks to Bro and the others that I got the tower. Without any trouble, I'm not going to complain. Subaru, well, that's fine, I guess. With those words, Subaru returned the book he had taken from Al to the bookshelf. He did not know the name of the person written on the binding, but he handled it carefully, as the sensation was akin to touching a tombstone. Indeed, the Books of the Dead felt similar to tombstones or grave markers. That was why he felt a strange sense of resistance against making a racket here. Anyway, Ezo, amidst this vast number of books, finding the one you seek will be difficult. It would be ideal to really concentrate your energy on searching for it, after all the books on these bookshelves may still continue to increase even at this very moment. The comment added by Ezo spoke of a steep journey distinct to the one of crossing the sand sea, with the meaning of scaling a sea of books with no certain means of victory. 2. I am Volcanica, in accordance with the ancient covenant. I ask the will of thee who hath reached the summit. A deep, solemn voice reverberated, shaking the very souls of those who heard it, the voice of a being of a higher existence. With the vast blue sky as a backdrop, a majestic dragon, perched at the very top of the towering structure of the divine dragon Volcanica, loomed over Garfield, who stood there stunned. It was not the first time he had seen a dragon. On the contrary, during the recent great disaster in the Valachian Empire, Garfield had been entrusted by Subaru and the others to face off directly against the cloud dragon Mesoria, engaging in a fierce battle with it. The battle spoke for itself. Garfield did not think he had outright defeated the cloud dragon. Even so, the fact that he had not been beaten was something Garfield took pride in. Dragons were considered the most powerful creatures in this world. Whether human, demi-human, witch, beast, or spirit, they all paled in comparison to dragons, which stood at the top of the rankings. Though it was imperfect, having fought against one of those top-tier beings, Garfield felt as though he had broken through a barrier. However, Volcanica, thou who hath reached the top of the tower, stepped forth onto the first floor, almighty petitioner. The majestic blue-white shining divine dragon Volcanica rested its wings leisurely at the top of the tower. His instincts clearly understood that it was on a completely different dimension from the cloud dragon Mesoria. While it was not evident from its appearance, the experience as a dragon between Volcanica and Mesoria was as vast as the difference between an adult and a child. I had only heard about it because I missed a chance to see it last time, but seeing it for real is something else. As Subaru looked up at the dragon behind Garfield, he expressed his awe. Subaru was sent to the Empire before he had a chance to encounter Volcanica at the Pleiades Watchtower. Although he had seen Cloud Dragon in the Empire, he was just as moved as Garfield when he saw the divine dragon Volcanica in person. Because Amelia and Volcanica once fought each other, Garfield, Emiliasima, you were being too damn reckless. Honestly, Betty also felt like she was barely alive. In fact, it wasn't just Amelia, but Subaru, Ram, Anastasia, and everyone else were all in trouble too. Subaru, yep, back, then you were worried sick about us, Biko. Thanks for everything. Recalling those times, Subaru had a serious expression as he patted Beatrice's head, but from what he had heard, had not been the kind of conclusion that could be spoken about with such a heartwarming scene. At that time, Subaru had lost his memory. Melia betrayed them, and they had clashed with the sage and Gluttony, causing quite a commotion. Garfield, my amazing self, had been there. The Captain Woon been sent flying all the way to the Empire. Beatrice H.M., that's quite the claim. I suppose, Garfield, are you saying that you could handle problems that even we couldn't deal with, in fact? Garfield, ugh, no, that's not what I meant, but Beatrice, one of Betty's pretty jokes. I suppose Betty knows you didn't mean that, in fact. Beatrice laughed at Garfield, who was flustered, thinking he might have said something careless. As Garfield breathed a sigh of relief, Subaru said, anyways, before continuing, Subaru, I caused everyone a lot of worry. I won't say it was good that we got sent over there, but when I think about how the Empire might have been destroyed if we hadn't been there, well, Beatrice, having turned out all right, is not something we can say, I suppose, especially when considering ALS feelings, in fact. Garfield, it's not just that guy Schultz and the OL man were the same way. Beatrice and Garfield responded to Subaru's words while he scratched his cheek with his finger. In Garfield's mind, the image of the camp collapsing after Priscilla was gone came to mind. With Heinkel gone, and now seeking the Book of the Dead, even the most optimistic Schultz was desperately trying to pull himself together. But he was still in shambles. It was too worrying, no, too cruel to leave everything to Roswell alone. So he was relieved that Frederica was there to accompany him. He wished he could help all of them one by one to move forward. Garfield's sorry for tagging along like this, Captain. I just really wanted to see the divine dragon for once. Subaru, I was curious too, so it's not something you need to apologize for. It's natural for fans to be interested if they find out a celebrity is staying on the upper floors of a hotel. Although we're trying to meet them might be bad manners, maybe this is overstepping. Beatrice, there is no reason for anyone to blame you, I suppose. If anyone has a right to blame, it would be the dragon itself, in fact. But Volcanica, I am Volcanica, in accordance with the ancient covenant. I ask the will of thee who hath reached the summit, Beatrice. It is, as you see, I suppose. Beatrice shrugged at the vague nature of Volcanica's response. Garfield was also skeptical, but when he actually met Volcanica, he realized that it was true that the long passage of time had made the dragon perception of the world quite vague, even so the extraordinary aura it radiated was what set this exceptional dragon apart. In any case, Garfield am realizing again that there's always someone stronger. I've got to make sure I don't get too full of myself. Subaru, you're strong, Garfield. I'd reach you on the list of the strongest people I know quicker by counting from the top. Garfield isn't my amazing self's job to get to the top, though. After ascertaining his own standing, he gave Subaru's chest a light poke to let him know that he was not disheartened. Subaru let out a soft grunt from the impact of his fist, and then nodded with tears in his eyes. And as they were talking, "Oh, so you were indeed with the divine dragon." After all, at that moment, Ezo, who had come from the stairs, joined them. Ezo glanced at Garfield, Subaru, then at Volcanica beyond them, and Ezo, I understand the mysteries of this tower are sure to pique one's curiosity, but the divine dragon Volcanica, a being who is indispensable in the establishment of the kingdom of Lagunica, as we know it today, is yet another subject of great interest. Subaru, haha, it's probably different from a Zosan's perspective, but I also admire dragons. Volcanica's way too big for it, but the idea of being something like a dragon rider is a classic fantasy for boys. Garfield, dragon rider. Captain, you gotta tell me more about that later. Subaru, sure, though, having said that, it's kind of like the flying dragon riders from the Empire. Garfield's intuition was triggered by the unfamiliar words that Subaru uttered while he nodded his head. He had a hunch that it was probably something extremely exciting and awesome. Observing the exchange between Garfield and Subaru as Ezo tilted his head and touched his chin. Ezo, I see. I thought we might discuss the significance of the divine dragon from an historical or scholarly standpoint, but that will have to wait for another time now. Then Natsuki Dono, as requested, I have finished explaining the library to Aldono. For now, I have placed Miss Flam by his side. Subaru, thank you. It's a huge help. I haven't really had a chance to properly speak with Flamchin yet, but is it all right to leave her there? Ezo, your concern is unnecessary. She is the type who will clearly say no if she is adverse to something, though as a servant, it is a bit concerning that she says it so often. Beatrice, we are quite accustomed to maids who say no to things they are adverse to, in fact. Garfield, that's for sure ain't that the truth. Garfield and Subaru exchanged glances and nodded in response to Beatrice's remark. Garfield's beloved, both proud and self-aware, was indeed a woman who could clearly express her opinions regardless of her position. As a maid, he liked that about her. Thinking about it, Flam was like that too, so maybe it was just that women with peach hair were strong. Ezo, incidentally, Miss Flam has a twin sister named Miss Grassies. Not only are they similar in appearance, but also in personality, which is quite troubling. Subaru, you guys sure have a lot of variety over at Felt's place with Old Man Ram Ton Chinkin, and all speaking of which, Ezoson, how did you end up over there with Felt? Ezo, I was once indebted to Miss Felt and Reinhard Dono. I think it would be appropriate to say that they took an interest in me and brought me in because of that connection. Subaru, in that case, you were a great find, kind of like our Otto. A find, such was an expression that Otto himself often used, but as for commonalities between Otto and Ezo, it would probably be their green features, though Otto had in his attire, while Ezo's was in his hair. Green finds were excellent and reliable, thinking that Garfield could not help but chuckle. Ezo, it seems you are enjoying yourself, Garfield, Dono. Garfield, it's nothing, just some worthless thoughts, more importantly being called Dono like that feels a little awkward, Dono, just sounds so over the top, if you get what I'm saying. Ezo, is that so? I do not personally think so, but in that case I will address you as Garfield-kun, as I do with Rackenskun and the others. Garfield, sure ain't like it's our first time meeting. Either please go ahead and use that. As Garfield waved his hand, Ezo nodded when understood. At that exchange between Garfield and Ezo, Subaru looked back and forth between the two and said, speaking of which, Subaru, you two have met each other before, right? From where Ezo, I am sure you recall the Priestella incident when the Watergate city was attacked by the witch cult led by their St. Archbishops. I was called by Miss Felt to help with the aftermath, and thus entered the city. That is where I became acquainted with Garfield-kun and Dono. Subaru, I see, so it was during that time. Garfield, and there was a bit of a quarrel that went down then too. Well, it's kind of a long story. That was during the time when Subaru and the others had departed for the Pleiades watchtower. While Otto stayed behind in Priestella to recover from his injuries, Garfield aided with the city's reconstruction and assisted in the retrieval of the witches' remains that had been sealed beneath the city. One of the members of that excavation team was Ezzo, along with Garfield, Ricardo, and for some reason Liliana. Beatrice, just from what has been said, it sounds like a group that would get into a great amount of wrangling, I suppose. Ezzo, albeit challenging, it was a time from which I learned a great deal, of course. I was helped by Garfield many times, though it feels strange to say it in front of him. He is a remarkable young man. Subaru, he not at all, not at all. Beatrice, that much is trivial for him, in fact. It was a bit embarrassing to see Subaru and Beatrice looking even happier than Garfield at Ezzo's unashamed and bold praise. In truth, Garfield also deeply understood that Ezzo had more than just a big head, and that he was an excellent magician in a battle situation. Though it was a bit frustrating that he had underestimated Ezzo, due to having an even more outstanding magician so close to him usually. Ezzo, now then, while it is not unfavorable to deepen our friendship, let us get through the issue at hand. Before doing so, I am having Miss Flam watch over him, but let us discuss Aldono Subaru about Al. Ezzo, indeed, there is just one thing I would like to verify, but I suspect that Aldono's objective may lie in the resurrection of Priscilla Bellissima. But what are your thoughts? Subaru wa Garfield, As Ezzo stroked his chin and spoke, Subaru and Garfield's voices overlapped. At the sudden utterance of the word resurrection, at the very least Garfield's comprehension could not keep up. Next to Garfield's befuddlement, Beatrice narrowed her round eyes. Beatrice, just what do you mean? I suppose the resurrection of the dead, if it is a matter of the sacrament of the immortal king, we've had more than enough of that, in fact. Ezzo, I suppose you are referring to the incident in the Empire that I have only heard about in passing. The forbidden art of the sacrament of the immortal king captures my interest immensely, but that is not what I am referencing at the current moment. I worry about the method that Natsuki Dano jokingly spoke of earlier. Subaru, I jokingly. Ezzo, a pseudo-resurrection of the dead, accompanied by means of reading the book of the dead of Priscilla Bellissima and overriding himself with her existence. Subaru, without any intonation in his voice, the words void of any emotion spoken by Ezzo permeated into his brain. A pseudo-resurrection of the dead. The contents of Ezzo's words did not make sense to Garfield. However, he knew from Subaru's astonished expression, with sweat forming on his forehead, that it was not a nonsensical idea that could be laughed off. Subaru was left speechless, gazing at that state as Ezzo continued. Ezzo, as I mentioned previously, I have already read 12 books of the dead. The predicament I found myself in at first was a complete failure that I cannot bear to speak about in accordance with Miss Flam's statements, and following the sensation I experienced at that time, provides an argument that the overriding of the mind is possible. Beatrice Subaru said that their memories almost blended together, I suppose, but it is difficult to imagine that the reader's consciousness would then completely disappear. In fact, Ezzo, with the sensation of blending and mixing together, that is indeed true. However, what if the reader was prepared with a state of mind to accept all of it, if they were to go in with the attitude that they would disappear from the start with the mind of the person read from the book, not then take hold without any resistance? Beatrice. Ezzo, of course, this is just an armchair theory. It is not as though I have actually tested it. Only when considering the motives of someone who seeks out the book of the dead of an important person they have lost, it is an idea that comes to mind. As Ezzo spoke of his deductions at length, a deep, uncharacteristic frown was borne upon Beatrice's brow. Hearing that from the side, Garfield had no room to interject. He had been working his mind to try to get his head around it, and thought that he was beginning to understand it on a surface level. However, even if the books of the dead were completely filled with the memories and feelings of the dead, Garfield, something like that wouldn't really be coming back to life. Ezzo, why do you think so? Garfield, 'cause HK, 'cause that thing, the soul, ain't there, it ain't somebody inside a book. As his mind got all jumbled up, Garfield gnashed his canines and responded so. It was not something he could provide reasoning for or properly explain. However, since it was unthinkable that people were made up of nothing more than memories and information, he answered so. To Garfield's response, Ezzo narrowed his eyes. Ezzo, yes, I am of the same opinion, as Garfield can Garfield, huh? Ezzo, what is with that idiotic expression and voice that is ruining your masculinity? Maintain a dignified air. As Garfield somehow managed to wring out an answer, Ezzo looked at his troubled face, raised a finger, and continued, you see. Ezzo, Garfield's observation has hit the nail right on the head. Even if the books of the dead describe everything about the dead, even if the experiences and emotions accompanying those descriptions can be lived through vicariously, and even supposing the mind can be overwritten, that would not be a resurrection of the dead. It would be the birth of a distinct entity that shares the memories, experiences, and emotions of the dead. Subaru, a distinct entity that shares in memories, experiences, and emotions. Ezzo, I do not consider that to be a true resurrection of the dead. I wonder if many would not also intuitively think that way, That is why I wish to ascertain, does Aldona desire to resurrect the dead? If for that purpose he has chosen the method of the Book of the Dead, his wish shall not be granted. Subaru, Ezo, but then again if he wishes to keep a Salasima within his heart, that is yet another plan. Slowly shaking his head, Ezo brought his own thoughts to a close. Being prompted to think through that manner of speaking, Garfield's teeth had ended up clattering, and he then peeked at Subaru's state. Subaru ought to have been the one who wanted to sympathize with ALS feelings and do something for him, the most hearing what Ezo had just said. Just what would Subaru think? Subaru, am I an idiot? No, I am definitely an idiot, Beatrice Subaru. Subaru, until I was told about it, I hadn't even considered such a possibility. I simply thought that I'll just want to know what Priscilla was thinking in her final moments, and I was also hoping that he might be able to get himself together while searching for the book. Pressing his fist against his forehead, Subaru blamed himself for not having thought of it, witnessing his pitiful state of self-reproach. Garfield grabbed the arm, pressing his fist against his forehead with a captain. No relief would come from tormenting himself like that. This was something that Garfield deeply understood to the white scar upon his own forehead. Ezo, I do not think you ought to be blamed for not having thought of it. This is just something that I could think of because I've had the experience of actually reading books of the dead, as well as a tendency to look at things with a multi-layered approach. There remains room for doubt on whether Aldona intends to enact such a thing, but Subaru, I know I really do hesitate if by some chance Al wants to disappear, so Priscilla can return. That's a no-go. Firmly clenching his molars, there was strength in Subaru's eyes as he responded to Ezo. Then Subaru looked towards Garfield, who had grabbed his hand. Subaru, my bad, I caused you to worry. Garfield, ain't something you need to apologize for this time. It's my amazing self's job to worry about your captain. Both Autobro and Emiyasama are really counting on me a ton after all. Subaru, well, guess there's no helping it. As Garfield released his hand and shrugged his shoulders, Subaru gave a wry smile and dropped his own shoulders, and Subaru muttered, all right, and Subaru, let's all agree to not say anything about this to Al. If he hasn't thought of it himself, then it might go to serve as unnecessary encouragement. Just make sure not to leave Al alone. Garfield, if he searches for the book when he's by himself and ends up reading it, there won't be any way to stop him. Ezo, it would be ideal to locate the book before he does, whether you intend to show him the book or not having the book grants you the initiative. Subaru, though I don't want to think about it like a scramble for initiative. Garfield, captain. Considering the possibility that Al might end up not knowing what to do, Subaru feebly muttered in the midst of the conversation. To begin with, the reason they had brought Al to the tower like this was to prevent him from ending up at a loss for what to do. And yet if the act of coming here caused Al to not know what to do, then it was an act akin to putting the carriage before the ground dragon. Garfield, fixing his gaze on the floor of the tower by his feet, Garfield cursed the Pleiades watchtower. For what reason did the tower store the memories of the dead in the form of books of the dead, tempt the hearts of those who seek them, and torment Subaru and the rest of them? Beatrice, Alabama, is currently searching for the book he seeks in the library, I suppose. Ezo, yes, he should be. Beatrice, well, the girl named Flam, who you left together with him, what sort of girl is she in fact? Ezo, she is an attendant of Feltsama, or rather she is a servant of House Astria. She is a descendant of a family that has served House Astria for generations. So while she is young, she possesses strength that is not to be made lighter without magic. I would not be able to do a single thing against her. At Ezo's explanation, Garfield was able to understand Flam's posture from earlier. He had not seen her moving with agility, but Flam's standing posture was by far the most beautiful one. There she kept her center of gravity prepared in a manner that rivaled Ram. That was not to say that her abilities were equal to those of Ram, but since she worked for House Astria, it was probably fine to expect her to have strength corresponding to that role. Ezo, in all likelihood, Aldona will spare food and sleep in favor of searching for the book. We also intend to offer help to split up the labor in the search, but what is the time frame of your sojourn at the tower? Subaru, we plan to stay for 3 days. I has also accepted that 3 days that was a predetermined period of their sojourn at the Pleiades watchtower. Even if Priscilla's Book of the Dead is not located in that time, they would leave the tower after 3 days and return Al to the Barriel domain, where he would stay by Schultz's side. That was why until then Subaru wished to create an impetus for Al to regain his footing, and Garfield also approved of that point. It would be good if these 3 days could be used to serve a constructive purpose for Al, and ensuring that this time would not be used for anything else was. Garfield, the duty that my amazing self's got to fulfill here no matter what. Clenching his fist so tightly that his bones began to creak, Garfield firmly assumed his own responsibility. In order to accomplish what had been entrusted to him by Amelia Frederica Autoram and Rem, who were not present here, and by Roswell too. Volcanica, thou who hath reached the top of the tower, step forth to the first floor, almighty petitioner. Indeed, as Garfield resolved himself to paint over the disquieting possibilities, the eyes of the divine dragon, the target of their gaze, unclear, oversaw him and his allies with their unchanged state of ambiguity. Chapter 11. You are no longer among us. 1. I know everyone is worried, but I think they're acting a little too crude. While preparing dinner for everyone inside the Pleiades watchtower, Petra expressed her thoughts on the awkward atmosphere. It had already been half a day since they arrived at the tower, and they had a time limit of 3 days for their stay, so Subaru and the others had rushed to the library to search for the book they were looking for. Petra was busy preparing dinner for a group who would surely come back hungry, but the atmosphere in the library nearby was terrible. Petra, neither Subaru nor Garfson were able to concentrate on finding the book at all. Hey, are you listening? In response to Petra's question, the one who nodded absent-mindedly with a "yeah, I hear you" was Maylee. She scooped out some of the contents of the pot Petra was heating on the stove with a small spoon and tasted it. Maylee, yes, this is delicious. Petra-chan, your cooking is getting better and better. Petra, thanks, but I still have a long way to go before I can reach the heights of Frederick and Nizama, so I have to keep working hard. Besides that, the formidable Rem Nizama has returned. Maylee, would she really be a formidable opponent? Ram Onizan's younger sister doesn't remember anything right then. I don't think they are any threat to you, Petra-chan, either in cooking or anything else. Petra, you don't know that she fell in love with him once, so it wouldn't be strange at all for her to fall in love with him again. Or rather, I think it's already a little strange. Petra lowered her voice and questioned the atmosphere between Subaru and Rem. Having been asleep for a long time, Rem's awakening made Petra happy. Subaru and Ram had always been concerned about her, and Petra had also looked after her. As she slept every day, she was fully aware of how cherished Rem was. To be honest, she also thought that if Rem had not woken up sooner, she would not have been able to assess her love rival's strength. When Petra met Rem in person and spoke with her, she got quite a good impression from her earnest and hard-working attitude, but there was something off, something strange about her due to her lack of memory. She had quite a few disputes with Subaru, and even now she seemed to be responding to him in a relatively cold and harsh manner. Petra, but it's still strange. Maylee might see, but Onizan might have that kind of side to him. No matter how much I glare at him, he makes it all seem kind of silly. Petra, yeah. That's right, I thought Subaru was a strange person at first too. Wait, wasn't the way you just said that strange Mylican. Maylee, stop it, you worry too much. Maylee stuck out her tongue and raised her hands with a displeased look on her face. Petra stared at her with a moe expression and withdrew her suspicion for the time being. Before departing for the Empire, Maylee had said that Petra was overthinking things when she returned from the Pleiades watchtower, but Petra thought it was not a bad idea to be this cautious when it came to Subaru. Anyone could understand Subaru's appeal if they spent some time with him, and if they understood his appeal, the possibility of their feelings turning into something more special would increase dramatically. Petra, even in the Empire, he made a good impression on a lot of people while he was away from us. Subaru increased the number of people who liked him by about 1,000. Maylee, that's got to be an exaggeration. 1,000 people is way too much. Petra, the number kept going up. It was mostly men, so that was good, but you can't let your guard down. Maylee, who had not seen the real thing, laughed it off as a joke, but Petra was not in the mood to laugh it off. While clenching her fist vigorously, she stirred the pot with her other hand to prevent it from boiling over, but her heart was always overflowing with thoughts of Subaru. If she did not do so, he would surely wander away from her sights, unconsciously approach someone hurt, and go to great lengths for them. Just like how now they were at the tower to help Al move forward Petra. So about Alison. Maylee, oh, you were saying something about being crude, or what? Not what do you mean by that? Petra, I'm just saying what I see. Subaru and Garfson are too obvious in their attempts to keep an eye on Alison. Maylee, true, those two don't seem like they'd be good at keeping an eye on someone. Which person is Alison? The little guy, the guy in the helmet. Petra Mylican. After she had finished tasting the food, Maylee moved away from the pot and sat down on the luggage that was lying there. As she rested her chin on her hands and gave that disinterested response, Petra pouted and said, "Geez." As she only joined the group partway through and had therefore only heard bits and pieces of what happened in the Empire, it was no wonder. Petra, don't act like you're already done with your work. You are one of us Mylicans, so try to take an interest in it. Maylee, even if you say that I don't have any work until we head home, even if you tell me not to look like I'm all done, I can't help it. Also, Petra-chan, I don't think I'm cut out to be a member of your group. Petra, you don't have to worry about that anymore. After all, didn't you go to the capital and get the Council of Wise Men's pardon? You should be proud of yourself. Hold your head up high with that cute face of yours. Maylee, yes, it is a cute face. Petra sighed at Maylee, who sat with her hands on her cheeks and a serious expression on her face, not even a smile. Maylee really was not a bad girl at heart, but she had become so used to pretending to be a bad girl that it had become a way of life for her. She herself had started to lose track of whether she was being genuine or pretending probably. Petra, there are so many people I have to teach from square one. Meili, you always seem so busy, Petra-chan. I wonder if you ever get tired. Petra, you're one of the causes, besides Meili, besides. Petra, I can't say I'm tired. If even the person I want to rest the most doesn't rest, it makes it even harder to raise the issue, don't you think? Meili. Petra, the person I want to rest isn't Otto-san. Okay, Otto-san should himself make some time and get a good night's sleep, at least 6 hours a day. Although Otto was used to not sleeping, it was unlike Roswell not, because he did not need much sleep, but because he was just overdoing it, as proof there were times when he would sleep for more than half a day like a corpse after he had finished a big job. Petra, even though I've told him that he shouldn't compare himself to Master, who is cheating with his own constitution, he doesn't listen to me at all. Meili, he am not good at talking like that either. But you really don't like that lord, do you, Petra-chan? Aren't you relieved that you're not with him? Petra, that's true. Because of that, I ended up going separately from Frederick and Nizuma, but it means that she trusts me. This was the first time that Petra had been left in charge of a long journey of 10 days, or more, although she had been left in charge for a day or two previously at the meeting of the Western Margrave and on the journey to the Empire. Frederica, or Ram, were always with her this time. However, Petra was left on her own. For that reason, her enthusiasm was different. She had to keep an eye on everyone. Petra, that's why I'm worried about Alcin too. He's the one with the helmet. Meili, yeah, he's quite a conspicuous man. Isn't he the reason we came to the tower? Petra, that's right. He really wanted to read a certain book of the dead. I think it's a good thing if reading it makes him feel better. Meili, that's a strange way of putting it. Does it really worry you that much? Petra, well, no, I'm more worried about Subaru and Garfson than I am about Alcin. At Petra's answer, Meili tilted her head and asked about Onizen. And the others, it seemed that she was more interested in this than the topic of Al, and she looked at Petra with a frown. Petra responded to Meili's gaze with a because and continued. Petra, they both think too much about things like it's their own problem. When your family, friends, or other important people are feeling down, you know how sometimes you get so caught up in trying to cheer them up that you end up getting depressed too. Meili, who knows, is that so? Petra, maybe I was foolish to ask you, Milican. Petra, who was seeking sympathy, was met with a blank expression from Meili, feeling a lack of response. As if pushing against a strong tide, Petra's worries were directed at Subaru and Garfield in a 6-to-4 ratio. Petra had also heard from Subaru and the others that there was a suspicion that ALS' purpose in searching for Priscilla's Book of the Dead was to resurrect her. She had no idea whether this was actually possible, but if it was, Petra could understand why Subaru and the others would want to keep a close eye on ALS' every move. Petra, but even though I originally wanted Alcin to read the book, I now feel like it might be the opposite, and my head and heart are at odds with each other. Petra knew that when there was a discrepancy between one's head and heart, between reason and emotion, their performance would suffer dramatically, not just for Petra, but for anyone. It went without saying that one's results would be better when one's sense of purpose and actual actions were in sync. Now, could it really be said that Subaru and the others had their minds and actions in sync? Petra, Meili, if you ask me, Petra-chan thinks too much too. And looking at Petra's contemplative profile, Meili noticed something and spoke up, drawn in by the voice. Petra asked what as her eyes fell on someone who had appeared in the entrance to the room. On the 4th floor, there were many rooms, and as Petra and her friend were preparing dinner in one of the rooms, they were visited by the person they had just been talking about. Yo, I thought something smelled good. Are you two girls preparing dinner? Saying so, Al gave a light wave and walked over. Flam was quietly following behind him, probably to make sure he was not left alone. Petra was at a loss for words momentarily at the unexpected appearance of the pair, but Meili, yes, dinner is being prepared, but him just watching Petra-chan is the one cooking. Al, what you're blatantly slacking off is what I do like to say, but Miss Meili has done a great job in a way here. I can't really speak all high and mighty to you. Meili, of course, as long as I'm here, no one can disobey me, you know. Al, no doubt, thank you. Al made a bow to the pompous Meili while using only his right hand to make a gesture of gratitude. While those two talked to each other, Flam walked over to Petra, who was mixing a pot. Flam, thank you for your hard work. I apologize for leaving the preparation of our meal to you. Petra, it's fine, Flamchen. You were taking care of Ezison until we got here, right? You can leave it to us for a while. Flam, thank you. Etsasama has a bad habit of quickly forgetting to eat or sleep, because he is so absorbed in what is in front of him. It is a problem. Petra, I am familiar with that type of person as well. At Flam's sincere words, Petra nodded, deeply out of sympathy. Flam was also a servant, but she was probably 1 or 2 years younger than Petra. She was born into a family that served the Astria family, so she may have more experience as a servant than Petra, but Petra lets work hard together as the caretakers. For everyone you can talk to me about anything. Striking her own chest, Petra spoke to Flam like she was her older sister. No matter how much her work skills improved, Petra's position as the youngest in the camp would not change no matter how hard she worked. Age was the only thing she could not catch up to or surpass, and that was the downside of being the youngest. Of course, with Beatrice and Amelia being over 400 and 100 years old, respectively, she could not act like an Onesan with them despite their cuteness. Therefore, the opportunity to be in contact with someone clearly younger than herself, such as Schult and Utakata in the Empire, was invaluable to Petra. Flam, thank you, Petra-sama. I will do so immediately, Petra. Yes, what is it? Flam, no matter how many times I have told him the young master has not gotten out of the habit of treating both my sister and myself like children. What should I do? Petra, you mean Ari Hartson. With the immediate subject of the consultation suddenly being a big one, Petra was very unsure of how to respond. Although Reinhard van Astria and Petra did not know each other directly, everyone in the kingdom of Lagunica has at least heard rumors of the knight amongst knights. Petra's opinion was that Subaru was more amazing as a knight, but it would be remiss to make such an assessment of someone she had never met in person. In any case, Petra, however, I know how it feels to be treated like a child when you do not want to be treated like one. In the meantime, you should stop letting him pat you on the head. Flam the head, well myself, aside Grassies, does not seem to mind being patted on the head by the young master myself aside. Petra, it's not like I dislike it, or anything, I do not dislike it per se, but the sense of distance in a relationship like that isn't good. Petra herself was in the process of trying to rectify this stalemate in a relationship. Therefore, her answers to Flam's questions were very specific. Hearing the response Petra gave with her fists clenched, Al cleared his throat. Petra H.M. Alson, what do you need? Al, my bad, but the advice you gave to Flamchen is a little off the mark. It looks like Flamchen, and you have different feelings. Petra, really do you not like Reinhard-san? Flam, I do like the young master, but not as someone of the opposite sex. Petra, oh, I'm right. While embarrassed for jumping to the wrong conclusion, Petra stuck out her tongue a bit, and then she turned her attention to Al and continued with that surprising. Petra Alson, you actually understand this sort of thing. Al, oi, am a mature old man. I've been through the sweet and the bitter, though mostly through other people. Petra, if it's other people, then you can't boast about it, right? Al, it's not boasting. And no, it's self-depreciation, oops. Shrugging his shoulders, ALS stomach, suddenly growled Petra, loosen her lips to that. Petra, please wait a little longer. I will be finished soon. Al, my bad for the rush. This one's not on me, it's on my growling stomach. Petra responded with a nod and a yes sir to the talkative Al, and then while exchanging light banter with Al, Petra feared that Subaru and Garfield's attitude towards him was excessive. She understood why they worried with all the varied tangled assumptions, but at the very least, Al could pretend to make a recovery. A truly down and depressed person was incapable of that kind of care for people around them. Melee, old man, you sure do eat. Although probably not reading Petra's mind, Melee spoke to Al. Al responded with, of course, to Melee's words and fiddled with the seams of his helmet. Al, being hungry is a problem, not eating or drinking drops your performance and doesn't actually take you further away from your goal. Melee, that's true, but not drinking, eating, or sleeping is an option. You only have 3 days after all, Petra Milican. Al, no, I don't mind. I'm aware I have a limit. And it's obvious to think of you really serious when you're taking it that easy. Waving his hand, Al could not rebuke Melee's words that hit the mark too. Well, then he tapped his helmet with the nails of his waving hand and continued with a but. Al and the prince's jester, to say he'll struggle in a desperate frenzy, I think that a bit off. Petra Alson. Al, also it's true I promise a limit of 3 days, but it's not set in stone, right? Nothing is measured exactly by an hourglass. Don't you think if I cry cling and beg, I could pull off an extra half day or so? Petra could not help but burst out laughing when he suddenly brought up such a convenient argument, after speaking in such a serious tone. Truly, if Al really did cry, cling, and beg, then they would probably need to extend their stay half a day. However, Petra, that would be inconvenient for us. Please make sure to properly drink, eat, and make time to sleep. If they relied on that from the beginning, then there would be no point in a deadline above all the strictness that the rest of them could not do. It was Petra's job to properly speak that aloud, even if she knew that they may eventually overrule her. Petra, during these 3 days, I will be doing my best to help Alson with Subaru, and the others, okay, it's ready. Al, so strict, whoa. While he said that, Petra transferred the contents of the pan into a bowl, then lightly gave a sample to Al. Al took it, raised the chin of his helmet, then brought it to his lips. Al, hot, but it's tasty. He said in a soft mutter. Petra was satisfied with that. 2. I dare say, apart from the sage who created this library, I am perhaps the person who has read more books of the dead than anyone else in the world. Allow me to state my perspective. I believe that what ultimately makes this library special is that it allows for the vicarious reliving of lost history. After dinner had concluded, Subaru and the others re-entered the library of Teijida. There, while helping out find the book he was seeking, as well as simultaneously keeping an eye on ALS movements, Ezo had been giving a lecture to preoccupied Subaru along with the others. Ezo's voice, contrary to his appearance, was low-pitched and projected well in the high-ceilinged library. Even though they were in different camps and did not share the same goals as kindness, and getting along with him in this way was commendable. However, since Flam was uninterested in joining in on such topics, it could just be that his eagerness to speak on them had exploded. Regardless, since it was an interesting subject, it was not boring to listen to. Beatrice, even so, calling it reliving lost history is quite an exaggeration. In fact, I am aware that a Book of the Dead gives a glimpse into the life of the one who has died, but the scale is different, I suppose. Ezo, strictly speaking, Miss Beatrice's understanding is unimpeachable. However, that would only be from a perspective limited to a single book. On the other hand, when extrapolated across multiple books, the situation changes. Since they had split up to look through the bookshelves, they tended to speak quite loudly. It felt like talking out loud in a school library, and brought with it a trifling sense of guilty pleasure. As they continued to talk across the bookshelves, Subaru tilted his head at Ezo's reply. Subaru, come to think of it, Ezison has read more than 10 books. Write the Books of the Dead. Since you can only read the ones of people you personally knew, isn't that a pretty high strike rate? Garfield, even though he spent all this time holed up in here, I do agree with you. I've been looking for more than half a day now, but not a single. Nay, my amazing self knows has come up. Beatrice, this is a really low strike rate. In fact, names that are familiar are many, I suppose, but the names of acquaintances are an entirely different matter. In fact, holding hands with Subaru and looking at the same bookshelf as he was, Beatrice muttered so in a whisper. In fact, having lived for 400 years the walking encyclopedia that was Beatrice, had come across several familiar names every now and then. Perhaps out of concern, she had not made an effort to mention them, but every time she had found one, since there was a reaction from their linked hands, it was not something she could keep hidden from Subaru. Subaru as well had not thought to ask about the people she did not mention. Out to lie here and brag about being a lucky boy, I don't think Ezosin is so vain if it knows some sort of trick to such good luck. Could you please teach it to me? Ezo, I am sorry to break it to you, but the secret is not luck aldono natsukidono, and the companions ought to be slightly more flexible and should start by doubting the premise. Subaru, the premise, Garfield, doubt it, you say. Ezo was an eloquent speaker, and yet Subaru and Garfield furrowed their brows at the proposition he had presented. Ezo, on the other hand, seemed pleased with their response, saying yes with evident elation in his voice. Ezo, as Natsukidono said, in order for a Book of the Dead to exhibit its potential to the fullest, one must be acquainted with the person in question. I can think of a few reasons why such a restriction might be imposed, but they are all merely speculation. So let us put them aside for time being. What matters is, given that premise, to relive the lives of those who had died a long time ago during the era of the witches, for example, could be deemed infeasible. Subaru, I really don't want to look into those, even if I could, but that premise, you doubt it. Garfield, you say, and it can happen that people other than acquaintances can get to look into M. Beatrice, if such a cheating technique existed, Ezo would have read more than just 12 books, I suppose. Ezo, haha, it is certainly thrilling to have my inquisitiveness recognized as such. Although it did not seem like a compliment, Beatrice's words had put Ezo in a good mood. Ezo seemed like someone who would have been suited to a position like a teacher, and Subaru thought seriously about what he said, but an answer could not come to mind straight away. Instead, although it feels unlikely, a possibility does come to mind. Ezo, splendid, then perhaps you could explain the possibility that you have surmised. The premise is that you can only read the books of people you know. Since that's the case, you can't read the books of those who died long ago, but if you know someone who died a long time ago, then you can. Subaru, wait, that's true, but were we just saying that it can't be done? Is that so? You can do it in this place. Don't you think? Stating thus, I made a gesture of looking around the library of Teijida. Subaru was initially slow to comprehend what Al had said and became lost in thought. But concerning the point of destroying the premise and the way Al had just spoken, he did arrive at such a possibility. That was, Subaru, if you were to read someone's Book of the Dead, you could relive their life, which implies that compared to prior to reading the book, the range of people you would know would have expanded. If that's the case, then Beatrice, by increasingly stacking up acquaintances through this reliving, the number of lives that can be experienced, as well as the time traversed backwards, can also be increased. In fact, what Ezo meant finally makes sense, I suppose. Ezo, reliving lost history. Taking over from ALS speculation, Subaru and Beatrice, having found such means of utilizing the books of the dead, looked towards Ezo. Before the eyes of Subaru and the others, he slipped out from behind a bookshelf, spread his arms wide, and nodded. Ezo, brilliant. It is such a pleasure to see young people solve difficult problems by thinking through on their own. I, too, although walking ahead of you, find my heart racing. Al, sorry, but I'm older than you, Ezison. Beatrice, Betty, too, finds it upsetting to be treated like a young person. In fact, you are making light of a great spirit, who has lived for 400 years, I suppose. Ezo, ahem, I have been rude. However, Natsuki Dono and Garfield Dono are young people, right? If only you had observed their faces when they arrived at the realization. Garfield Gal. The words of the exultant Ezo came to a stop at the displeasure evident in Garfield's expression. Garfield had been counting something with both of his hands. His emerald green eyes, filled with confusion, tried his best to digest what Subaru and the others had just discussed, and ended up short-circuiting. Garfield, by reading the books, the guys in Knoll increase that'll increase, but the books left a Reedle decrease increase. I don't get what y'all are saying. Subaru, it's okay. Garfield, what we were discussing just now, it isn't relevant to what we're trying to do right now, and it's something that you can get by without knowing. Subaru gave a wry smile as he comforted Garfield, who seemed to have many question marks floating above his head. At any rate, they now knew the reason why Ezo had been able to read 12 books of the dead. He had not hit the lottery by being endowed with the absurd luck needed to read 12 books of the dead. Rather, he dealt with the situation by taking a drastic measure to increase the number of books that he could read. By his vicarious experience with the books of the dead, he became acquainted with more of the dead in them. And just as Ezo had surmised, by doing so repeatedly, it should have allowed for going back in history a century or two, and it might have even been feasible to look into the time of the witches from 400 years ago, which he had given as an example. Unfortunately, Subaru was not interested in that era, but Subaru Satella. For but a moment a name flashed across Subaru's mind, and he closed his eyes to shake off the wicked thought. Although he had said he held no interest in what had transpired 400 years ago, there was one name in particular that did intrigue him. However, the person with that name had not died, but was rather sealed, or so it was said. Consequently, her book would not exist within this library, but even if her book was here, Subaru was unsure if he would be able to read it. To be precise, there really were no means of ensuring it, and honestly, he did not want to find out. Subaru, but even if you know how to get it done, I think reading 12 books would be suicidal, impressive work. Ezo, of course, even if I had used techniques to empty my mind, it was by no means an easy feat each time I read through a book. It was necessary to separate the original me from the information that flowed in concerning safety. About 2 days of rest would be needed in between. Ezo continued to be quite reckless, but realizing that it was a well-thought-out kind of recklessness, Subaru felt slightly more at ease. However, if he had started a book every 2 days, given the present state of having completed 12 books, it seemed slightly doubtful if that pacing matched. In any case, I'm not sure I should use the term enjoyable here, but this conversation has certainly been interesting, thank you. Ezo, there's a fine line between interest and enjoyment. So long as you are careful about the manner in which it is expressed, there is no need to blame yourself for how you feel. Likewise, for listening to my lecture, you have my gratitude. Al, thank you. Watching as Al politely said so in response to Ezo's lecture, Subaru felt like he was beginning to regain his composure. It did feel dangerous the first time he had so suddenly and carelessly reached for a book of the dead. But even though Priscilla's book had not yet been found, the sense of danger that seemed to be emanating from ALS' entire body seemed to have faded considerably. Although there were still times when he made somewhat self-deprecating remarks, he was honestly relieved to hear a little bit more of the frivolity that was typical of Al. Subaru, as expected, hard on the psyche, to be in a situation where you're constantly doubting someone. As Subaru said this, he recalled his early days in the Valachian Empire, in a situation where he did not know anyone around him, unaware of whom to trust, and whom not to the time he had spent in constant fear of such things had been quite taxing upon his psyche. In the end, the Pleiades battalion from the Gladiator Island, and eventually Emilia, and the others had joined together with him, thereby alleviating such fears. And so, with the weight on his shoulders lightened, it was when Subaru pulled himself together and looked at the bookshelf. Natsuki Subaru. He had discovered a book of the dead with the name Natsuki inscribed upon it. Subaru. With bated breath, Subaru motionlessly stared at that book of the dead. It was the same thing that had happened last time, taking Subaru's book of the dead, being present in the library. As par for the course, the act of reading it had served as a key for the Natsuki Subaru, bereft of his memories, to return to being Natsuki Subaru. Nonetheless, being faced with it once again caused his stomach to sink. Without any further delay, he decided to avert his eyes from that book of the dead and leave the area. Subaru, no. Wait, Subaru put the brakes on himself. Subaru's book of the dead being here was fine. However, would it not be dangerous to avert his gaze and leave it there, as it was present here was Al, who, like Subaru, had been summoned from their original world to this parallel one? Natsuki Subaru. The title of the book was Mal written in kanji, but Al might be Natsuki Subaru. Able to read it, then if I were to find the book of the Mal and heedlessly open it, then was it not quite likely to give rise to some tremendously complicated developments? For Al to learn the outrageous things that had occurred in the life Subaru had started in this other world from zero until now was find the problem. Was it that overlap of the penalty of learning about return by death Subaru did not know what sort of inconveniences it might bring about? Subaru, the one who seemed to bestow the power of return by death upon him, the witch of envy Satella Subaru, had no choice but to recognize that she did not bear any malice towards him, but on the other hand it was a truth that he did not believe in the witch enough to think she would ease up on the penalty. So in order to ensure that such a thing did not inadvertently occur, should he not then hide the book? Beatrice Subaru, you've been quite fidgety for a while now. In fact, do you need to use the toilet, I suppose? Subaru, no. That's not to tell you the truth. I found quite an inconvenient Book of the Dead. So if possible, I want to move it to a place that's harder to find. Beatrice, inconvenient. Don't tell me have you located Priscilla's book, in fact. Subaru, I guess it's only natural you'd think. So, but no, it's not that at Beatrice's suspicion, Subaru shook his head from side to side. He could not reveal return by death to Beatrice either, and he had avoided explaining it, until now for the power of their bond, but this was a bit of a difficult situation. Of course Beatrice could not read kanji, so she could not read the title. Natsuki Subaru. Up to Mal having said that it would be in bad faith to irresponsibly deceive her and hide the book. That was why. Subaru Biko, this is a book that absolutely must not be read. If someone were to mess up and read it, it's possible that the Witch of Envy will reach her hands out of her shrine again. Beatrice, you're speaking of outrageous things all of a sudden. I suppose out of her shrine again, does that mean Subaru will be sent away to the Empire all over again? In fact, such a thing must not be allowed to happen, I suppose. Subaru, I think the same, and in reality, it might end up coming true. That's why. Natsuki Subaru. Saying those words, Subaru pulled the book in question of Butsuki out from the bookshelf while being careful not to open it, and inadvertently lived through his own experiences again. He softly whispered into Beatrice's ear. Hearing that, Beatrice knit her eyebrows as she nodded seriously. Beatrice Murak. Then Beatrice activated her Een magic, making Subaru's body as light as a feather liberated from the yoke of gravity. Subaru hopped on top of the bookshelf and stealthily hid a withdrawn book there. Subaru was like a naughty brat who was up to some serious mischief in the library. It was an act that would trouble the librarian, since the book had not been returned to its original location in front of Beatrice, who had worked as a librarian of the Forbidden Library for many years. It was an act that lacked the fear of God, but there was no other choice. After 3 days, right before they would leave the tower with Al, he would need to make sure to remember to return it to its original place. Subaru, though there's a concern that Ezison finds it with his curious mind and then reads it. I mean, it would be really bad if anybody reads it, so maybe it would be better to just dispose of it right away. Dispose of what bro Subaru, having returned to Beatrice after hiding the book he had been racking. Natsuki Subaru. His brains to think of how to handle the book up to Mal. And that was when a voice suddenly called his back, causing him to shriek. Causing that extreme shriek to reverberate throughout the archive, Subaru turned around, standing there was Al, taken aback by Subaru's exaggerated reaction. Al, you're getting way too startled. I was just trying to make small talk. Subaru, yes, sorry for frightening you. I let out a way louder scream than I meant to. Al, now it wasn't that big a deal for me. If anything, wasn't a bigger issue for her. Subaru, her. Then looking to where Al was pointing, Subaru let out an as he looked at Beatrice. Crouching down, Beatrice covered both her ears with her hands, tears welling in her eyes. Beatrice, what kind of loud voice was that? In fact, my ears, Betty's ears are ringing. They begun to ring, I suppose. Subaru, I'm sorry. It wasn't on purpose. I love you. Beatrice, I cannot hear you. In fact, say it in a louder voice, I suppose. Subaru, Biko, lovely, Biko, pretty. As Beatrice drew ever closer to crying, Subaru earnestly appealed to her through love. Puffing up her cheeks, Beatrice kept silent after hearing Subaru's words, and then gave a deep sigh. And then, Beatrice, well, considering your feelings of love towards Betty, it will be pardoned. In fact, display your gratitude to my generosity, I suppose. Subaru, am grateful, many thanks. I love you, forever. Well then, stroking Beatrice's head as she withdrew her tears, Subaru turned to face once again Al, who had been watching over his lovey-dovey time. With Beatrice prefaced with, "Are you done?" as he fiddled with the fixtures on his helmet. Al, whenever I look at it, you really are deeply in love with that spirit of yours, aren't you, bro? Sorry for getting in the way of your honeymoon. Subaru, don't worry about that at this point. If anything, delaying my time with Amelia Dan and the others after returning from the Empire is way more weight, no, I'm sorry. When Al lightheartedly made banter, Subaru had tried to respond in his usual tone, but realizing that he was making an exceedingly careless comment, he covered his mouth with his hand. However, while Subaru was regretting that comment, Al put on a wry smile. Al, whelp, you aren't wrong. You're completely right, bro. Rather, let me thank you again, even if it's just 3 days it must have been. Troublesome to set aside this time for me. Al conveyed his gratitude, to which Subaru could not easily come up with a reply. In their journey to the Pleiades watchtower to search for a Book of the Dead, it was none other than Al himself who had proposed a sojourn of 3 days at the tower, of course. That may have also just been to increase his chances of being accompanied by Subaru and the others in order to arrive at the tower safely. However, Subaru also took this as proof that Al could not be that selfish. Al, Beakikin, am sorry for bringing bro along with me. Thanks for coming with us. Beatrice, it is a matter of course that Betty is together with Subaru. In fact, also Betty is not so benevolent as to repeat the same warning many times. I suppose corrected by yourself, in fact. Al, gotcha. She's very kind, your kid. Subaru, yeah, that's right, with a light body that's just like fluffy cotton candy filled to maximum capacity with kindness and loveliness, that's Biko. Replying to ALS whisper, Subaru relinked his hand with Beatrice's. Seeing the exchange between Subaru and Al, Beatrice seemed to hide her embarrassment with him, I suppose, as she turned her face away. Loosening his lips at Beatrice's charming reaction, Subaru heaved a sigh and, Subaru, I'll house the library. Al, as you can see, no results just yet. I thought that it might be possible if I had 3 days, but man, I'm really at a loss with this number of books. It's really on the level of finding a single needle dropped in a desert, isn't it? Subaru, as Al gestured toward the rest of the archive with his single hand, his words were not entirely mistaken. In this world, nay, since this great library Pleiades was created, just how many people had lost their lives, the idea of ascertaining that one book at a time was overwhelming. Much less when, just like Ezo said, the books were increasing every second, let alone every day. Subaru, but don't give up, man. We're all here to lend you a hand, our bro. Beatrice, that's right, in fact, to end things with a broken heart, due to not finding it despite making this much of a detour before returning to the mansion will not be permitted. I suppose that's why you mustn't give up, in fact. Al, at the sequence of words from Subaru and Beatrice, Alabama silently cast his eyes down, seeing him opening and closing his lowered right hand. Subaru felt an air of hesitation about him. That was what Subaru had hoped, putting it like that was far too cold-hearted. But having done something similar, it was a reaction he had wanted to elicit from Al. With the objective of reading Priscilla's Book of the Dead, Al had come to the Pleiades watchtower. However, by actually laying eyes upon the library and still focusing on the act of processing Priscilla's death, Subaru hoped that Al would be able to recover even if he was unable to read the book. As proof of that, ALS depreciating statements of clear self-abandonment had decreased and his attitude had softened. The fact that he would then also begin to feel guilt because of that, Subaru understood. Therefore, he added on, Subaru, Al, when Biko and I say to not give up, we aren't talking about finding the book. We're telling you to not give up on the things you can be satisfied with. Al, satisfied. Subaru, yeah, not stuff like I got fed up with it, or I didn't have enough time, but to draw a conclusion through your own thoughts. That's what I think it means to find satisfaction. If he was unable to communicate it, well then Subaru thought this might come off as a terribly insensitive comment. Depending on how it was interpreted, it might have sounded like he was trying to persuade him to be satisfied with Priscilla's death. But that was not what Subaru wished to say. It was not a matter of whether Priscilla was dead or alive, but rather to face the matter of Priscilla's death and truly believe that he had confronted it enough was to be satisfied, mourning her, remembering her, and finding closure somewhere that was necessary. For that purpose, Subaru, for 3 days see through to it, with all you got until you're satisfied. It'll also accompany you with everything we've got. Beatrice, I told you before, you mustn't have such unhealthy practices like depriving yourself of sleep and rest. I suppose you'll become Otto, in fact. As Subaru made a reassuring appeal, Beatrice winked as she added that, on hearing the words of the pair, Al slightly inhaled and then slowly, raising his helmet, he sighed. That was a long, so long that it seemed like a large mass of something was slipping out of him. Sigh. Al, 3 days, huh? Subaru, yeah, no. Extensions. Well, if you seriously beg for it, I may end up thinking about it, but don't count on it from the start. Beatrice, if we return later than expected, we'll get a severe scolding from Amelia, I suppose. Subaru, a severe scolding from Amelia then, though that would still be an adorable sight in and of itself. No matter what emotions, what expression, or what angle, Amelia was so cute that his eyes would cease all functionality, but he had already worried her enough. If possible, he only wanted to see positive faces, such as smiles and bashful expressions from here on out. Subaru, well, no matter the expression, the truth of EMT shall never waver, but as Subaru said that, he shrugged his shoulders at Beatrice's dumbfounded expression and looked back at Al. Then meeting Subaru's gaze, he and Al nodded, and Al O.L. Shamak. The next instant, the world of Natsuki Subaru cut to black. 3. Al, 3 days with 3 days, there be some caution that something might happen on the third day. That which fell onto the library of Teijida's floor with a high-pitched clunk about to roll away, he pinned down with his toes to keep it from escaping. Al, the corollary of that is that a person would let their guard down the most right after a nice chat on the evening of the first day. Squatting in place, he picked up the black orb that his toes had halted. Cold and hard to the touch, it felt somewhat like a glass ball, but it was no object so fragile it would be troubling if it were. This was a jail, capable of capturing even a witch. Al, I understand, bro. No, Natsuki Subaru. I won't kill you. It seemed that there were some who would become desperate in their attempts to murder Natsuki Subaru, no matter the cost, doing so with reckless abandon, but none of them understood, even if that were indeed done, there would be zero meaning to it. If that were to be done, it would be Natsuki Subaru's battlefield. One must never fight against Natsuki Subaru on his battlefield. That was to say, Al, its starting teacher, so that I may be myself, Priscilla Barrio, was no longer among them. Ergo Al Aldebaran, in order to accomplish the original objective he had once abandoned, began to act. The battle to remove Natsuki Subaru from this world commenced. Chapter 12. Starlight Beyond the Realm of a Billion. 1. Expand Territory Matrix Redefinition. A fixed catchphrase was a declaration of war against the world. So had one spoken a witch. Magic was a technique that reflected one's will into reality, defying the laws of nature by means of incantation, a sophisticated, delicate act of barbarism tantamount to forcibly rewriting the script, altering the ending. That was to say, the incantations of magic spells were none other than a polite greeting that declared, "Now I shall destroy the world." Of course, since it was a greeting, there were times it would be ignored or rejected. If the formulation of the technique was not fully fleshed out, if the activation was messed up due to a lack of mana, or if it spontaneously fired, bringing about a result unlike the one desired, there were various things that could happen. To begin with, this parable itself was naught more than a digression. That which he was attempting to perform was not magic. Only if saying a catchphrase was a declaration of war against the world, then its essence was merely the same. That was exactly why. Expand Territory Matrix Redefinition. That was a forewarning of murder toward the world that wished not to be destroyed from one who wished to destroy it nonetheless. Kill, destroy, rip, trample, flatten, desecrate, tear, mangle. Incinerate, crush, smash, liquefy, saturate. Any word was fine. It was the same as magic. What mattered was for the essence to be the same. As long as the concluding words remained unchanged, he would use any method necessary. No matter what happened, no matter how things, when no matter what it took, Natsuki Subaru would be removed. That conclusion was the only thing he absolutely would not change for that purpose. Expand Territory Matrix Redefinition. Even if that starlight lay beyond the realm of a billion, he would definitely reach it. 2. 4061. The one most laborious to remove from the board had been the Margrave with his unexpectedly jestful antics. The Margrave, highly perceptive and veteran of the battlefields, as he would not be emotionally swayed by any sob stories whatsoever, especially when considering the severity of his attitude towards a camp, no, towards all that would not stand to benefit him. Considering the circumstances, seeing that he was unable to present anything that was in the Margrave's benefit, had no choice but to conclude that obtaining the latter's agreement by dangling a carrot in front of him was a lost cause. But having a keen sense for profits and losses often meant that one would sniff out any drawbacks more successfully than the average person. Therefore, the optimal path would be to give the impression that losses would be had with the Margrave to not follow his lead. Once this direction was realized, it became easier to then undo the tangled threads. Although ultimately taking advantage of the situation Schultz had been placed into was nothing that did not bring him feelings of guilt for the sake of avoiding discord in the Barriel domain from Hiran after someone else's hand would need to be borrowed. By all means lay down your claim. As you please, it's fine. After all, she's no longer among us. 972. The one second most difficult to handle had been the Oni sisters, with the eldest, in particular, having been a formidable adversary. From the onset, he had already known in advance that vigilance was indispensable against her. Averting her intuition keen to the point of abnormality had been no trivial feat. However, a clear compromise had existed in her case, the little sister dispossessed of memories, with whom she had finally been reunited, being the biggest weak point of someone with nary an opening to be found. She had wished to return with her precious younger sister back to their base as quickly as possible, as awareness of this had always been present. Possessing a method with which to nudge that forth would be a positive, but being that the balancing act between blatantness and nonchalantness had been of truly fiendish difficulty, unceasingly heading toward the goal he could not at all reach had been troublesome. And finally, though her caution had been lower compared to the eldest, the young sister, having built herself up on top of her lost memories through many twists and turns in the Empire, and having forged a bond that she would not display, openly remained a daunting enemy as well. Making use of their sisterly love brings pain to my heart, but it's fine. After all, she's no longer among us. 633. The one most challenging to extract emotional understanding from had been internal affairs minister, unsparing to outsiders as he was. Contrary to his soft looks, he was the owner of a tough personality, and misinterpreting him as a pushover could lead to one getting burnt. He was an opponent that forced one to feel apprehension akin to going up against a horned bull. The way to put him on the ropes had been similar to what had been employed with the Margrave, but because he was much more humane compared to the latter, by bringing up a pragmatic common ground. Conditions were worked out forcing him to give a yes. No weapons in an interval of 3 days, and their trusted military officer accompanying them all were restrictions that, due to being only natural herded, not desiring even more than that from him would be perilous. He had been made aware of this 100 times. After all, this was an opponent that, once dialogue was shut off, all hopes of reopening it would be gone. For him, too, the clincher had been self-same, making him consider the person who would feel morally responsible for his unstable self's departure. Exploiting his kindness makes me bitter, but it's fine. After all, she's no longer among us. 94. Though the number of attempts was small, omitting the one with rare blood from the traveling companions headed for the Sand Sea had been an absolute necessity. The possessor of flawlessly refined rare blood would have offered to be a companion as soon as possible. If left unattended, he had no doubts or averse feelings towards her humanity and abilities, but the blood flowing through her veins would have served to hinder his objectives. But the quickest and most reliable method to nudge someone deeply compassionate in the desired direction was to make use of their compassion. Once knowing their sense of belonging to a group, and knowing of their considerable dislike for going against the flow, had not been difficult to pull them along a path that was easy to follow. At this point, he could say that he had a good idea of the majority of the relationships within the camp. Those whom he had never met included were she made to believe that a bad parent would be left behind as a result of her accompanying the party, and that would become a burden to the young child. Feeling forlorn, she would take the initiative and strive to resolve that issue. The idea was not to make the impossible possible. It was to actualize those non-zero possibilities. I don't have comforting words to offer, but it's fine. After all, she's no longer among us. 5. Given that he was deeply familiar with how to manipulate her heart, quite honestly, it had been a piece of cake. Compassionate and benevolent, and likewise overflowing with thoughtfulness, she was quite easy to deceive, and not knowing how to doubt the words coming from him, her nature was that of taking things as frank and veracious. By all measures, her magnanimity was such that he should not have messed up even one time. Ergo, the reason for his failures had not been any problem regarding her, but a problem regarding himself. It was a matter of him having been hesitant to deceive her, to twist her thoughts to suit his preferences. Were he to disregard that creaking of his heart filling her amethyst eyes with grief, would be easy to begin with. She was someone who had been attempting to empathize with his wounds. If he were to appeal to her in regards to the best thing she could do for the sake of her, she would naturally settle on that resolve. More and more am I becoming unable to save myself. But it's fine. After all, she's no longer among us. 0. And in regard to Natsuki Subaru, he did not fail even once. He knew Natsuki Subaru through and through, and thus not a single shred of hesitation had existed within him. It was merely that he had only needed to assess the timing correctly. After all, O.L. Shamak, when it came to requirements, dragging Beatrice into this trump card had been a matter of the utmost priority. Due to the unfamiliar incantation and the formulation of a never-before-seen technique, Beatrice's reaction had been delayed by a beat, and since she was what had been protecting Natsuki Subaru, a fatal opening had arisen. Instantaneously pulling his arm closer to her and moving to attempt a response, to be called a paragon of contract spirits, and that had been Aldebran's true aim. Aldebran, 3 days with 3 days, there be some caution that something might happen on the 3rd day. O.L. Shamak, something of an anti-witch trump card, was a forbidden technique that aimed to forcibly seal shut its target's gate, preventing even their movements through restraints and a spell seal. In the sense that it was a technique whose existence had been prohibited from being revealed, even the witch who had created herself had avoided writing it down, passing it on only Aurelian. That too had been limited to only Aldebran. Perhaps the reason why the inventor, why the witch had bequeathed this forbidden art, which was capable of killing even her, to Aldebran. Exclusively had not been because of any affection or trust in her student. Rather, she had done so due to nothing more than holding the logical belief that Aldebaran would not err in his usage of the technique, and that he would not employ it in any other way but to fulfill its purpose. Aldebaran, the corollary of that, is that a person would let their guard down the most right after a nice chat on the evening of the first day. In truth, Aldebaran had never harbored the thought of directing this forbidden technique against the witch or against any other witch, and had never done so in actual fact, or to be more precise, neither had he ever directed it towards a person he ought to have employed it on. In other words, a forbidden technique she had devised and imparted unto him had at last seen the light of day. Aldebaran, I understand, bro. No, not Suki Suburu. I won't kill you. In the midst of the battle against the great disaster, he had tried to use as a trump card against Sphinx, who had proclaimed herself a witch, but there had been an issue stemming from Sphinx's end due to the absence of which factor had been unable to display its true speciality. Therefore, this moment marked the very first time that the forbidden technique of O.L. Shamak had been activated properly. Aldebaran, he used his fingers to pick up what had fallen to the ground, something that appeared to be a glass sphere of sable hue. Within the orb that did not allow its interior to be seen, Natsuki Subaru and Beatrice had been confined together, as she was a great spirit of the Een attribute. It would have been problematic for Beatrice to analyze the forbidden technique. At the time he had enclosed her within the range of the magic, it had been a gamble whether or not she would also be included as a target of the forbidden art. But he had won the gamble, contracted with Natsuki Subaru, and sharing in his gate Beatrice became a target of the technique, and her existence was now sealed within the orb. It had been troublesome to build the situation up to this point, but troublesome was all that it had been. She's no longer among us, that's why. Aldebaran, its starting teacher, so that I may be myself. Indeed, it happened just after Aldebaran declared so with resolve. Ora, raising a tremendous battle cry, kicking off, and splitting apart the floor of the library, a golden beast leaped at him with speed akin to an arrow. His upraised arm, stout and flexible, was charged with so much strength that it would pulverize Aldebaran in a single blow were it to connect, completely dispossessing him of his ability to take action in less than a second. It was likely that even in the case of it just grazing his shoulder instead of his head, that Herculean strength would be enough to strip away more than half of his consciousness. However, that would only come to pass were a punch to be thrown. Aldebaran, HK, you bastard. The ferocious beast charged at extreme speed, and although Garfield's emerald green eyes were blazing with scintillating fury, instead of swinging at Aldebaran, he grabbed him by the arm and pinned him down to the library floor. Being forced down by that sheer might without having taken a defensive stance, Aldebaran choked out a cry of pain as his jaw struck the floor. Ignoring that cry, Garfield, pressing his knee against his opponent's back, bared his fangs. Garfield, the fuck you do to Captain and Beatrice, where are they? That magic earlier. Aldebaran, you got it wrong, Garfchan, Garfield HH. When faced with Garfield's attempts to interrogate him, Aldebaran responded in a low voice that caused an angered timbre come out of Garfield's throat, but such a threat bore no meaning. In the first place, this dialogue itself bore no meaning whatsoever. Aldebaran, rather than pinning me down, the first thing you should have done is knock me out. While providing a sincere response to that meaningless dialogue, Aldebaran slid his tongue around within his mouth. Then, ignoring Garfield's perplexed reaction to his words, Aldebaran unwrapped the drug package that had been prepared behind his molar and gulped it down. Then, as tremendous heat caused the blood throughout Aldebaran's body to boil. Times. Ora, kicking off the floor with explosive vigor, a ferocious beast charged forth with speed akin to an arrow. But that ferocious beast was not aiming to strike Aldebaran, but to grab his arm and hold him down. That moment, he dodged the incoming arm and raised his elbow. Garfield got Aldebaran with this. His opponent's vigor would be hindered right after Aldebaran had thought, so an impact struck his torso. Garfield had received a blow to his nose from his own momentum colliding with Aldebaran's elbow and unleashed a kick, despite his nose bleeding its singular strike, demolishing Aldebaran's hip bone, sending the latter flying backwards. Becoming incapacitated would have been problematic, Garfield bastard. Aldebaran next. Collapsing together with several bookshelves, he unwrapped the drug package while buried in a mountain of books. The shock perforated his entire body. Times. Ora, a ferocious beast charged forth in tandem with a battle cry, and as he dodged its arm, he flicked his elbow upward in response. Supposing he merely struck his opponent's nose like this, then the outcome would be the same as earlier, and although he understood this, Aldebaran had no means of evading a front kick unleashed with that speed. In that case, he just had to make sure that no front kick could be performed. Gobaka! Upon the elbow that was about to collide with the charging face, he had placed a rock protector. Swinging with force akin to striking a pickle stone, he slammed it into his opponent's nose. As his nose basked in a counter that made use of his own momentum, Garfield was knocked back into midair, his nosebleed spraying everywhere as he flew past Aldebaran's flank. Aldebaran with this. Garfield tumbled onto the floor and crashed into a shelf, causing him to be buried alive by the books falling out from therein. While catching that in the corner of his eyes, Aldebaran took a huge leap backwards, confident he had succeeded in avoiding the first attack. Thereupon, Elshia, having just stepped back onto the floor, Aldebaran's entire body grew sluggish after that short incantation. Was where Vedno, it had not grown sluggish, his entire body had been engulfed by a sense of immobility. The source of Aldebaran's immobility was a vast amount of water, something entirely out of place in a library. Excuse my poor manners in deliberately doing such a thing whilst knowing full well that moisture is the greatest enemy of books. Aldebaran HK. However, producing a source of fire would have been unreasonable wind, would have devastated the library, and earth would have soiled the books. Thus, I had wanted to avoid using them. I wanted to be understood that I made a bitter decision in the heat of the moment. Well, then the reasoning for why I had selected water is, as I just explained, but with these words, a small individual with their hand upraised towards him, Ezo Cadner waved his black cloak as he made a slow approach. Rather than that being him putting on airs of reason was tactical, a magician's strategy to maintain vigilance on their opponent's movements. He was honored to be treated with such caution, but it did not seem like he would be able to meet those expectations. After all, enveloping Aldebaran was the minimum amount of water needed to cover his body completely. If he were being fitted with a bodysuit made of water, he was dispossessed of both his freedom to breathe and freedom to move his body. Against that extraordinary capacity for magic, Aldebaran bore no means of contending. However, while Ezo maintained a fixed distance with Aldebaran, Ezo Aldono, may I ask to hear an explanation to help me understand your side of the story? What was that earlier, that magic, that is unknown to even me? More importantly, what happened to Natsukadono and Miss Beatrice? They were both worried that you might fall into despair and neglect your own self to those two. 106. Ezo swiftly provided correct sound reasoning that could rightly be called an adult's perspective. Contrary to his juvenile appearance, Ezo Cadner was a surprisingly honest and sincere person. He would return sincerity with sincerity and respond to respect with respect. Such was the earnestness ingrained in his roots. Therefore, when facing off against Ezo, it was absolutely indispensable to have sincerity and respect. As long as that was maintained, he would remain passive no matter what his personality was that of expecting far too much from others. In that regard, his way of being fundamentally differed from that of Roswell, despite them both being magicians. If it were Roswell, he would swiftly scorch Aldebaran's limbs, ravage his lungs with wind to rob him of his consciousness, and take away his freedom by imprisoning him in earth, all the while not paying mind to how he was impacting the books of the dead. Ezo would not do that. That was why Ezo HK such a foolish act. Cutting off his words as Ezo yelled with a stiff expression, Aldebaran's face, within the watery membrane, was clouded over by a hue of deep red. It was evidence that he had regurgitated his roasted, melted viscera, having passed through his throat and out his mouth. Without delay, Ezo undid the magic restraint and attempted to shift gears to healing magic, but it was already too late. By the time he had thought in his head, he was no longer able to catch up to Aldebaran. Times. Elshia, Eldona, compared to the graceful and refined incantation, his was an unshapely incantation, without a fragment of elegance, but activated while he was panting. The clumsy earthen armor quickly covered Aldebaran's body, and as to override the delicate film of water, it absorbed all the liquid. What? The earthen armor was instantly converted to armor of mud, allowing Aldebaran to resume stepping on the floor in action that ought to have been obstructed before leaping backwards as his armor fell apart. While his heels slid across the library floor, he withdrew to a farther position, gaining a clear line of sight on the two who were directing hostility toward him, Ezo remaining vigilant towards him, and Garfield buried under the books from a collapsed shelf. Don't fuck with me. Thrusting his arm out of the mountain of books, Garfield made his comeback, while pushing away the collapsed bookshelf. Stepping forth with large strides so as to not tread on the fallen books, he glared at Aldebaran. Wiping off the blood smeared on his snout with the back of his hand, the bleeding ceased in just a few seconds. From the very roots of their existences, the combat strength of his body was fundamentally different from Aldebaran's. Dragging his burly, stout body forward, Garfield was about to advance further towards him. Ezo, please wait, Garfield-kun. It would be perilous to approach heedlessly. Garfield, this really the time be saying that since season Captain N. Beatrice got done in by that fucking incomprehensible ball, as soon as possible I gotta. Ezo, that is precisely why that sort of magic, even I do not have knowledge of it, and above all else he has just displayed that he is able to perfectly endure both of our attacks, is abnormal. Garfield HK. Ezzo not once have I ever revealed my cards to him, and yet he was able to perfectly deal with the water binding by soaking it up with earth. This cannot be explained as him merely being skilled in the art of war act with composure. You and I are the only ones here capable of restraining him. Keeping the hot-headed Garfield in check, Ezzo adjusted his voice to a tone of composure. It was clear that Ezzo's words were persuasive, as the rage and agitation on Garfield's expression gradually subsided. Above all else, it was Ezzo's insight perceiving and alluding to a fragment of Aldebran's cheatability as a sense of unease through just a single bout of combat that was abnormal. As a matter of fact, Ezzo's words were correct. No matter how much he had attempted to come up with an ingenious solution, he did not have any way to omit Ezzo and Flam, who had already arrived at the tower, or Garfield, who was accompanying them as a result of a compromise reached with the Amelia camp. But at the same time, it could be said that he had succeeded in suppressing the opponent's forces down to just a combo of an extremely powerful warrior and a magician. Aldebran, even so, it's still 100 times more troublesome than any regular difficulty. Grumbling his complaints like curses, Aldebran carefully surveyed the two, Ezzo, who was keeping a watchful eye on his movements, and Garfield, who had regained composure at Ezzo's words. They had prepared an exceedingly burdensome attitude. That was why. Garfield, ya bastard. Ezzo HK such a foolish act. Listening to the shocked voices of Garfield, and Ezzo Aldebran crumbled to his knees, collapsing forward onto the floor, all strength fading. From his body, as he tumbled down the library steps, copious amounts of blood gushing out from the base of his helmet. Times. Please wait, Garfield Kun. It would be perilous to approach heedlessly the moment that Ezzo had called out to keep Garfield in check. Aldebran grabbed the bookshelf beside him and heaved it down to launch an attack on Ezzo, who was further down on the steps with a domino effect. Normally, the bookshelves of Teijida would be held down by the weight of the books of the dead, and would thus not easily fall over, but that would change altogether were there to be stones stealthily wedged underneath the bookshelves. 397. From the outset, he had intended to utilize this place as a battlefield given the abundance of obstacles and ease of making preparations here. He had long completed all of his preparations. Every time they got suspicious, he just had to send it forth to the next opportunity. Ezzo shit. As the bookshelves collapsed towards him, Ezzo swiftly gave rise to a gale, forcibly stopping the domino effect and attempting to cease damage from falling the books of the dead, falling to the floor. That concern for the books was quite admirable, but Aldebran Dona. Subsequently, the bookshelves to Ezzo's left, right, and rear were all knocked over, surrounding him on all sides. With that wave of collapsing shelves and the avalanche of books, Ezzo ultimately gave up on protecting the books with a great amount of anguish, and from their road upon the wind to jump out of the way, escaping damage. Garfield in season. Then a Garfield who had not been held back by Ezzo widened his eyes and faced Aldebran with an expression of pure rage. At the emerald green eyes flaming with frenzied indignation, Aldebran doubled down. In his hand, between his middle ring and pinky fingers, was grasped a black orb, and lifting his helmet with the two fingers that remained, he thrust it into the gap. Aldebran gulped. Though it was quite large and gave the absolute worst feeling, as it passed through his throat, he forced it down into his stomach. Garfield, you bastard, ward. Having witnessed that act, Garfield surrendered himself to the eruption of fury and charged forward. At that sensation of a powerful, troublesome gale pursuing him at speeds the eye could not keep up with, Aldebran was sent flying by a punch while harboring conviction that he had successfully severed the cooperation of his opponents and eliminated Garfield's composure. An unrelenting fist boring into his internal organs, dinner spilled back out to the interior of his helmet as he felt like he was about to vomit up the orb that had just entered his belly, and he bit down on his molars. And then, Aldebran expand territory matrix redefinition. Once again, he declared war against the world. 3. Rage had painted Garfield's vision completely red. A part of that rage was directed at Al, who had transformed Subaru and Beatrice into a black sphere, but the larger part was aimed at his own pathetic self. Garfield had an important role entrusted to him by Otto, Amelia, and the others. All of them were eager to be with Subaru, who had finally returned from the Valachian Empire. However, everyone had their own roles they had to fulfill, so they had swallowed their various emotions and entrusted everything to Garfield. Of course, Beatrice, Petra, and Melee, who had accompanied them, also held roles they were expected to play. Even so, Garfield's role had been to ensure Subaru's safety. That was why. Garfield, my amazing self's a fucking dumb bayus. His molars, cracked from intense clenching, were repaired by the divine protection of earth spirits, only to then crack again from the continued clenching that truly was the extent of Garfield's rage. He had been keeping a close eye on ALS actions. Bearing in mind Ezzo's opinion, which he had heard at the top of the tower, he was strongly aware that he needed to keep a close watch on Al to make sure He did not do anything reckless with Subaru and company. But at the same time, Garfield had someone else to keep his eye on other than Al. It was none other than Subaru himself. Listen, Garfield, please keep a close eye on that Sukkerson. While he most likely will not act recklessly, because of Priscillassima he might inadvertently do anything in his power for Alson Garfield HK. The caution instilled in him by the one who was like his older brother had been slightly dulled by the additional caution he had received later. As a result, Garfield's reaction to ALS activity had been half a step late. Al had made the most out of that half step, as if he had seen through it perfectly. No, it was not only that half step that Al had anticipated, he had seen through the entire stride beyond that as well. Garfield Roar. The back fist of the roaring Garfield was narrowly dodged by his opponent, who had crouched just in time to power the strike, was reduced to him merely grazing the enemy with the underside of his little finger, causing Garfield to grit his teeth. He kept missing no matter how many punches he threw. He could not land a clean hit with single one. As for his opponent, Aldebaran Dona, a brief incantation and the sensation of magic interfering with the world made Garfield's hair stand on end as his body leaned forward. In the subsequent moment, a block of stone that had appeared airborne struck Garfield's face with noticeable impact, as if to meet the angle at which he had tilted his head. A pain groan escaped his mouth, and his lip was split in terms of power. It was a weak blow for Garfield, who had fought against high-class warriors in the Empire, who had even clashed with a dragon. It was far from enough to incapacitate him, let alone cause a significant injury. However, he did not believe that this was the result of his opponent holding back. Aldebaran Huff. Breathing heavily, Al, who had cast a spell that had struck Garfield's face, remained on guard, without a hint of relaxation. His apparent exhaustion was not a ruse to induce Garfield's carelessness. He was genuinely out of breath. It was only a matter of course. According to Garfield's assessment, the difference in ability between them was so significant that Al would be incapacitated by even a single powerful blow. Perhaps it would not even require a powerful blow. If even one of Garfield's barrage of punches were to land, it would terminate the fight in the span of a single breath. He could unleash dozens of such finishing blows. Needless to say, facing such a situation would drain both one's mental and physical strength. Even though that ought to go without saying, Garfield, it just won't hit HK. Bewildered Garfield was unable to make heads or tails of what was occurring to him. ALS movements and counterattacks revealed a significant gap in skill when compared to Garfield. This was not a matter of arrogance, but rather because as a warrior, Garfield was far superior to Al. And yet attacks that should have landed and evasions that should have been successful were failing completely. Garfield's attacks continued to miss, while ALS attacks continued to land. While they lacked the power necessary to critically injure Garfield, the bothersome attacks were sufficient to halt his movement and to prevent follow-up strikes. Garfield couldn't step aside. I will provide support. Once again, Garfield's progress was thwarted by a sinking force beneath his feet. As if scolding Garfield, who was unable to continue his attack, Ezzo shouting at him and advising him to keep his distance had come to his aid with magical cover from the rear. For a moment, he considered following Ezzo's words to assess ALS' perplexing strategy. Aldebaran, yeah, that's it, back off, fall back, and run crying to your sis and Nana Garf-chan. Garfield will fucking crush YA. Just as he was about to pull back, those taunting remarks shattered his thoughts into 1,000 fragments. Garfield's vision turned vermilion with rage as he swung his arms wide and charged at Al. This time, he was determined not to stop for anything, no matter the interference. If his arms and legs were dodged, he would just ram his whole body into him and grapple him down. Aldebaran, honestly, that'd be the toughest thing to deal with. Sensing Garfield's intent, Al muttered with a heavy breath. Garfield planted his foot firmly on the ground, fearing any earth manipulation beneath him. He then launched himself forward with a swift kick, propelling his body forward. Garfield's body approached directly toward Al with tremendous force. Suddenly, his vision blurred. Garfield Gah. A familiar sensation struck Garfield's eyes, and a groan escaped his throat. It was the same feeling Head had upon encountering the sand wind and the sand sea on their way to the tower. Tiny grains of sand had flown into Garfield's eyes, mercilessly robbing him of his sight. Yet another of ALS' dirty tricks. It was enough to make him stop in surprise, unless he was determined that his arms and legs would not waver no matter what. Al had been most wary of this reckless assault. As such, even with his sight having been snatched away, the best course of action for Garfield was to latch onto him with some part of his body and rob him of his combat ability. Ezzo Garfield-kun. Just as he decided to continue his assault, Ezzo's desperate voice called out to him. Hearing Ezzo's voice warning of danger, Garfield felt something closing in straight towards his nose. He opened his mouth wide and caught it with his fangs. A full-force punch aimed to crush Garfield's face right after he had been blinded men to bait him in, but that was not enough to break Garfield's resolve to do whatever it took. Garfield ill fix if Laird Dumbash. With the sensation of his fangs sinking into the fist and stopping it, Garfield tightened his jaw, promising to heal Al after stripping him of his ability to do battle. It was a cold-blooded decision, but Al was one-armed. He fought with only his right arm, and were he to be robbed of the function of his one remaining arm, he would no longer be able to fight. So Garfield intended to rip it apart from the wrist to the elbow. Garfield, as he increased his bite force, he realized something. The fist Garfield caught in his bite was shaped like ALS' left hand, which he should not have. Garfield waff. In the next instant, ALS fist in Garfield's mouth swelled up, violently shattering his jawbone under pressure and sending shards of his upper and lower canines flying through the air. Furthermore, the fingers that had extended into his mouth jabbed deep into Garfield's throat, triggering an unbearable gag, reflexa response triggered when fingers are thrust down one's throat and paralyzing him. Then a calculated hard and heavy blow struck Garfield's jaw diagonally. Garfield cockage. Blinded and thrown into blackness, Garfield felt the sensation of his whole world flipping upside down. Having been struck on the jaw, his brain rattled, and his sense of balance vanished, making it impossible to stay on his feet as his knees buckled. Being utterly overwhelmed so one-sidedly, Garfield belatedly realized something. Ezzo's desperate cry had been a deliberate warning, anticipating that if Garfield were to take ALS attack, he'd and this would be the result. In other words, this all had been as per ALS bait. Aldebra, remember when I said recklessness the toughest thing to deal with? I lied. Those who don't think ain't a threat to me. The frustration and humiliation from those taunting words continued to paint Garfield's thoughts a deeper and deeper shade of red. For a relentless excessive onslaught like a storm or tornado for a person, at its mercy being blown away like a leaf or a twig, would be the only outcome. To that extent, such a battle should have been one-sided, yet, on the contrary, the results favored the opposite side. Garfield Khan, witnessing such an anomaly materializing before his very eyes, Ezzo cried out from behind Garfield. Garfield, swinging his arms wide, had charged forwards at Al to prevent him from escaping. He could clearly see his field of vision being robbed by a thin veil of sand that had been spread into his path. There had been no magical reaction. This simple blinding of sand, which hailed from outside the tower, was a result of scattering sand taken from the stairs that rose from the sand sea. Subsequently catching sight of the attack that followed that blinding, Ezzo had screamed. Al had employed magic to reconstruct his missing arm out of earth and had thrown a punch with it. Garfield had opened his mouth wide, attempting to bite down upon the arm of earth, but that would only end poorly. Ezzo's grim premonition proved true, for the earthen arm violently exploded within Garfield's mouth. Garfield BWAHK. The expanding arm destroyed the inside of Garfield's mouth, and a spray of fangs and blood followed. To add to the having encased his right hand in a gauntlet of stone, Al delivered a powerful sideways punch to the jaw of the stupefied Garfield. Garfield collapsed to his knees. His successive movements were efficient, extremely so. Ezzo, something of the sort should not be possible, even in prearranged sparring. As Al brilliantly halted Garfield's advance with a barrage of blows with strikes that would have been impossible to execute even if the sequence had been part of martial arts demonstration, Ezzo's vigilance continued to rise to its zenith. However, were Garfield to stop his movements, it would be rather fortuitous. Ezzo, any scope for underestimating you as someone of lesser rank no longer exists. Be prepared to lose more than just that left arm of yours. At least one leg will be going Oshia. Being unable to unleash it thus far due to his concern for Garfield, who'd been fighting in close quarters with Al, he attempted to rob his opponent of their combat strength with powerful magic. Conforming to Ezzo's incantation, the mana that was released intervened in accordance with its magic formula, and the world was rewritten. What was then unleashed was a fierce torrent of wind. Disguised as a water-manipulating Shia-class incantation, this was a fox incantation that in practice could alter the magic that had actually been invoked. In addition, combining that fox incantation with voicelessly incanted Goa, a trap in the form of a pincer attack from both the front and the rear had been set. The simultaneous casting of two different spells was a highly advanced technique, to the extent that it was said to only be possible if one had two brains to think it through, and there were no more than 5 individuals in the entire world who could achieve it. Compared to Roswell, who was one among them, the presence of a momentary gap in Ezzo's simultaneous casting was undeniable. However, it fell within the scope of what could be compensated for through the combined use of fox incantation and voiceless incantation. Ezzo with this, even if not decisive, it would still deliver a fatal blow. Such was Ezzo's assessment, but was completely painted over by ALS actions thereon. Without hesitation, Al turned his back upon the rampage of the invisible wind that approached from before him, and while taking the onrush of that wind upon his back, plunged into the blazing inferno behind him. Of course, this firepower was not meant to incinerate, but if one were to be directly hit, serious burns would be inevitable within that Al was defenseless. No, he shaped the stone gauntlet on his right arm into a thin shield breaking through that inferno heating. Aldebaran, you are. Even if he could break through that wall of flame, he would still be caught in the wind and be blown away. Immediately, Al would have been swept away by the wind, and his entire body would have slammed against the walls and floor, rendering him unable to move. However, Ezzo ludicrous. Muttering so in a stunned voice, Ezzo could not believe the unrealistic scene occurring right before his very eyes. Swept up by the wind, Al was indeed helpless, as his whole body slammed into multiple places within the tower. However, as if anticipating each of the points of collision, Al created cushions of mud, almost completely killing the force of impact, and he escaped the grip of the wind. Ezzo. The situation had arrived at such a point where Ezzo was left with no choice but to give his most absurd speculation some actual consideration. His skills as a warrior were clearly inferior to those of Garfield, and he had even dodged a surefire attack from Ezzo, the kingdom's finest magician. So there surely was some kind of rule-breaking technique that lay hidden beneath. If he were to guess what was most likely would be, Ezzo unbelievable, an extremely short-term observation into the future. At the fact that such a ridiculous possibility required serious examination, Ezzo could not help but feel a shiver down to his core. It was said that amongst outstanding warriors and martial artists, there were those who could read into the presence of their opponents and intuitively discern their next move. Even in the world of magicians, it was theoretically possible to predict an opponent's next move by observing the form and nature of the mana that had been intently refined just prior to the spell being cast. However, phenomena surrounding Al could not be fully explained by such theories alone. This was not something as simple as intuition or experience. He had the optimal solution for everything. With all due respect, Ezzo as an educator was privileged with the opportunity to impart knowledge onto others from that perspective. He was well aware that unnatural explanations were accompanied by unnatural processes. An explanation that skipped over the required processes to arrive at an answer was often revealed to be a surreptitious peek at the right answer. In other words, the same possibility might have been applicable to the phenomenon brought about by Al. The problem was Ezzo the possibility of unknown magic, besides the one used to seal away Nasticadono and Miss Beatrice. Magic that even Ezzo, who had read through all available literature and had acquired the knowledge of nearly every magic currently in existence, was unaware of. If it was a sort of forbidden technique that did not remain in records, there was a strong possibility that magic techniques that did not conform to the 6 basic attributes had been devised. Ezzo. He could read any and all moves bearing this in mind. Ezzo raised his estimation of the threat posed by Al to the maximum possible level. A formidable foe wielding unknown magic with unknown intentions no longer was regarding him with such a description appropriate. The degree of danger he posed ought to have been considered equivalent to that of a St. Archbishop or a witch. Hence, Ezzo, while I still have the mana to spare, I shall clinch victory. 5. Upon hearing the thunderous roar, Petra wished not to believe it was real. However, Petra HK. She bit the inside of her cheek to wake herself up with the pain. The desire to believe was dangerous. People tended to easily drift towards the easiest, most comfortable, and safest options. But if something bad came to pass, what would they do? Would this mean that they would put something or someone important in danger for the sake of their own momentary selfishness? Petra Milican over here. With that, Petra pulled Melee, who had been helping to clean up after dinner, over to her. As usual, Melee was only getting in the way and not helping at all, but it was good that she was there thanks to that she had been able to offer her hand. As Melee was pulled along by Petra, she looked up at the ceiling from where the sound had been heard. Melee Petrachan, it seems like some people are having a fight, Petra. Can you tell who they are? Melee, I don't know, but Onizen and Falling Onizen have no reason to fight, so it must be either Sinseason or Helmut Todgeson, right? Petra Alson and Ezison. Melee, if it's Sinseason, then we have to be careful of that flam girl, too. In contrast to Petra's heightened tension, Melee's tone and expression remained the same as usual. The difference between Melee, who was used to this kind of situation, and Petra, who was not, was clear. Still, Petra was lucky that she had experience from her time in the Empire, so she did not lose her composure. Petra's life had to benefit from the events in the Empire, even if only a little. Melee, what should we do? Should we go up too? Petra, well, let's not do that. If we were present from the beginning, it would be one thing. But if we try to join in now, we'll just get in the way. Melee, well, I guess that's good enough. I could send the little Crimson Scorpion-chan to keep guard, but... Responding to Melee's nonsensical statement, the scorpion in question crawled out of her hair and snapped its pincers. While it was good that they were so aggressive and motivated, it did not seem like a small scorpion. Like that would be of any use. It would not be much different if Petra and Melee went. Petra shook her head and put a damper on Little Crimson Scorpion's enthusiasm. On top of that, Petra, we need to be prepared for anything that might happen. Based on what Melee said, it is highly likely that someone was fighting on an upper floor in the library where the books of the dead were kept. There were people who had headed there to work after dinner, and naturally, the two people Melee mentioned were included, and one of them was Natsuki Subaru Petra Subaru. As if she were praying, Petra wished for his safety. Beside him were Beatrice and Garfield with those two by his side. She hoped that he would be much safer than if she was there herself. Just then, Petrea Melee, Petra H.K. Garfson. Without warning, Petra leaped to her feet at the sound of Garfield's thunderous voice. Upon hearing Petra's reply, Garfield rushed into the room where Petra and the others were. Petra was delighted to see a familiar face, but she could not afford to even express such. Petra, you're badly hurt. What happened? You need to get medical treatment right away. Garfield, now hurry up and chat some young mag on me right away, Petra HK. Garfield, his face covered in blood and several teeth missing, made his appeal, and Petra momentarily tensed up before immediately strengthening Garfield's body with yang magic. Her unrefined yang magic was something rather unstable to use on someone other than herself, but Garfield's fierce expression left her no choice. In that case, Petra had no choice but to overcome her immaturity right here and now. Garfield R.H. Melikaya, while under the effect of Petra's yang magic, Garfield then forcibly thrust his hands into the floor of the room and tore up the stone flooring with brute strength. A shriek escaped Melee's lips at Garfield's incomprehensible actions, and then asked him, "What are you doing?" as he lifted the floor that he had just removed. In response, Garfield turned around to the entrance of the room and Garfield dish. After roaring indistinctly, Garfield blocked the entrance to the room with the piece of flooring he had torn up. Petra wanted to question him about what had happened, thinking that he was trying to prevent anyone from coming in. However, she quickly realized that that had not been the issue at hand. The reason Garfield had blocked the entrance became clear from what could be seen through the gap beneath the sealed door. Melee water. Once again, Melee screamed, and the small red scorpion on her head also stretched its pincers and tail to the heavens in surprise. Petra's round eyes widened as she looked beyond the entrance blocked by Garfield, and she could hear and feel the presence of the muddy torrent of water that flooded the hallway of the tower's fourth floor with tremendous force. Why had it been made, for what purpose, and by whom? Garfield, if you're reading it here, then how about an attack you can't block, even if you know it's coming? As he braced his feet against the floor continuously, withstanding the force of the raging water, Garfield's cheeks contorted. Petra was horrified by Garfield's vicious, belligerent smile mixed with anger. Who exactly was Garfield fighting with such an expression on his face? And why had he rushed alone to Petra and Melee Petra hanging there? Biting back the many questions that filled her chest, Petra reached out to support Garfield's back. Garfield HK. With Petra's hand on his back, Garfield's entire body tensed up with strength. Of course, Petra's slender arms could never add to Garfield's strength. She would be far more useful were she to concentrate on her yang magic. But at that moment, Petra entrusted all her worries and faith to Garfield's back. And Garfield, she believed, tried his best to respond to that trust with all his might. Eventually, the sound of the massive torrent of water rushing through the passageway began to subside, gradually turning into a faint trickle-like the last drops of water falling from a gutter after a rainstorm. Garfield, who had been holding his ground, relaxed his legs and pushed the stone slab he had used to block the entrance to the side and let out a deep breath. He then began to turn around to face Petra, who was still touching his back. Garfield can come here upstairs, not to the stage to the side. Perhaps this, too, was an application of magic, but Ezzo's voice was so loud that it was hard to tell how far away he was, and Garfield, who had been called, looked up as if snapped into motion. His usual sharp fangs were broken, and for a moment he wondered whether he should explain the situation to Petra and Melee. Garfield, Melee, and yet ill explain later Petra. Is it Alison? Garfield, yeah. Without saying much, he only managed to share who had started it, and then Garfield rushed out into the wet corridor to meet up with Ezzo. She observed until his back disappeared, and then Petra let out a shaky breath and covered her face with her hands. Petra, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. Desperately trying to dispel the rising dread within her, Petra repeated the words to herself over and over. But even so, she couldn't stop the feeling from welling up inside her Melee Petrachan. Melee gently and without warning placed a hand on Petra's head, which was still buried in her palms. Then she ruffled up the other's hair. Petra thought it annoying, but came to later realize that Melee was just terrible at petting people's heads. And while clumsily consoling Petra, Meili let out a small sigh. Meili, maybe it's my fault. Not everyone can be saved by Onizen and Onizen's kindness. Petra, that's not. True, she wished to say to deny completely, but instead a sob came first, and she found herself unable to muster the confidence to fully reject Meili's words. 6. Upon being assailed by the muddy stream that flooded the hallway his. Opponents, having discovered a truly optimal strategy bereft of effect from any of his provocations and excuses, Aldebaran was struck with a sense of powerlessness. Despite possessing such a cheat technique, despite possessing such an advantage, he was being pursued oh so intensely by people who had mastered the art countering it. In regards to that strength, he could not help but be impressed, all excuses aside. Aldebaran, you booby-boo. The torrent of water left him no escape, forbidding him from planting his legs or grabbing hold of something, so Aldebaran's body was washed away, mercilessly robbing him of his strength and body temperature. The more he attempted to struggle against the water, the more his strength would be taken away, relentlessly being exhausted. The water pouring in from the orifices in his entire body washed it all thoroughly with him, unable to do a thing. Unlike wind, which had a certain degree of direction, dealing with the flow of water by way of walls and structures fashioned from earth was a deed impossible. Henceforth, what Aldebaran could do was to get swept up by the water, to be jostled about by the water, and to be killed by the water, and nothing more beyond that in reality. He had no idea just how much water he had ended up swallowing. Only, Aldebaran uhbu abahaka. While gurgling, throwing up the water, he had swallowed. Aldebaran took heavy breaths. Body void of strength, he supported and lifted himself with his single arm, doing his best to rid his body of the water that had filled him so much, so that he was on the verge of bursting like a water balloon. From his nose, mouth, eyes, and ears it felt as if water was streaming out. No longer could he feel his lower body, and he was too afraid to ascertain if he had urinated or soiled himself. And then, after expelling, vomiting as much water as he could. Well, then you should not have any further strength with which to resist, but let us hear you explain yourself. Having slowly ascended the staircase, the magician and warrior looked down at Aldebaran. Powerless to stop, Aldebaran had been knocked about while being swept up the staircase, though the two who had imposingly climbed up those stairs were fatigued. They remained with more than enough will to fight. Conversely, Aldebaran was soaked like a ragged drowned rat, his entire body covered in wounds. Aldebaran, Languidly did Aldebaran collapse, having relaxed the arm that was supporting his body, now lying face up. In the sky, where the sun was setting, where the curtain of night was beginning to fall, the glow of stars scattered around was visible, feeling as if the flickering stars above were looking down on him. Al loathed the heavens from the bottom of his heart. Stars were something he hated. Stars looking down upon the surface from high above, merely shining as they pleased, were something he hated. Captain and Beatrice, give him back. So declared Garfield, who was missing a few fangs, to the upward-facing Aldebaran. His attitude of prioritizing Natsuki, Subaru, and Beatrice, instead of complaining about the mess that had been made of his mouth, was admirable and something that Aldebaran almost wanted to root for, but unfortunately, their views were diametrical opposites of one another. He really did find it sorrowful. Aldebaran did not particularly hate Garfield. He did not hate any of them. He hated neither Garfield nor Ezo, who he had just fought against, nor did he hate Petra, nor Meili, nor Flam, who were present in this tower, nor did he hate any of the people he would probably end up fighting against hereafter. The only ones he hated were himself, and Natsuki, Subaru, Garfield. Oh, I bastard, why a listening? Ezo, please calm down, Garfield-kun, even if you consider his silence as a provocation. Here, Aldono cannot help it. In addition to provocation, would be meaningless. He ought to understand by now. Garfield. Ezo, it seems that you somehow possess the ability to utilize an unknown magic, a type of forbidden art, but that is not to say it is omnipotent. Whether it be I, or likely somebody else, it shall be counted. No matter how skilled you may be in the art war, you cannot win all your battles. Keeping the emotional Garfield in check, Ezo spoke rational to the bitter end. Those words were quite persuasive to Al, with whom Ezo had done as he pleased till the current time. Through his definite strength and perceptiveness, Ezo had defeated Aldebaran's authority. At this moment, since Aldebaran could not even lift a single finger, he could not make excuses. It was just that, Aldebaran as a dono, is precisely as you say. I can't win every battle. Still lying on his back, Aldebaran affirmed Ezo's words. At that comment, Garfield and Ezo each displayed their own unique reactions. Garfield showed frustration, and Ezo showed increasing vigilance. That they did not lose their focus even after he had declared such vexed him. It vexes me, but it's fine. After all, she's no longer among us. 748. That was the number of attempts in which he had drifted aimlessly, all while experiencing a sense of helplessness at not being able to do anything in particular. The only variable he had been able to test had been the place towards which the muddy current would sweep him away after being washed away by the water. There was nothing Aldebaran could do, tiny as he was. Instead, until he drew the winning ticket on and on and on and on, he was washed away without end. And then, at long last, he drew it. Aldebaran, I can't win every battle. That's why I just got to win the final one. Ezo, what are you? Aldebaran, I wanted to get over here this place. Is my one and only victory condition. Ignoring Ezo and Garfield as question marks floated above their heads, Aldebaran continued so. He did not have the time to wait for a reply, even now. He was just spewing any nonsense he could think of as to keep himself from losing consciousness. Neither was he boasting of success, nor did he intend to pester them with a declaration of victory. Merely he wished for them to understand just a portion of all the stardust Aldebaran had piled up. He wished for them to understand. Aldebaran. As the pair gave off signs of bewilderment, Aldebaran, still lying on the floor, raised his arm and pointed in a certain direction. Realizing that something had fallen at the place towards which Aldebaran was pointing, Ezo and Garfield's throats both choked up. That was clear. Even if they did not comprehend the significance of that being here, they likely had gained a sense of unease. That was Garfield. Is that a Book of the Dead? Ezo whose, albeit having been submerged, that Book of the Dead was one which yet maintained the form of a book. While gazing at its sodden pages lying on the floor in an open state, the eyes of the two widened in shock, their voices trembled. They had yet to reach comprehension, and frankly, even supposing they heard the answer, they likely would not understand its meaning. But from the very start, Aldebaran had come to the tower in order to search for that book and put it to use. After all, he knew that there would be no other way to make the preparations in order to remove Natsuki Subaru. The title of that Book of the Dead, inscribed, there was Aldebaran, it's my name. Ezo, Garfield. The correct answer revealed to them Ezo and Garfield were overwhelmed by a momentary pause. While that was a clear opening, Aldebaran, unfortunately, did not have the strength to reap its benefits. This unseen-a-lifetime opportunity was not something that Aldebaran could seize. Therefore, he would entrust the act of utilizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to Aldebaran. Looking down upon the soaked pages of the Book of the Dead, lying on the floor, had been eyes. Those eyes slowly rose up and faced the four. And then, clad in scales of pale azure, the life form considered to be the strongest in the entire world, spread its wings and pronounced, "Your stars were bad." The subsequent instant, aiming at the magician and warrior, both frozen in place, the breath of the divine dragon Volcanicane, of the divine dragon Aldebaran, was mercilessly unleashed. Chapter 13. The One Most Loved and the One Most Unloved. 1. 289. In added time after surmounting the decisive bout came an ambush by an unseen adversary, one even more ruthless than anticipated. While Garfield was occupied protecting the girls, it was unclear how the hidden enemy who was not with them had managed to avoid the great deluge. However, the hidden assailant who had accomplished such a feat on her own had broken his neck many times as he came down the stairs in a state of total exhaustion. Without questions, without hesitation, this single-minded focus on eliminating impediments was precisely the result of the awareness they held of being the last force of deterrence that remained within the tower. You're quite something, Lil Miss. To have mastered level of skill to this extent at such a young age, he could only imagine the amount of blood-soaked training she must have undergone, and that caused sentiments of respect to surge up within him. He had heard she was one of two twin girls, but was her younger or older sister just as strong, even if he were to go without inquiring, so at this place the chance to find that out firsthand would likely call upon him soon. After all, from here on out, the entire world would likely end up turning against Aldebaran. HK. There was a slight gasp, and the slender hand of the hidden attacker failed to break Aldebaran's neck. Just as the girl's hand was about to reach him from behind, Aldebaran covered his neck with a layer of stone and avoided the blow that would have broken his cervical vertebrae. However, this enemy was not so naive as to slacken their assault there. As soon as they realized their ambush had failed, they immediately slipped towards Aldebaran's left. Sadetto attempted assassination from his armless side and unleashed a hand strike aimed at his flank. A fearsome blow enhanced by the flow method, one that would perforate his side, slip through the gap in his ribs, and tear out his heart, a blow that contrasted with her cute hands. It was a deadly strike that would inevitably bring about a near-instant death. However, a near-instant death was merely that it was not instant death. Even if brief, it would nonetheless bring about excruciating pain. That was why. Wah! Before the ambushing girl's attack could land, Aldebaran reached out with an earthen prosthesis and grabbed the girl's two bundles of hair, then proceeded to forcibly push her against the wall. At that point, the earthen arm was transformed into a large strip of mud, crucifying the girl to the wall. With both arms and legs bound and only her head free, the hidden attacker Flam exchanged glares with Aldebaran. Aldebaran am weaker than you lil miss. I'm missing one of my arms. My helmet restricts my vision. I'm exhausted from fighting battles in succession. I have no talent or ability. That's why it's my win. Flam, also Aldebaran, just shut up. Snapping the fingers of his right hand in front of Flam's face, he blocked up her mouth with a stone gag. If she could use her hands and feet, she could have easily removed it, but being unable to move them, she was at his mercy. And so it could finally be said that the bonus track had been cleared. Aldebaran. He heaved a long, deep sigh. There was not a shred of relief in that sigh. Instead, it conveyed a sense of depression that had nothing to do with the sense of accomplishment from actually having done it. To begin with, using a mountain climbing analogy, this was still the base camp no matter how much of a positive thinker one was. No one would do something so ridiculous as getting overly excited at the base camp. Not to mention this accomplishment of his was not something to be proud of. Aldebaran, why, even if you look at me like that, I can't give you any excuses, little missus. As he said this, Aldebaran turned around and looked at the two girls standing silently staring at Al in the corridor of the 4th floor. One had cold hostility in her almond-shaped eyes, while the other had a sense of urgency in her round eyes. This little one is angry, so could you please not come any closer? As Aldebaran turned halfway around to face the girl with the braid, Millie moved to confront him. Perched on top of her blue hair was a witch beast, a lively character who had appeared several times during the journey to and within the tower. Its tail, which emitted a faint glow, was also an unexpectedly formidable offensive organ, of course. That was only if it struck a vital point without warning. But, Aldebaran, well, I understand. You don't want to get close in the first place. I don't feel like harming you, little missus. Melee, you came all the way down here to look for us, didn't you? So that's absolutely ridiculous. Aldebaran, while it's true that I came to look for you, the reason isn't what you think. At Melee's cold attitude, Aldebaran played with the seam of his helmet with his fingers while he took care to choose his words while they were talking. The girl, who had been quietly watching them, said reason in a soft voice. And then what was the reason you came down, Alson? As Petra asked the question firmly, without averting her gaze, Aldebaran fell silent. Aldebaran, as a former assassin, it was understandable that Melee was used to the harshness of the battlefield. However, it was surprising to see how tough Petra had become, given she was originally just a simple village girl training to become a maid. Aldebaran had timed it so that everyone would have been at their most relaxed and carried out this plan of action without anyone realizing the signs. In other words, Petra and the others had no idea what was going on. There must have been all kinds of questions and a whirlwind of anxiety and confusion that wanted to burst out crying and screaming swirling around her little head. She did not let any of that show. Aldebaran, I fulfilled my objective. I've got no more business in this tower. So if you ask why it was to come say goodbye, Petra, even if you say something like that, Aldebaran, Garfield, and Ezo are both unconscious at the top of the tower. If you treat them quickly, they should be able to make out alive. Petra, For a brief moment, Petra tensed up at Aldebaran's selfish declaration and prepared to fight, while Melee next to her also widened her stance in preparation to join Petra's resolve, but their resolve was thrown into confusion by Aldebaran's words as he pointed to the uppermost floor of the tower. And unfortunately for them, Aldebaran had no room to show mercy, even if his opponents were young girls. Aldebaran, what are you going to do? Are you going to try and show off by fighting me here? If you try hard enough, you might be able to beat me. But if you lose, the two guys up there will die as well, yeah. Petra, you coward. Aldebaran, yeah, I know I am. And it makes me hate myself from the bottom of my heart. After being berated by Petra with her fierce eyes, Aldebaran admonished himself for having become a detestable adult. However, the reality was that those disgusting and cowardly adults seemed to always come out victorious. Petra, being smart and brave, could properly calculate the risks of losing. She could not risk letting Garfield and Ezo die by picking a fight with slim chances of success. Melee, what happened to Onizen and Beatrice, John, I wonder. Aldebaran, the two of them are asleep together like babies, are so affectionate and close to be cruel to separate them, and it'd break my heart. So I just couldn't. In response to Melee, who inquired about Subaru and Beatrice's safety on behalf of Petra, he gave that answer. Unfortunately for them, he had no intention of giving them any more information. Either way, in case they did save Garfield and Ezo, they would be able to hear the same story from their mouths. He did not want to carelessly provoke Petra and Melee, who were thinking rationally. Even if the expansion of territory could shoulder the burden, he was exhausted. Aldebaran, hey, I get that you said not to get any closer, but that's the way out I'm going to have to go through. Aldebaran raised his hand to signal this, and he slowly advanced toward the girls to show that he meant no harm. He kept his hand raised without lowering it. Petra, Melee. Petra and Melee silently made way for the approaching Aldebaran as he passed between the girls who had moved out to either side. The only sound in the quiet passage was the clacking of the little crimson scorpion's pincers. The intimidating sound of the little crimson scorpion's pincers seemed to be a manifestation of the girl's dissatisfaction. Petra, over these 3 days, I really did intend to help you out, Alison. Aldebaran. Petra, I absolutely loathe you. Among all the wounds Aldebaran had sustained during his time at the Pleiades watchtower, the girl's tearful, wrung-out voice had undoubtedly been the gravest of all. 2. At the time Aldebaran descended onto the entrance to the tower unfolding, there was a heart-wrenching battle, one not dissimilar to one that he had engaged in with Petra and Melee on the 4th floor. Partaking in that battle was a jet-black earth dragon who had made the great contribution of delivering their group with Aldebaran in their ranks to this tower, her name Patrash. And going head-to-head against Patrash was, Yomi, did you tie up all the loose ends? Indeed, with solemn, weighty voice, an enormous life form spoke to him in a manner completely lacking in gravitas. As he calmly pushed open the large gate of the tower's entrance, with his single hand waiting for him, there facing off against Patrash, was a dragon with scales shining bluey, a dragon formerly known as Volcanica, now Aldebaran. Patrash Dodajayuan. Squaring off against Aldebaran, Patrash neighed, without relinquishing a single step. In all honesty, all of Subaru's female companions were mentally deranged. No, thinking back on it, all the women Aldebaran had encountered were more or less the same. As for weak women, there was only a single person that came to mind, whatever the case. Aldebaran, hey, dragging me, stop picking on those smaller than yourself. You already look crazy enough. Doing that'll make you look way crazier than necessary. Aldebaran, don't call me crazy like that. If I'm crazy, then you've also got to be just as nuts. Normally, even those who come up with this kind of thing wouldn't actually put it into practice, something like hijacking the divine dragon, With a voice and appearance he was not yet accustomed to having, Aldebaran spoke. So while moving his wings at Aldebaran's words, Aldebaran shrugged his shoulders. Even if he were labeled crazy or nuts by his own self, it was a desperate strategy that he had enacted because it was possible for him to do so. To begin with, since Aldebaran was also Aldebaran, there was no doubt that he would have done the same thing if placed in the same situation. So forcing such labels upon him like that was quite unreasonable. Aldebaran, sorry, Ground Dragonchan, but in no, not movings. The right option if you get taken out, Ground Dragonchan, you aren't gonna be able to take any of your companions out from this sea of sand. Aldebaran. Aldebaran what? Aldebaran nothing, just thought that you really are me. Our ways of making threats are completely the same. In order to avoid a fight with Patrash, Aldebaran had employed the same logic that Aldebaran had used to threaten Petra, and Melee. This fact was something that gave him boundless mixed feelings. Anyhow, Aldebaran, can you fly? Aldebaran, I think it's one of those things you get used to little by little. Aldebaran, that phrasing's brimming with apprehension. At the response from Aldebaran, somewhat lacking in reliability, Aldebaran climbed up the former's tail and hopped onto the dragon's back. Though himself could not hide the slight unease he felt then clinging to one of the many protrusions on the dragon's scales, he called out, "Here we go." Aldebaran lift off. The following instant, with a spirited yell and a flap of his wings, Aldebaran rose to the sky. Scattering the sand with thunderous wind, the dragon swiftly climbed to a high altitude all the way to the top part of the exceedingly tall Pleiades watchtower, and from there began to part from the tower. As the tower rapidly grew distant, Aldebaran looked back at those who he had left there. Aldebaran, no way are you having regrets. Aldebaran, I did have them. When it comes to regrets, I had them 400 years ago. Being made fun of by himself, who had a full grasp of his circumstances, Aldebaran clicked his tongue. What Aldebaran wished to say was a reality that he did not have the leeway to be looking back, and that was indeed correct. If this were to be likened to a mountain, then he was still only at the base camp. From here on out, aiming for the starlight beyond the realm of a billion, that he had resolved himself to reach no matter what. Aldebaran could not afford to make even a single wrong move. Aldebaran, well, don't get too worked up on your own. It'll be with you from now on. That's at least a little better, yeah. As his wings rapidly sliced through the night sky over the sand, Aldebaran spoke in high spirits. Although Head had the memories shared by his Book of the Dead installed within him, that optimistic point of view likely stemmed from a difference in the vessel being occupied. Nonetheless, it was not good to be overly negative either. In reality, he had acquired backup more powerful than one could ever hope for. What remained was, that will be as far as you go. 3. At the moment he was about to formulate his next course of action, the light pierced him. Having violently crashed upon the ocean of sand in this chilly night, the dragon unhurriedly raised itself. Aldebaran, who had been nestled within the dragon's wings, shook his head and dropped down onto the sand. And then that composedly came into the view of the lone person and dragon of the two distinct Aldebarans. Hair red akin to a burning flame, eyes blue akin to the clear skies, clad in an outfit of immaculate white as per convictions of chivalry, he practiced the existence ordained by the world. Flam, who was left behind at the tower, is one blessed with the divine protection of telepathy. She and her sister Gracies are able to communicate without regard to distance and time, albeit only once per day. That was his explanation as to why he had hastened to this scene. Quite the honest response, one that was considerate and sympathetic towards the confusion of someone who had found themselves in an unreasonable situation. Aldebaran, thanks for the explanation. Are you used to people lodging complaints against you perchance? I wish to clear the doubts I myself have. First, there are many things I wish to question you on. Aldebaran, I advise you surrender. If possible, I would prefer to not cut you down. Declaring so while touching the dragon's sword at his waist of youth. Reinhard van Astrea before Aldebaran, and Aldebaran both magnificently asserted. Reinhard, his aura majestic, his posture gallant, his existence dazzling, even amidst a world of Nido, this man bound to be a hero, as one bearing heroic reveries long decayed this alone, he wished to object. It was something that had been spoken to him many a time, but Aldebaran, quit putting on airs, hero. It when regardless your stars were bad. Gazed upon by a star-studded sky amidst a great ocean of sand, Aldebaran faced off against Reinhard. That was a confrontation irreconcilable between one whom the world loved and one whom it did not. Yendi. Bonus short stories. The Land of Nascent Wolves. Undead Buster's Eye. 1. Nyanya, let's play. D. Waving his hand energetically, Cecilus called out in a cheerful tone, and accompanying the quiet yet fiery voice from across the door was an unbelievable shockwave. Centered on the shack that did not really serve its function as a house, there was enough might to transform the surrounding flatlands into a plain even flatter than the name suggested. The space exploded in a manner akin to taking a full swing at a mountain of fallen leaves with a broom, pure destruction with no discretion or mercy whatsoever. Die was a ruthless blow seeking a result in exact accordance with the word that had been uttered. Eyes wide in amazement, Spica was left speechless by the absurd scene unfolding before her. She had viewed herself as being quite an agile individual, but as she had been standing at the sight of that explosion, she would have been blown away. Without any doubt, truly this fight was on another level. Cecila's good grief trying to drive me away without even showing your face first is rapidly making you more of a Styathom gal each and every day, and that's just not good to know. I don't intend on telling you. Time and time again to get out and feel the sun and the wind, but when you're all cooped up in there like that, there's just no other way to get your spirits up. After all, though, with that said, I've never experienced anything like shutting myself away in a room or facing downward, so I can't really say for sure. Spiky. Then hearing that spirited voice from behind her, Spica jumped up in surprise. The person responsible for causing that reaction laughed haha in a light-hearted tone. Cecil is sorry for surprising you, but you're glad you listened to my warning now, aren't you? This rocky area is just out of range of Anya's tantrums. That's why it shouldn't be dangerous at all for you to watch us. Battle from over here. Maybe Spica, AU. Cecilus, whoa, there do be careful not to do anything heedless for the time being. Boss has entrusted you me, so I intend to provide you as much convenience as I can, but there's a limit to that, the one to decide on. That limit is not me, but ultimately your own actions. With that said, it'll give you one serious warning. Spica. Cecilus, to rise to the stage that lies ahead is only possible with adequate qualifications, since I'm the only one dancing with Anya. Right now, it's a stage for two, but how about you? As he said that, Cecilus hopped off of the rocky area that Spica was standing on to the fore out from the shack that was still intact despite being the site of an explosion, came the heavenly maiden clad in enough light to dazzle one's eyes. Izarakia slowly revealed herself. Once again today, the first and second of the Valachian Empire commenced an unproductive battle. Placing her hand to her chest in light of that fact, Spica brimmed with determination as she gazed at Cecilus back. Spica, you. Cecilus, yes, thank you so very much for your cheers without ever averting turning or blinking your eyes. Bear witness. The leading act of the star role of this world is coming through. Spica, a shrill voice resounded, and Cecilus' winking visage disappeared out from thin air, and after flashed the report of an impact, giving the impression that the world had fractured thunder throughout the sky. Cecilus was someone to whom words never seemed to get through despite the impression that they might. However, Spica had not taken the one-sided layup from him in the slightest either. That was frustrating. With how things were going, her great determination for remaining in the empire the day upon which you fulfill her promise to Subaru and Rem seemed quite distant indeed. 2. The great disaster that assailed the Valachian Empire and the subjugation of all the undead who had served as its vanguard. That was a reason why Spica had parted ways with Subaru and the others to remain in the Empire, and a condition that she needed to fulfill for herself to proudly reunite with Subaru and everyone else in the kingdom. The name Spica and the title of St. Archbishop of Gluttony, those were the blessing and curse bestowed upon Spica, who was a mere nobody, and they were things akin to the two sides of a coin. If from here on you are to live under the name that he has bestowed upon you, then you must not forsake the accursed title that bears. The opposite side of that meaning, if you consider that too heavy a burden to bear, then you would be better off establishing a wholly different name and position for yourself. With those words, the busy emperor earnestly listened to Spica's appeal and presented her with an option. His eyes had a scary look to them, and his voice was also stern, but Spica accepted that as the emperor, showing consideration in his own way. The emperor likely understood the burden that Spica would end up carrying to a degree greater than Spica herself, and thus presented her with his honest advice. However, in order to reach the future that Spica desired, that advice was not something she could listen to. I see. Therefore, Spica had no choice but to shake her head sideways to that advice. However, with a brief response to Spica's choice, the fact that the Emperor Abel appeared so modestly satisfied that it was difficult to tell if he actually was did not seem to just be Spica's imagination. With that sequence of events, Spica remained in the Empire and would subjugate the undead who survived the great disaster, with her star eating entrusted with the cleansing of their souls on top of that, saying that he would have trouble sleeping at night if Spica failed. The Emperor, who never slept much in the first place, was so courteous as to present her with escorts to assist with her work. Granted, that was a decision made due to his newlywed wife Medium scolding him to treat her better, but she was still very grateful. Grateful she had indeed felt that way, but Spica AU. Brimming with motivation, Spica wanted to set out on their journey as soon as possible, but contrary to those feelings of hers, she was completely out of sync with the pace of her escorts, who were crucial to her purpose. Or rather, it was not even a matter of being out of sync. Among the two escorts that the Emperor had endorsed the owner of abilities indispensable for this work, Heraclea, was someone Spica had never met nor ever exchanged greetings with. She had asked Cecilus for advice in regards to that, but from the outset, Cecilus had not received greetings from Heraclea either. Ultimately, without having fulfilled the objective she had in coming here, Spica merely observed the world crumbling from a distance. The battle that had commenced with Cecilus' salutation uttered in mischievous jest had become a fierce battle of such immense scope that she could only recall one or two of the battles amidst the great disaster that could rival it. Spica Isaiah, basking in the tremors that reached this rocky area from several kilometers away, Spica muttered the names of the two combatants. Cecilus spoke in a brisk and cheerful manner, and Subaru had told her time and time again that while it was fine to believe in his strength, and that alone she must not let him do as he pleased in regards to anything else. Spica was apprehensive about her future prospects with him, given he would not fully understand her words, but she wanted to do her best so that things would go well. And while the strength of Heraclea, who she had yet to exchange words with, was certainly being assured, Spica also feared that she would be extremely difficult to deal with, so she also wanted to do her best to get on good terms with her. For the wish and objective Spica wanted to fulfill her own abilities were completely insufficient. Thus, in order to reach the high places upon which she had set her sights, she would need to mimic Subaru's methods. For the existence who had received new life as Spica Natsuki Subaru was the ideal role model, and that was precisely why she thought thus could her desires really be fulfilled by standing still here on these rocks. I can't remember ever doing anything properly, and so I don't have any self-important things to tell you, Spicakin, even so please. Remember this, that both that person and I have been saved countless times by you, Spicakin, who never once gave up in trying to get close to us. Those were words spoken to her by Rem, who, when Spica decided to remain in the Empire, had spoken to her countless times, tried to convince her countless times, eventually admitting that Spica's resolve would not bend. As an empty being, Spica had been without any understanding of what she was capable, yet she was still fervent in her desire to not part with the hands of bright warmth present in her immediate vicinity, and to that girl Rem had given such an evaluation. In that case, that which Spica could do with Spica UAU. 3. From within their body, impulses overflowed without cease. Blowing all of that out, they would shape the world to their will. It was the same as breathing. If one continued to inhale a large breath, at some point it would become painful until they let it all out in an exhale. With immense power incomparable to breathing, that same phenomenon was occurring. What differed was that no matter how much they exhaled, that which they had inhaled would not ease in the slightest. If anything, as they continued to exhale, the absurdity of continuing to inhale simultaneously persisted. Everything, all of that was Princess. The exceedingly important, unwavering light that they had placed at the core of their own being had disappeared. Now that it had departed to a place unreachable by their hands, the pitiful existence for whom that light had illuminated the world Heraclea had been cast down into a realm of pure darkness. Tata-tata-tata-tata-tata-tata. With the report of cacophonous yet familiar voice, the familiar sight of pale blue light charged ahead, whilst leaving behind clouds of dust. No matter how many times she rejected or drove him away, the odious man would come at her with a nonchalant face. Since long ago, he had been odious, but now he was even more odious than back then. Arikia, why didn't you kill me? In the midst of that battle, Cecilus certainly had the opportunity to kill Arikia. Arikia, too, had wished for him to do so. She had wanted to be killed, by being killed along with the great spirit she had taken, and there was a chance to bring down the enemy's plans. If that had come to fruition, just if Arikia's light might still be Cecilus, you should really stop averting your eyes from reality, Anya. But what if just maybe so on and so forth? If you continue saying such things, I'll be a denial of the future that person triumphantly secured. Arikia, HK. As Cecilus seemed to see through Arikia's emotions, his words were accompanied by slashes of lightning speed, and Arikia's body, unable to dodge, was obliquely bisected. However, she would not die. Arikia's body, having taken the power of the stone muspel, could deliberately switch her state between a physical and a mana-based body. The standard method to kill a mana-based body was to exhaust its OD, but since she was supplied with Muspel's inexhaustible stores of mana, Arikia was effectively immortal. But being immortal was far from making the world what she wanted it to be. Arikia triumphantly secured, even though the princess is no longer among us. Cecilus, yeah, but I won't revise what I said, nor will I apologize for it. This is a brand new stage triumphantly orchestrated by your princess sister and the many other actors who laid down their lives in that battle. So as a part of this new production, we ought to dance and speak with flamboyance, so that the world does not forget her. Arikia, HK, I wanted to disappear together with the princess. Screaming belts of light began to emerge from all over her body, the light belts which would evaporate anything they made contact with. Rampage. However, the beams of light, tearing the world apart, could not erase that lone lightning. For what reason, why, how would the sun ever rise for her again? Uau, a hell in which even the tears emerging at the corners of her eyes were vaporized by the heat she herself was emitting. An absolute domain where none could survive save for azure lightning, and she who had fused with the vast lands of the Empire, that battlefield of certain death, that rejected all who lacked the qualifications to enter, had been reached by a voice and weight that ought not have been there under any circumstances. Arikia, understanding that as the weight of somebody clinging to her back, as Arikia shed tears of blood from her lightless eyes, she attempted to forcibly shake that person off of that purpose. She need not even exert her arms. By merely unleashing the power overflowing from within her, she was reduced to an existence that served to destroy the world. Even so, she had been unable to save Priscilla Cecilus Anya. The power to blast away the person on her back was beaten back by an inundation from a storm of sword attacks. No matter how much he attempted to cut her, the inexhaustible supply of mana would just restore Arikia's body. But if she used her reserved stores of mana for that purpose, she would run out of mana to use her offense. Thus, these slashes served to keep the person clinging to Arikia's back alive for longer. To use his power for the sake of another was entirely not like Cecilus in the slightest. Cecilus, the act of experiencing something, also means the act of gaining something. If you had thought that my selling point was an invariable way of being, then how charming of you. You acquire things by losing, and losing then gaining all things in life are either flowery makeup or war paint. Arikia, what are you? Cecilus, and that's not just limited to me, but also applies to you and that girl on your back. With a powerful flash of sword light, Arikia's chest was pierced, and the upturned blade assailed her in an attempt to lop off her head. Faced with that tremendous sword attack, Arikia thought that she might as well surrender her life to it. However, the slash that ought to have lopped off Arikia's slender neck did not connect. Arikia, for a moment her vision blurred, and Cecilus disappeared from in front of her. Confusion began to brew in Arikia's head, wondering just what had occurred, only she was in a place where the height and angle of the scenery she saw now differed to what had just been a moment prior. You. Then she belatedly realized that the one who had done that was a small child triumphing behind her. With that sensation, Arikia turned around to face the person behind her. The one who had spun through the air and landed on all fours was a young girl, with strong will dwelling in her blue eyes. With her serious gaze intact, the young girl seemed to point her finger straight at Arikia and Girl Aia. That was, while not pronounced very well, a call towards Arikia. Then the young girl directed the finger that had been pointed to Arikia to the one standing beside her, Cecilus Girl Ias, and finally pointing to herself, Girl Ika. With that, she had continued, so Arikia, dumbfounded Arikia, stood stock still at the young girl's actions. Ignoring her reaction, Cecilus returned the katana to its sheath and looked at the young girl before shrugging his shoulders. Cecilus, it was quite brave of you to rise to the stage and participate in the battle between me and Anya that should be recognized without any complaints. And so Anya, this girl, has a duty that she needs and wants to fulfill with our help. Both you and I, Anya, were already ordered to cooperate by our director, His Excellency. So Cecilus was already brazenly acting as if he were the young girl's comrade. Those words of Cecilus were suddenly interrupted. The reason was simple. Erikia had fallen to her knees, unable to remain standing, and placing both her hands on the ground before Cecilus and the girl. Erikia blurred, with her eyes darting around. The upsurge of a hurling sensation drove Erikia into a corner, rendering her incapable of action. The inexplicable fluctuation in the world from a moment earlier, albeit Erikia was unaware, was a teleportation in space brought about by the young girl that had greatly perturbed the insides of her body and had caused the immortal Erikia to become incapable of even standing up, an unthinkable method to render her powerless. Cecilus, I see now. This is quite unexpected. I don't think His Excellency could have foreseen this, but it seems that Spicason also has the qualifications to rise to the stage. Arakia die. As Cecilus lightly spoke with an expression indifferent to Erikia's anguish, she surged with murderous intent towards him. However, the ferocious hurling sensation hindered that intent, preventing it from taking shape. That was vexing, pathetic, and Erikia spilled out weeping groans thereupon. Girl Aia, the young girl, crouched down beside her and patted her on the back. At that sensation, though still unable to lift her face, Erikia had no choice but to continue cowering. But for the first time since she had lost her light, tears that found their genesis in a place outside of the domain of anger streamed down her cheeks. Yendi, Kararaji Reaper Incident I. 1. As I thought of you worried about Natsukikin, and called out from the side as he looked out the window, Julius felt ashamed of his uncertainty. To cause one's liege to feel apprehension and worry was an act that any knight ought to feel ashamed of, all the more when it was not in regards to their own areas, but instead that of an opposing camp. Henceforth Julius shook his head no, and Julius, I sincerely apologize for causing you worry. Hereafter I shall be more careful. Anastasia, nah, you don't gotta act so over-serious. Even for us, we completed our original objective. Hell, probably keep on going till he dies, though leaving Natsukikin in such a state is real darn terrifying. Julius, though he and those around him all seem to accept it as Sparka. Anastasia, them trying to be overly positive about it's even more pitiful. Well, anything from there on out's not our job. So Emilius and the others really gotta help support him. Elegantly placing her hand to her cheek, Anastasia expressed her thoughts. She was his master, and her words rang true from here on. Outsiders, such as Julius and Anastasia, had no room to interfere, neither should they. Regardless, they helped us out quite a bit to get back on our feet now that the positions are reversed. Perhaps he's unable to wait for things to settle. That might be a risky position to take. Anastasia stopped with that. This little one's going to end up bewildering Julius again. Having wedged his way into conversation between the pair, the statement of the white fox Scarficina caused Anastasia to grab the spirit's snout and cast upon it words of scolding. At the familiar interaction between the two, a slightly pleased look appeared on Julius' face then. Julius, you have no need to be concerned. What I mean to say is, while you may have your doubts based on my track record thus far, I assure you that these thoughts and concerns of Anastasia-sama and Echidna are premature. Echidna Oya is that so we left Wallachia before Natsukikin to conclude as Sparka. Since you would have certainly been upset with that decision, I was afraid that maybe your trust in Anna had been greatly damaged. Julius, certainly would be a lie to say that my heart does not still ache. However, my utmost priority is Anastasia-sama Subru must get back up by his own strength, supported by those around him. Without deception, laying out his honest feelings, Julius responded to Anastasia and Echidna. The battle against the great disaster concluded. Julius and co. had left Subaru's party in the fortified city and departed from the Empire first. Until their final days, Subaru had been accumulating time in a ritual known as Sparkathat, which could also be called absolution time spent in order to punish himself. The fact that his words had been unable to reach that pitiful figure was an extremely great sorrow to him. However, the reason Subaru sought Sparka's weighty wound he had received upon the death of Priscilla Burial was not something he bore alone. Quietly, Julius shifted his gaze to Anastasia as she scratched Echidna's neck. Already having regained her presence of mind, Anastasia appeared to have been acting normally. But Julius knew of her bottomless selfishness to desire all things of personality, such that not wanting Julius to vanish from her memories via the authority of gluttony, she had even sealed her own self. For Anastasia, losing somebody she knew was a terribly difficult affair. Even if that was somebody who opposed her in the royal selection, with whom she bore a mutual recognition that they could not get along. That was why, Echidna, you say Anna is your utmost priority, goodness gracious. I am relieved to hear that from your mouth. If you do your best to convince Halibel now, then supposing you fall from your seat as Knight Julius, you may be able to garner enough prestige to still act as a substitute. Julius in regards to strength and loyalty towards Anastasia-sama. For this example, how about we refer to it as the sentiments of holding? Anastasia-sama, dear, in regards to those, I may have poor prospect against Halibelson, but unfortunately I shan't concede this title of mine. It rests upon my honor. As his gaze clashed with Echidna's black eyes, Julius revealed where he stood. With Anastasia as his number one, Julius and Echidna were in agreement of the same objective. It would be senseless to incur the displeasure of the spirit, and it could easily turn into a futile conflict. Eliminating those numerous difficulties, he would support Anastasia, Julius extolled, as the finest. That is the duty I must fulfill as a knight. 2. With a sidelong glance to the quarreling exchange of gazes between Julius and Echidna, Anastasia became troubled, but maintained her smile as she felt perplexed. The two people talking beside her, she had fully intended on understanding their intent and worries. Having entered Wallachia as a special emissary from Kararaji, Anastasia was returning amidst feelings of loss, fearing the situation. Those two were showing consideration for her. But had the two of them not grasped Anastasia's mental state a little too deeply? Anastasia looked with that princess dying. I ain't trying to say that I ain't shaken. Someone who would not die even if killed Priscilla seemed to fit that evaluation more than anybody else. For her to scorch her life away in order to defend her homeland, and then to leave those final words behind Anastasia. And Emilia, there was no way that her heart would be left engraved with nothing. But much more susceptible to feeling hurt, likely without having prepared her heart, Emilia had also been present. She had not told anybody about this, but Emilia's presence had largely saved her. That was because the presence of someone who was more disturbed than her had graced Anastasia with the ability to think in a composed manner. Thanks to that, Anastasia had nullified her inner turmoil in regards to Priscilla's death. Thus Julius and Echidna's concern was a little overbearing, but Anastasia, well, maybe it's best of those two if I let him worry about me for now. If one tripped on something and scraped their knee, the blood from the wound would eventually stop, become a scab, and after enough time elapsed for it to heal, that person would take care, so as to not trip again. Right now, Julius and Echidna were in the midst of that process, waiting for it to become a scab. For that purpose, Anastasia, for now, I'd like to quickly deal with the job at hand, but seems like they're taking quite a bit of time to greet us. Caressing Echidna's fur at her neck, Anastasia muttered so. Anastasia's group, having departed from the Wallachian Empire and crossed the border back into the Kararaji city-states, had entered the third city of Vada in order to report on their results as emissaries. They had already verified their identity and had been ushered into the mansion of Ivados Mayor Argo Hayata, but they had yet to be given permission to meet with Argo himself. They understood that he was a busy man, but the business they were here on also ought to have been quite important. Anastasia, don't tell me, there's some sort of problem happening. As expected, Yave got darn fantastic intuition, Lilana. As Anastasia pondered the reason for which the other party might not be right, the one who impolitely listened to that and called out after was a tall figure who had appeared in the empty room, Halibel. Unlike Anastasia and the rest who were being treated as guests, Halibel was treated as a Kararaji insider, and thus had already appeared before Argo. But Anastasia, what's this? You know it's bad manners to eavesdrop when people are talking to themselves, right? Halibel, sorry, but I ain't eavesdropping or anything like that. My ears just happen to be really darn good thoughts. All they're done getting ready back there. So they told me to go give him a holler. Julius, though I find it difficult to believe that Mayor Argo used his jaw in the manner you just did. Halibel, well, that's no words are flexible. Well, now hurry, remember Lil Anna's favorite phrase. Anastasia, time is money, the Hashin proverb really now. Being hastened by Halibel's unabashed attitude, Anastasia took Julius' gently proffered hand and stood up before turning to face Halibel with a so then. Anastasia, when you praised my intuition, you meant that there was actually some sort of problem, right? Halibel, yeah, though I think it's probably best you hear it directly from Argo. Instead of from me, I ain't got that firm a grasp on the whole thing after. Oh, Anastasia, don't frighten me. Putting on airs, or rather not wanting to give them superfluous preconceptions, Halibel's manner of speech was somewhat reminiscent of the meeting with the mayors before they set out to the Empire back. Then the topic of conversation was a cataclysm brought about by the large-scale resurrection of undead that had occurred along the border with the Wallachian Empire. The fact that Halibel's demeanor reminded her of that was more than enough of a sinister omen. Anastasia, even though we just got back, there's always got to be something. Really, we ain't even got any time to get some rest. 3. The Karaji city-states was a country made up of 10 enrolled large cities, and the mayors entrusted with each city were all distinguished individuals of brilliant talents. Hence, the mayor of the third city of Vada Argo Hayata was also a competent individual. As he received the report of Anastasia and the others after they had returned from Valakia, Argo tightly clasped the fan in his hand, while the rounded tips of his characteristic mustache quivered. Argo, in other words, the incident that got its impetus in the Empire was safely resolved while those dead folk were still squirming all about did the Empire send any gratitude the way of us city-states. Anastasia Bingo, I was talking with their Prime Minister and secured a definite agreement. I've also got a full promissory note, so you can rest. Assured. Argo, I see that the fact that y'all made it back safely and even incurred a debt from Valakia to Karaji is truly a matter for great celebration, my deepest gratitude. Anastasia, considering all that Orgus in your face, doesn't make it seem like it's time for great celebrations in the slightest. Having received a report that was naught but positive, Argo showed great delight in his word, however, as Anastasia had pointed out, that delight was not reflected in his voice or facial expression whatsoever. Just as Halibel had prefaced earlier in the empty room, some sort of disheartening problem was occurring. Echidna also perceived as much, and so that was likely something that Anastasia would also poke her beak into. Echidna, goodness gracious, I am beat. Before the atmosphere of the conversation could clearly grow weighty, Echidna sighed. If possible, after giving her all to the job of emissary, she had wanted Anastasia to rest for a bit without needing to think about anything in this case. She wanted to give her time for something relaxing along the lines of working the abacus for the first time in a while as the representative of a Hashin trading company. Of course, there was also the fact that Anastasia saw this as Echidna and Julius worrying too much about her, but in Echidna's opinion, Anastasia was mistaken. Echidna, having been the closest to Anastasia both physically and emotionally for 10 years, already was proud to clearly understand that the events of the Empire were weighing on Anastasia more than she herself was aware of. That was why it was not her intent to get involved in yet another problem before Anastasia could get proper rest. But Argo, truth be told, there's a teeny bit of a problem that stirred up in Banan. And as Argo disclosed in a feeble voice, Echidna narrowed her black eyes. It was not as though Argo's attitude was actually a weak one, but instead, he was employing a method to incur the other party's sympathy. Of course, it was not something that would be effective against Anastasia, a big-time merchant who had been through hundreds of battles, but Anastasia, a problem in Banan. What this about, given that you were waiting for our report? Perhaps it's tied to those dead folk. However, in such a manner, Anastasia prompted Argo to continue. Anastasia, well, it'd be a quick chat if that was the case, but it's kind of troubling that it don't seem to be the case the origin of all the issues with dead folk were done and dealt with back in Valakia based on locations too. I think it'd be rather difficult for two to be connected. Julius Banan, that is the second city, correct. It is located to the west of Q, which is right in the center of Karaji, quite the distance from the border with the Empire. Anastasia, there are some zombies that remain unfinished, but based on the distance, this be unrelated. Julius and Anastasia conversed at length, pointing to the map they had envisioned in their heads. At that exchange, referencing a mental map, he could not see Argo gripped his fan and nodded. In short, it was a matter of the following. Halibel with a problem in Valakia settled here on out B. Negotiations for our reward, even though that be the ideal, someone's doing something to stir up trouble in Karaji, so we can't for now that about the gist of it. Argo, regardless of your phrasing, Halibel's thinking is not mistaken. As Argo glared at him with a bitter face, Halibel bobbed the Kizaru in his mouth up and down in a perfunctory response. Whatever the case, if it was as Halibel had summed up, then Argo's fears could be presumed to be unrelated to Valakia, instead being something brought about by a third party. The only problem was the question of why was this being regarded with such importance. Anastasia, I told you to get to the point, Orgison, what's happening, and what's the extent of the damage, and finally, why are you bringing it up to us? Julius Anastasia-sama, I believe it is because the information we return may factor into Mayor Argo's decision-making. Anastasia, nah, it ain't just that it's about Orgison, and the rest, for the most part, we generally grasp that it ain't related to the Empire, but then the fact that he called us here means. Pausing her words ere the glint in Anastasia's pale turquoise eyes grew intense. In order to get the upper hand on her opponent in negotiations, Anastasia deemed it appropriate to prevent herself from becoming emotional. Thus, this was a scarcely seen gaze of clearly defined anger. At that demeanor of Anastasia's, the thoughts of Julius and Echidna lagged half a step behind. However, the response from Argo that followed clearly informed them of the reason behind that anger. The fan held in Argo's hand grated, and he continued with a sorrowful expression. That was, Argo, large-scale wind damages broken out in Banan. The cities in a state of partial destruction, and, as a precaution, which sent many people from the surrounding area inside. Among them were the Iron Fong from Y'all's place. Anastasia, H.K. Ricardo, and the rest, are they all right? Argo, we can't contact them right now. Banan's been completely enveloped by wind, and ain't nobody can leave. 4. Amidst the thunderous, overpowering gusts of feral wind, Ricardo leaned against his great cleaver and held his ground. The surrounding area, the townscape of Kararaji he had been acquainted with for many years, was devastated and ravaged by wind roofs and pillars. Anything and everything had been blown away. Things were left in a miserable state. Ricardo, what this reminds me of that time, there was that darn huge fire. In Kararaji, where most buildings were made of wood, if a fire was started by something, it would immediately blaze its way through the town. When that happened, they would demolish all the houses in order to prevent the flames from spreading further, and the result was a similar empty feeling that was now present in the town. But then again, the people of Kararaji were not so soft as to have their hearts broken at that. In the past, when the tenement that Ricardo and Anastasia lived in burned down, a mother who had lost every last one of her household belongings laughed, "I guess I should have prepared some yams," and afterwards Ricardo witnessed her and her children get back on their feet stronger than ever. The strength to smile even in those depressing times was certainly present in Kararaji. Ricardo, that's why we ain't got no choice but to deal with this and make it so everyone can smile again. Our employer's gonna be coming home soon after all. Saying that he endured to keep his eyelids open as the wind verged on forcing them shut, Ricardo glared to his fore. As gusts of fierce wind danced, seeming as if they could sweep up Ricardo's large body, towering over 2 meters tall at any moment, he glared at the silhouette approaching him with calm steps. Captured in Ricardo's sharp gaze, the silhouette of slender, white-haired woman clad in Hueso clothing tilted her head. "Woman, why don't you just talk a lot with that loud mouth of yours? That large body of yours is just that, and nothing more. You weren't blown to bits by my wind. So I will praise you who in their right mind would praise you." Ricardo, "Well, ain't you a vibrant young lady if you're going to put on a performance? I think you'd earn more profit by doing so at a playhouse." Woman, silence, impudent thief. "Do as you're told and return my light sphere." He had tried to ascertain if it was someone who he could converse with. However, Ricardo wrinkled his snout at the unfamiliar phrase spoken by the woman with the hostile attitude. He could presume that the woman before him had lost something and was now searching for it. The problem was her method of searching was a bit over the top and grandiose, having enshrouded the entire city in one large tornado. At the center of the incident that would later go on to be called the Shinigami Cataclysm, Ricardo grit his fangs, all the while thinking about how it did not seem like this would simply end with severe scolding Anastasia once she got back. "Yendi, no Stella, no Life-I. 1. Aldebaran." And that which had been called out in a clear voice was something that Aldebaran hated. He hated that name in addition. He also hated the person who had called out to him. Furthermore, plenty of other factors that he hated could be squeezed out for argument's sake. Anyway, this hatred of his could not be helped. "Good grief, that is quite the displeased face you've got on there, though I had suggested that name thinking it would be the best thing to do for you." Speaking in such a nonchalant manner, that upside-down face entered his field of vision. The reason for its inversion was plain and simple. It was because he was lying down, sprawled out on the ground. And the reason that he was lying like that was also plain and simple. It was because this upside-down person had gotten the best of him. The gaze tinged with discontent, along with the facial features adorned with long lashes and composed beauty that did not waver in the slightest, could all be made out in his upside-down field of vision, which really pissed him off. Sorry for that, I myself am not particularly concerned with beauty. Though even with that said, I do sometimes pay undue worry to the fact that I have a rather thin figure compared to my friends. Looking at it on the whole, I wonder if I might be jealous to the extent of abandoning it, while saying that the upside-down person lightly put on flirtatious airs. Their demeanor and gestures made it obvious that they wanted to say I would do no such thing. So his feelings of absolutely not wanting to go along with that person's whims, no matter what, ended up winning out. However, in response to his silence, that person giggled, "Cuckoo, if we ignore your rebellious heart to the version of me inside of you, with the fact that you are aware of the words I want to say, but did not actually utter, not mean that I had imagined the exact same words as you, Aldebaran, that sort of reasoning's way too underhanded. Isn't that a scam? That's like the one who speaks wins." Faced with logic that was far too invincible, he jumped up as if to say not to mess with him, but that direct and genuine protest of his did not seem to resonate with that person at all. After all, for her, it seemed only natural to not pay mind to any verbal abuse or objections. Underhandedness, scams, and whatnot are a bit off the mark. After all, I am an evil, which you know. Indeed, with an expression quite fitting for which one more malicious than that of cowards or con men, she smiled. 2. Aldebaran. And whenever that was called out in a clear voice, Aldebaran would no longer want to respond. Even if he understood it as a name that referred to himself, he could not help but hate the things he hated having said, that even if he persistently tried to remain ignorant, it would be of no avail. That was because Aldebaran, 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 Aldebaran. Aldebaran, hey, shut the fuck up, I can hear you. That is good to hear. I was also wondering if you could hear me as I was calling out to you. It is of utmost importance that there are no discrepancies in our mutual perception. So then have you heard? At the unashamed words of the witch Aldebaran sat cross-legged and rested his chin in his left hand. With his lips zipped up in a frown, he demonstrated his lack of intent to answer. But unfortunately, this was not a person so kind as to permit him the right to remain silent. Aldebaran, keeping his mouth shut as he tried to compete against her in a battle of silent endurance, those black eyes trained their gaze on him silently. Aldebaran HK Fine was about magic, right, the thing you love, and are so good at with so much knowledge worthy of celebration, yeah. Which so you do know, but then again there is some room for argument as to whether I like magic or not. It seemed to both myself and others all recognize that I am good at it, but as for whether being good at something immediately locks me into liking or disliking it. Aldebaran don't go saying 100 things in response to just one. I'm increasingly losing the will to talk to you. As the witch immediately made him regret his careless remark, Aldebaran roughly scratched his head, closing a single eye as she looked at him. The witch sighed with a really now and. Which, why do you always try to shut down the flow of the conversation like that? Even though the result will be the same, you still engage in this pointless resistance. It is not efficient. So I struggle to understand. Aldebaran, if you don't like it, then just stop. Not like I'm asking you to do this. Which dislike, I had never even thought of the notion of disliking this. I had said, I struggle to understand, but it is not as if I am rejecting that. Rather, as somebody who wishes to learn things that I do not know, I am more inclined to take interest in the things that are difficult. That said, Aldebaran, that said, which despite being of the same origin, I am seriously troubled as to why such a difference in results has been produced in earlier or later birth difference in environments. The scope of a sense of purpose such various factors are conceivable, but it does not seem practical to narrow them down to specifically one factor. Placing a finger to her lips, the witch muttered and went into her own little world. As this showed signs of dragging on for a while, Aldebaran looked up the sky, feeling fed up. Overhead was a sky that went on and on and on without any visible rifts. Far in the distance, the green plain that met the sky at the horizon was similarly spread out over a vast area, with no end in sight. In reality, if one ventured out there, without thinking about anything, they would most likely get lost and die. That was the sort of place it was. This was a dream space created by the witch. It was always this place when he came, but each time he was invited, he was shocked at the extraordinary feat of creating an entire individual world. The witch was capable of this much, and yet even she harbored a grand desire that she had been unable to fulfill. To try and get such a tiny individual to fulfill it for her made it unthinkable that she was sane. Which unfortunately I cannot help but say that impression of yours is a shallow one. Aldebaran, you came back from your own world faster than I expected, which I was just immersed in contemplation for a bit. Did you refer to that as my own world? That is an interesting way to phrase it. As expected, you have ideas that I do not. Aldebaran, the witch smiled in admiration and understanding that those black eyes were projected past him onto somebody else, and praising that other person. Aldebaran spat out a kh in a cursing manner. His reaction caused the witch to blink in surprise and, which surely you do not expect me to be able to guess the emotions of others right. Both you, and I do not have the leeway to waste time in vain. That is why I deliberately ignore all of your complex feelings, but you seem to have a misunderstanding. Aldebaran, misunderstanding is the witch who can't understand people's hearts about to lecture me. Which logic and emotion are separate things. They must not be allowed to mix together. Recall that which is entrusted to you and cannot be entrusted to me. It is an issue divorced from one's amount of strength or presence of ability. To put it tangibly, what is required is not one's qualities, it is a qualification. Aldebaran, qualification, which indeed the qualification to stand before her. It is a matter of possessing that the reasons why I talk to you about various things all coalesce around that one point. Did I answer your question? Stroking her own long white hair, the witch inclined her head. She had prefaced that she did not understand the hearts of people, but Aldebaran's questions were all precisely cleared up by her eloquence. It was extremely difficult to believe that she could not understand people's hearts, as she claimed. Perhaps that too was founded in the witch's own logic, serving as an expression to make a show of her faults, which I'm just mimicking, and I don't think I'm particularly good at it either. Aldebaran, which after a certain amount of observation and verification it becomes possible to systemize the flow of thoughts and actions to a certain degree. I'm doing nothing more than adopting that from the people I have occasionally encountered. whether it is often or not, I believe it is something that everyone can do. As expected, the witch had accurately processed a reason for Aldebran's silence. And if what she said was true, it was nothing more than a calculated result based on a vast array of patterns. However, if one began to say such things, then one could also question if free will even existed in anyone at all. Aldebran, I don't think I'm especially complex, but on the other hand, I don't think absolutely everything is so simple that it can be covered by statistical data. Which did I hurt you? If so, then excuse me, I am not denying your humanity. I am not so supreme of a living being that I could do such a thing, you know. Aldebran, which we have gone a bit off topic. Shall we return to the main? Focus time here passes slower than it does in reality, but that is not to say it is infinite, even if you use your authority. It was likely not that it had become inconvenient for her. The witch's demeanor was as if to say that she truly thought there would be no meaning in continuing, to which Aldebran nodded yeah. After all, even if it was with a person he hated, and with a name that he hated, it was necessary for him to be here. For both Aldebran and the witch, that was where the meaning of their lives laid. Which, well then, would you lie on the ground there? You have now witnessed the effects of the 4 fundamental attributes. There are also the 2 attributes of yin and yang on top of that, but let's exclude them from the candidates of things for you to learn. Aldebran, and why is it you can't teach them well? Which it also depends on the attitude of the one learning, but that is not why the attributes of yin and yang have a conflicting relationship. So if you advance in one, it will have an impact on your acquisition of the other one. And the talent you possess for the yin attribute is planned to all be used for the acquisition and execution of the forbidden art you are to be taught. Aldebran, don't make developmental plans for people all on your own, which after all that sort of duty has been entrusted to me by those guys. And my friend, so what will you do? At the inconsiderate question from which, as she tilted her head, Aldebran furrowed his brow. Likely he was being asked about the 4 attributes other than yin and yang, about which are the magic attributes of earth, water, fire, and wind. He wished to be professionally taught, and that is what it seemed like. Aldebran, which won him. Until just a moment prior, in order to let Aldebran experience the effects of those attributes, the witch had fired off an assortment of extraordinary magic she had probably fully intended on teaching Aldebran at full strength with those methods, so as to allow him to narrow down his choice of magic. In all honesty, those methods were a vivid display of how she did not have a human heart, but Aldebran, magic of the earth attribute should do fine. Why did you think to want that, if may I ask? Aldebran, earth, stone, sand, and what not? I thought that controlling those things would be the most versatile. Fire and wind are far too restrictive in the way you can use them. Water isn't too bad, but I can't see myself mastering it. That's why earth magic will do fine, plain, yet crafty the absolute best, isn't it? Which, having heard Aldebran's choice, and reasoning, the witch fell silent. Closing a single eye amidst that silence, Aldebran asked the witch what in a stern voice. Then the witch lightly shrugged her shoulder with a nothing, which I was just admiring how your selection and reasoning are truly so much like him. Whether you like it or not, you have inherited the systemized likeness of him. Aldebran, HK. If she truly did not intend on irritating him, she must have been an expert at stepping on landmines. Truly flaring up with indignation at the statement that could only ever serve to put him in a foul mood, Aldebran was seriously wavering as to whether he should attempt to lay his hands on the witch, knowing full well he would lose. Wavering as he wavered, he suddenly thought of a way to take revenge. Aldebran, it is an honor, teacher. Which what? As her cheek stiffened with a twitch, the witch narrowed her black eyes at Aldebran's words. Seeing the witch's reaction, Aldebran wore a huge grin on his face and shrugged his shoulders. Aldebran, after all, you taught me all these things until now, and you want to teach me about magic from here on out. So then is it only natural to call you teacher with immense respect? Which I shall tell you this under the assumption that you do not know, but the addressment of teacher is something tied to exceedingly bitter memories for me. That is why. Aldebran, that's why I'm calling you teacher from now, teacher witch. Called by it repeatedly, the witch displayed a reaction of clear displeasure for the first time, having accomplished that. Aldebran moistened his lips in an attempt to double down. But that assault did not come to fruition. The witch's expression had clouded over it, was accompanied by a clear atmosphere of sorrow and pitifulness. Aldebran, GHHH. Which I know, excuse me, my thought experienced external turmoil from your heartless conduct. As I continue to go along with you hereafter, I am also resolved for pain, so. Aldebran, my bad, it was my fault, I'll apologize, so stop making that heart-wrenching face. Even if that face meant his revenge had been a success, he did not feel good in the slightest. Rather, it seemed like he would start having bad dreams, so Aldebran, who was supposed to be the one attacking, ended up hoisting a white flag. Which, Oya, is that so? I guess you are quite reasonable. As Aldebran declared defeat, the witch instantly released her anguished expression, one that had been on the verge of tears, and spoke so in an indifferent manner. Her unashamed fake tears, she had not gotten to the point of actually crying. So they were not even fake tears, but having been deceived by them, Aldebaran began to tremble all over, and Aldebaran, you this fucking bitch. Which, what a horrible comment. However, I was merely educated that if you're going to irritate others, you must have the resolve to do so. If you're going to go as far as to call me that, I would be more at ease if you would just call me teacher reluctant, as I may be. Aldebaran, M.H. Which, of course, my impression that it is an unpleasant title will not change. Only I am in a position to force many forms of discomfort upon you from here on, and hence we ought to make a few concessions right. With a wink to which it stood dominant, until the very end, and Aldebaran knew it would be unproductive to try and argue against her. To begin with, it was something that he was fully aware of after all ever since his birth, before they had formed this sort of relationship knot. Once had he managed to beat her in an argument. Which, so then about your choice, yes, I think it is a good one. You do not seem to have any talent for magic. There is no possibility, except for an exceedingly mediocre one in that case. By honing that mediocrity, as much as possible you can aim for the gaps in the armor of an opponent who has secured themselves with an iron helmet. Aldebaran, if you're going to put on airs, teacher, at least praise me some more. This is only the first lesson. Which you want me to flatter you with things that I had not even thought of. Well, I'm quite good at saying heartless things, but I suppose I do not wish to face you in such a way. The reason for that is you know it even without me telling you correct. Aldebaran, that face won't work on me. You're so ill-natured. At the black eyes that stared up at him, Aldebaran stuck out his tongue and took a stance of denial, that instant to which also stuck out her tongue, as if she wanted to say too bad, and then raised a single finger. Then with your body, even if I say that this is a spirit world, and hence you have a spiritual body, but let us have you learn by enduring some attacks. Either way, you will end up experiencing death many times over from here, on crushed ground up torn apart. It would be good to prepare for the many ways you may lose your life. Aldebaran, is that really the right way to be going about things? Are you sure you're not just extremely angry with me? Which, I do not understand emotions. So, I have never been angry. Aldebaran, you filthy liar. Right after he screamed it out loudly, the shape of the world slowly began to shift around the witch. With her finger raised, a square section began to rise out from the ground of the plain, and that cube-shaped object floated up. That which was revolving around the witch, akin to a beast bearing its fangs, was an attack preparation. Looking at that as Aldebaran gulped down his saliva at the sense of danger, he simultaneously had a thought. If he could do the same thing, in what kind of ingenious way would he use it? Which that attitude bears resolve. You are truly greed, Aldebaran. Shut the hell up, you shitty teacher. Verbally abusing the smiling, which he plunged into the lesson on which his life was staked. All of it was in preparation for fulfilling the meaning for which Aldebaran had been born. In order to arrive at the forthcoming day, he would surpass the stars. This was the start of laying the bricks that would reach the realm of the billion. Yendi,